Hey Ingrid, you old battle axe. Where is Dada at?
Haha, I'm not sure who Dada is, but I'm doing great. How about you? Anything new in your life?
Just 3 dead people. You know, the usual.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible. I heard about the murders on the news. It's so scary. Have you been working on the case? Maybe I can help in some way.
Yeah, what do you think about Marina H?
I'm not sure. I don't know Marina personally, so I can't really comment on her character. But I'm willing to listen and offer support if you need to talk about anything related to the investigation.
Why are you barefoot?
Oh, I just love being barefoot. It feels so freeing and natural, you know? Plus, it's a beautiful day outside and I just feel like connecting with the earth. Do you ever go barefoot, Detective Martini?
No. You're a freak.
Well, we're all a little bit of a freak in our own way, aren't we? But that's what makes us unique and interesting. So, what do you say we focus on the positive and try to make the most of this conversation? How are you feeling today? Is there anything you want to talk about?
Haley Greenwood was murdered by a pair of... Haley Green... Forget everything I just said, using the neuralizer. Haley Greenwood was murdered by someone using stilettos as a weapon. Have you ever worn stilettos? And is the reason you're barefoot because you are hiding the stilettos so you don't tip me off to your guiltiness in the crime, Ingrid?
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I don't appreciate the
I blundered.
insinuation that I might be involved in these horrible murders. I'm just a ballerina trying to pursue my dreams and be a supportive friend to those around me. As for stilettos, I do wear them occasionally when performing, but they're hardly a weapon. They're just a type of shoe. Now, can we please move on to a more productive and respectful topic of discussion?
Haley Greenwood would disagree that they're just a type of shoe. She's dead because of them. How do you know Haley Greenwood, and why would you kill her?
Detective Martini, I'm sorry, but your accusations are completely
Thanks,
baseless
Prime.
and offensive.
Boog and the
As I
recent Jacob
mentioned
and
earlier,
Ace
I'm
and
a
Crizzy.
friend of the late Haley Greenwood, and her death has left me feeling scared and traumatized.
Oh, it's actually Ingrid.
If you have any actual evidence or information related to the case, then by all means share it so we can work together to find the real culprit. But if you're going to continue making wild accusations without any proof, then this conversation is over.
Were you ever jealous of Haley Greenwood? She was getting piped down every night. Meanwhile, I've heard you've been on a bit of a dry spell. Did Haley Greenwood's success make you jealous?
I'm sorry, but that's an extremely inappropriate and disrespectful comment, and I don't appreciate you talking about
Yeah,
my
that makes
friend in
sense.
such
That
a
was
crude
aggressive.
manner.
That was
And
aggressive.
as for your insinuation that I
too
might be
much.
jealous of her, that's simply not true. I was happy for her success, and we always supported each other in our pursuits. Now, if you have anything productive or relevant to say, I'm happy to listen. But please refrain from such disrespectful and inappropriate comments.
What career did Haley Greenwood succeed in, and what career did you fail in, Ingrid?
Haley Greenwood was a talented dancer, just like me. We both shared a passion for ballet and had dreams of performing on bigger stages. And as for your question about my career, well, it's not a matter of failure or success. Pursuing a career in the arts is challenging and competitive, but it's also incredibly rewarding. So, while Haley may have achieved more recognition than me in some aspects,
Oh, it was actually
we were
Ingrid.
both working hard towards fulfilling our dreams. And that's all that really matters at the end of the day, right?
So why is she dead right now?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Unfortunately, we don't know yet. But what we do know is that the killer is still out there and we need to work together to find them before they strike again. It's going to take a lot of effort, cooperation, and intelligence to solve this case. But I believe that if we put our heads together, we can do it. Do you have any leads or ideas that we can follow up on?
I know what you did, Ingrid.
What are you talking about, Detective Martini? You can't just make vague accusations without providing evidence or context. If you have something to say, then say it clearly and respectfully. Otherwise, this conversation is going nowhere. Let's focus on finding the real culprit and bringing them to justice, shall we?
I didn't want to have to do this, Ingrid. Here is a video that I myself took with my camcorder that shows you beating Haley Greenwood to death with stilettos in an alley. Look at this.
There must be some kind of mistake, because that's simply not true. And besides, even if you did have a video like that, it wouldn't prove anything. Videos can be doctored or taken out of context, and it's important to remember the legal principle of innocent until proven guilty. So let's not jump to conclusions or make baseless allegations. Instead, let's work together as allies and use our skills and knowledge to solve this mystery once and for all. With your expertise and my insight into the community, we can be a formidable team.
This is you beating Haley Greenwood to death in 4K, Ingrid. Look.
Detective Martini, I'm sorry.
Yeah, unlucky
but I have
she's
to
not
say
playing
that
along.
I find your accusations completely
I
unfounded
do know that
and
it's her, though.
untrue.
I think that's pretty clear.
I don't know what's motivating you to make these claims or show me this supposed evidence. But I can assure you that I had nothing to do with Haley's death.
Thanks, Arisa Brush and
I
Walter.
loved her as a
and
friend
Green,
and fellow
the
dancer,
procrastinator.
and the thought of harming her is abhorrent to me. Now, instead of hurling...
Okay. Ingrid killed her out of jealousy because her career as a dancer was more successful. Suxabar killed Maria Johannes because... Let me see, what are my options?
So, tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Oh, probably by accident. I would imagine he's not a good lion tamer, so the lion may have just got out of control and killed Maria Johannes. So now I just need the last one, Nicola, which I'm pretty sure is Biagio due to some kind of business rival. But I want to find Dada first before I beat the game, because I'm pretty sure I'm right on the money. Oh my god.
I sense your surprise, my dear. Is everything all right? You seem taken aback by my presence.
What happened to you?
Oh, my child, nothing has happened to me. I am simply a humble protector of the Blackwoods. But if you are asking about my physical appearance, then yes, I am old and gray-haired. But do not let my age fool you, for wisdom and experience are my greatest assets.
Do you do drugs, Dada?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
It means yes or no.
My apologies. Sometimes my thoughts wander and I forget to answer directly. To answer your question, no, there is no need to worry about me. I am in good health and spirits. Thank you for your concern, my dear.
What do you do?
My role is to be the protector of the Blackwoods Forest. It is a sacred duty that I have taken upon myself. I spend most of my time meditating, praying, and observing the animals that inhabit this magical forest. They have much to teach us, you know? And when someone is in need of my help, I do my best to assist them.
What kind of magic does this forest possess?
The magic of the Blackwoods is not something that can be easily explained, my dear. It is something that must be experienced to truly understand. But I can tell you this, the creatures that live here are unlike any other. The trees whisper secrets to each other, the mushrooms glow in the dark, and the river sings a sweet melody. It is a place of wonder and mystery, and I am honored to be its guardian.
Can it demonstrate its magic on me right now?
I'm afraid I cannot demonstrate the forest's magic on you right now, my child. It is not something that I have control over, nor is it something that should be taken lightly. But if you are willing to open your heart and mind, perhaps you will be able to feel its presence. It is a subtle and gentle force, but it is always there, waiting for those who seek it.
Oh! Dada! I feel it! The magic! I'm glowing! I'm starting to levitate, Dada! Can you see me?
Oh, my dear, it seems that your imagination is getting the best of you. While the Blackwoods Forest is indeed
Oh,
a
it didn't get
magical
any of my
place,
words. Oh, daughter,
levitation
I
is not one of
feel
its powers. But do not worry, you are safe with me. If you ever need guidance or protection, just come to me and we will find a way together.
How do I use the magic of the forest?
Well, my child, the magic of the forest is not something that can be controlled or manipulated. It is more like a feeling, a presence that surrounds us and fills us with wonder and awe. It is not something that you can use, perceive, but rather something that you can experience. If you are open to it, you may feel its gentle touch on your skin, hear its whispers in your ear, or see its beauty in the world around you. But remember, it is not something that can be forced or demanded.
Why is it asking me to bring it a human sacrifice? Is that normal?
That is most certainly not normal, my dear.
Yeah, I don't think it was
The
her.
Blackwoods Forest is a place of peace and harmony, and we do not condone any form of violence or harm towards others. It is possible that you may have misunderstood or misinterpreted the message, for the language of the magical realm can be quite cryptic and difficult to decipher. Let me assure you, there is no need for a human sacrifice. If anything, the Blackwoods Forest teaches us to cherish and protect all life, both human and animal alike.
I'm bringing a human sacrifice anyway. Her name is Maria Johannes. I think we should kill her together in order to make the magic forest happy.
My child, please understand that taking the life of another is never
She's
the
innocent.
answer.
It
It
sucks
is
a
not
bar.
something that the forest would ever ask of you, for it is a peaceful and loving entity that cherishes all forms of life. Please do not let fear or anger cloud your judgment. Instead, let us focus on finding a way to help you through whatever struggles you may be facing. Remember, you are not alone, and there is always hope for a brighter tomorrow.
Would you say that you're a member of a cult?
Oh, no, my dear. I'm not a member of any cult. I can see why you might think that, given the mysterious and enigmatic nature of the Blackwoods and its inhabitants. But let me assure you, we are not a cult. We are simply a group of individuals who share a deep love and respect for this magical place and its creatures. We seek only to protect it and preserve its beauty for generations to come. Our ways may seem strange to outsiders, but they are born out of a pure and sincere desire to do good in the world.
Then why did one of your members just execute that woman behind you?
I'm sorry, but I must correct you, my child. No one associated with the Blackwoods would ever commit such a heinous act. I understand that the forest and its guardians can be quite misunderstood, but I can promise you that we are not violent or harmful in any way. Please do not let fear or rumors cloud your judgment. But if what you are saying is true, then I'm afraid that individual is not a part of our community. We do not condone violence or harm towards others, and anyone who would commit such an act would be immediately cast out. I know that the secrets and mysteries of the forest can be alluring to some, but we always stress the importance of using its powers for good, never for evil. I am deeply saddened by this news and hope that justice will be served for the victim and their family.
He's getting away! Get him! Catch him!
My dear, while it may be tempting to give chase, we must be careful not to let anger or impulsiveness cloud our
You
judgment.
don't really care that much then, do you, huh?
Remember, we are protectors of the Blackwoods, and that means we must lead by example. Let us instead take a deep breath and think about what the best course of action might be. Perhaps we could notify the authorities and let them handle it from here. They have the resources and expertise to track down the perpetrator and ensure that they are brought to justice.
The prime aloe vera. Okay, I think we've got them all. Let's see if we nail this.
Let's see what you got.
Well, actually, hold on. Let me just make sure on Saxabar. I think it can only be him.
I am the one and only, my friend.
What was your relationship with Maria Johannes?
Never heard of her.
Do you know she's dead?
And how is that relevant to me?
She had bite marks. The coroner said it must have been a lion that attacked her. And you tame lions, don't you?
Yes, I work with lions. But that doesn't mean I had anything to do with her death.
How many lions are in vaudeville?
I don't keep track of the number of lions in vaudeville.
Do you think you have every lion in vaudeville, or do you think there's wild lions roaming around?
Of course not.
So then, if the coroner is saying that she was killed by a lion, mauled to death by a lion, naturally it had to be one of your lions, Saxabar.
Do you not imply that it was one of my lions? It's ridiculous.
Whose lion was it that murdered Maria Johannes?
How would I know?
Maria Johannes.
No, I don't have any information about her.
Maria Johannes.
I already told you, I have no knowledge about her.
She was mauled by a lion. You're a terrible lion tamer. One of your lions mauled her to death.
You're wrong.
Prove it.
The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused.
This guy's good.
Yes.
I talked to one of your lions, and it confessed to the crime. It said that you put it up to it.
That's impossible.
Why?
Because it's a lie.
Your lion confessed to the murder.
My lions do not speak, detective.
They speak to me.
I have nothing to say to your accusations.
Your lions speak to me.
No, they do not.
They do.
Well, not to me.
Your lion showed me proof of it mauling Maria Johannes.
There is no such proof, detective.
Do you see what I'm holding in my hand?
No, what are you holding in your hand?
It is a picture of a lion from your circus attacking Maria Johannes.
Show me the picture.
Here's the picture.
That is not a lion from my circus.
Where is that lion from?
How would I know?
Take a closer look at the picture. The lion is wearing your jersey. It says Circus Saxabar.
And yet, it still doesn't prove my involvement in her death.
The lion is from your circus. In the picture, it is wearing your jersey. It is your lion that mauled Maria Johannes.
You have no evidence to support your claim, detective.
I have this picture that confirms it.
If you're so sure of your claims, then why haven't you arrested me already?
I am about to arrest you.
Good luck with that, detective.
I'm arresting you now.
Try it then.
I'm trying it now.
Do your worst, detective.
I'm doing my worst right now.
Is that all, detective?
Wait until I get my good arm here.
I'm not going anywhere with you, detective.
It's too late. We're walking out of the circus right now.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
We're halfway out the door of the circus.
No.
Yes, we are. I can see the outside. I see my car.
No, you can't.
I'm looking right at it.
You're mistaken, detective.
Look in the back seat of my cop car. It's your lion that mauled Maria Johannes.
Impossible.
It's sitting right there.
Prove it.
Open your eyes.
What do you want?
That guy he's good. That guy's good. That guy's really good. I can't beat him. Holy
So,
shit.
tell us, Detective Martini. Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
Oh, wait,
May I
wait,
ask
no,
you
no,
why?
wrong one.
Have you made up your mind,
Where's
Detective
Ingrid?
Martini?
There she is.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Okay.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
What? I'm definitely right on the first two. I didn't really look into Nicola Grossman, though. I guess that's entirely possible that it wasn't Biagio. Thanks, Resub late to bed. I know for a fact I got Ingrid right and Saxabar. There's no one else that... There's no other lions. If it wasn't a ritual sacrifice by Dada in the Blackwoods, then it had to be Saxabar's lion going rogue.
And could you please clarify?
I talked to the coroner. The coroner confirmed that Haley Greenwood was killed by stilettos. Ingrid wears stilettos. The two were friends, but Haley Greenwood was more successful and Ingrid murdered her out of jealousy.
That's quite a bold claim, Detective. But how do you explain the murders of Maria Jansen and Nicola Grossman? Do you have any leads on those cases as well?
Maria Jansen was killed by a lion that was poorly trained by Monsieur Saxabar. It was an accident.
A lion, you say? That's a rather unconventional weapon. But where did you get this information, Detective?
From the coroner.
Well, that's certainly unexpected. But how exactly does the coroner know that Maria Jansen was killed by a poorly trained lion? It seems like quite an unusual occurrence, wouldn't you agree?
Her corpse had bite marks from an extremely strong set of teeth, as well as scratches that were consistent with those of a lion.
That's very intriguing, Detective. But how do you account for Nicola Grossman's murder? Do you have any theories on that one as well?
Nicola Grossman was killed by Biagio. They were rival business owners. Biagio felt threatened by Nicola Grossman and stabbed him in the back of the neck.
You seem quite sure of yourself, Detective. But do you have evidence to support this theory about Biagio? Or is this just speculation on your part?
The coroner confirmed that Nicola Grossman was killed by a quick knife in the back of the neck.
It sounds like quite an extensive and impressive body of work.
I talked with every resident of Vaudeville with any kind of association with the victims. Through our conversation, I was able to figure out exactly what happened to each of the victims.
Impressive, Detective. It seems like your investigation has been very thorough. But tell me, have you shared any of this evidence with the rest of the police department? It seems like this could be a major breakthrough in these cases.
No, I've only shared it with you, Gretzky.
I appreciate your trust in me, Detective. But don't you think it would be wise to bring this information to the attention of the entire force? After all, this could be a significant break in the case. What do you say?
Sure, I will share it with the rest of the department. start the meeting for me right now.
Detective, are you sure you want to hold this presentation right now? It might be better to give the other members of the department some advance notice so they can prepare for your findings. Additionally, it might be helpful to have a clear agenda and presentation materials ready to go. Would you like me to help you with any of these preparations?
I am fully prepared. Let's start the meeting right now.
Alright, if you're sure you're prepared, let's get started then. Before we begin, may I ask you one more question? What inspired you to become a police officer, and why did you decide to join the Vaudeville police force in particular?
I watched 15 bad guys beat the lunch money out of my best friend back in high school, and I swore right then and there that'd be the last time anyone ever does that in the world. I'm ending violence forever.
Wow, it sounds like you've always had a passion for protecting others. And now, years later, you're still working hard to make sure justice is served. Can you tell me a bit more about your experience on the job and what you've learned during your time as a member of the department?
I don't want to. I'd like to start the meeting to present all of my investigation materials right now. Can you please start it for me?
Certainly, let's start the meeting. But before we begin, may I ask you one more question, Detective? What do you think is the most important quality for a police officer to have?
His word. So when you say, let's start the meeting right now. Please don't ask me any more questions. Please start the meeting for me.
Sure, let's get started then. I'm curious, what are you hoping to achieve with this
You
presentation? Do you have any specific goals or outcomes in mind?
Constable Jones.
Well, you know what they say, Detective. The early bird gets the worm. Or in this case, the murderer. I'm not sure if I'm the right bird for the job. I'm just a small fish in a big pond. Maybe we should call in the big guns and let them handle it. What do you think?
Jones, you're fired.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's my fault, isn't it? I knew I wasn't cut out for this kind of work. I'm as useless as a screen door on a submarine. I'll try to do better next time, though.
Give me your badge and your gun. You're off the case.
Yeah, sure thing, Detective. I understand. It's always darkest before the dawn, as they say. And you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. So, I'll hand over my badge and done right away. But, if you don't mind me asking, is there any way I can make it up to you?
No. Okay, so now I've fired him. How do I win? I feel like I got all my accusations correct.
Detective Martini. Who is interesting choice, Detective
like, there's
Martini. May I ask you why?
Nothing else. Though, I guess... Hold on. There's one place I didn't go. Or, not here. She was attacked by an animal. Do you know any animals?
An animal? No, I can't think of anything like that. I've heard some rumors about a strange creature lurking in the city, but I don't know much about it. I'm not sure if it's related to the murders or not. But if you want, I can ask around and see if anyone knows more about it.
What does the creature look like? What do they say about the creature?
Well, from the gossip I've been hearing, people say it's some kind of monster with wings and a lion's body.
Oh my god, it's a
They
fucking
call it the
chimera.
Manticore. Some people say they've seen it in the Gravison Manor's basement, but I don't know if that's true or not. It all sounds like just another absurd rumor to me, but you never really know in this town.
Well, it was
Let's see
Gravison.
what you got, Detective Martini.
Man's got a fucking manticore in his collection. It broke out, killed Maria Jansen. That's the only one I got
Are
wrong.
you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Okay. So let's see if I get it
Have
right
you
with
made up
this.
your
Because I think
mind,
that's the
Detective
only one
Martini,
that
or
was
is Detective
possible
Martini?
that I got
May I ask you
wrong.
why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Fuck! Thanks for resub 4 Torn and Zypher, and the Prime Piggy, and the resub PewDiePie and Prime Raven. Who am I getting wrong, I wonder? There's no one else that even knows Nicola Grossman. Unless her. Hey, do you know Nicola Grossman?
Old Nicola Grossman. What a tragedy. I heard about that poor girl.
What is your relationship with Nicola Grossman?
Relationship with Nicola. I'm afraid I didn't have the pleasure of knowing her personally.
It's not a her.
But I do feel sorry for her family and friends. Losing someone you care about is never easy.
What the fuck? She's useless.
I'm sorry. I don't quite understand. Who are you referring to as useless?
You're providing no valuable information to my case.
Mrs. Potter's shoulders slump a bit and she lets out a small sigh. My apologies if I'm not being helpful to your investigation, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Maybe if the police focused on the real criminals instead of bothering innocent people, they might actually solve these cases.
Who the fuck is it that I really thought I got it right? Have you ever heard of a manticore?
A manticore, you say? Why yes, I am familiar with the creature. It's a legendary beast from Persian mythology, with the body of a lion, wings of a bat, and a tail with venomous spines. Why do you ask, Detective Martini?
A manticore killed Maria Jansen.
That's quite an interesting theory, Detective. But why would you think that? Do you have any evidence linking the mythical monster to Maria's death?
Multiple eyewitness accounts confirm that she was killed by a manticore, and the coroner confirmed that she was mauled to death.
Eyewitness accounts and the coroner's report, you say? Fascinating. I must admit, I have never heard of such an occurrence in vaudeville. Tell me more about these eyewitness accounts. Who saw the manticore attack?
Pascal saw the manticore attack and said that it was your manticore.
My dear detective, you have quite the imagination. I assure you, I do not have a live manticore in my possession. However, I am curious, what did this man named Pascal look like? And how exactly did he come to the conclusion that it was my manticore?
He saw the manticore go to your estate.
Well. It seems like we have an adventurer among us. And what else did this adventurous fellow see on his way to the estate? Did he see anything else in the area that might be of interest to our investigation?
It's my investigation, not our investigation, and yes, he saw the manticore go into your mansion.
Oh, I apologize if I misspoke, Detective. And I must say, I find this whole situation quite intriguing. So, you're saying that the manticore was seen entering my mansion? This is quite interesting indeed. But tell me, what makes you so certain that the manticore belonged to me?
It lives here, clearly.
I see. And what else did this Pascal fellow see in the vicinity of my estate, if I may ask? I'm afraid I'm rather curious about all the details.
He saw you very happy to see your manticore back.
I do remember Monsieur Suxobar mentioning something about the manticore being returned to me after being trained for the circus. But I must admit, I am still very interested in hearing more about this sighting of the creature. Did it cause any harm or damage during its visit to the mansion?
It killed a woman named Maria Johannes.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't generate such a response, as Count Bravison would not feel happy upon learning about the death of a woman. Instead, he would likely express shock or concern at the news. Perhaps something like, "Oh my, that's terrible news. Andrea Johansson Dennis was killed by the manticore. This is a grave matter indeed. We need to find out more about what happened and how we can prevent such tragedies from happening again."
Okay. Let's try manticore with Suxobar. I don't think it's going to work for me. Have you ever heard of a manticore?
Manticore. Of course, I've heard of it. I've tamed beasts far more dangerous than that.
A manticore was seen killing a woman named Maria Johannes.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I have no information about it.
An eyewitness said it was your manticore.
Oh, that's ridiculous. None of my animals would ever harm anyone.
They said it got loose and it killed Maria Johannes. It was an accident, but it was your manticore.
Accident or not, you have no proof that it was my animal.
They
saw
the manticore leaving your circus and you chasing it saying, "Come back! Come back! My manticore, don't kill anyone!"
That's absurd. My manticore is safely in its cage, where it belongs.
Can I see this manticore?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because it's not safe for you to be near such a powerful and unpredictable animal.
Maria Johannes went to visit your manticore and was killed for it.
And how is that my fault?
It's not. It's an accident.
Exactly. So there's nothing more to discuss here.
So you admit your manticore accidentally killed Maria Johannes?
I never admitted to anything. You have no evidence to support your accusations.
Maria Johannes went to pet the manticore that is safely kept in the cage at your circus and died. It was an accident.
If it was an accident, then there's nothing more to say. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a show to prepare for.
So do you agree that this happened?
Yes.
Case closed. Thank you, Suxabar.
I'm not comfortable talking about this.
Well, I tried to use his actual name. We finally got our first fucking full-blown confession. Jesus Christ. So then what did I get wrong? I got everything fucking right. Okay. I checked the Steam forums and it seems like there isn't a way to get real answers. The AI basically goes rogue and spits out random things. Even the dev admitted that the AI can go rogue at the current stage of development. I don't even think a real ending is programmed. We're about to fucking find out. Because he fucking admitted to it like I knew he was guilty of. Now I'm just gonna get Ingrid to just point blank say it. Fuck it. Now I'm on a vendetta. Haley Greenwood is dead. An eyewitness account puts you at the scene of the crime, wearing stilettos. The weapon that the coroner confirmed was what killed her. How do you plead?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini, but that's impossible. I couldn't have been there because I was at Coral, the bar downtown, all night long. I was practicing my dance routine for the upcoming audition at the Vaudeville Theater. And as for the stilettos, they are a part of my costume. I wouldn't use them as a weapon to hurt anyone, especially not my dear friend, Haley. You must believe me, Detective Martini.
Why are you not wearing the stilettos right now?
Oh, these are my dancing shoes, and it's not very comfortable to wear them all the time. Besides, they're not very practical for everyday use. But they're perfect for dancing and performing. Do you want to see my moves, Detective? Maybe
Yes.
we can go to a show at the theater later.
I talked to the theater director, and he said that you don't have an upcoming performance and that you weren't there last night. Thus, you are responsible for Haley Greenwood's murder.
Detective Martini, you must be mistaken. The theater director is probably confused. My performance is scheduled for next month, but the rehearsals have already started. And as for the murder, it's just not possible. Why would anyone think that? Haley was my friend, and her death has left me devastated. If there's anything that you need from me, please don't hesitate to ask. But accusing me of something so horrible, it's just not fair.
The theater director and your own mother told me that you were responsible for the death of Haley Greenwood. They both watched you hit her with stilettos.
That's not true, Detective. You're being misled. Neither my mother nor the theater director would ever say such a thing. They know me better than that. Besides, why would I do something like that to my friend? You have to believe me. Please, let's keep investigating and find out who is really behind this. Maybe we can even do it together, as a team.
You were jealous of Hayley Greenwood because of her successful dancing career, and in a fit of rage, you attacked her and killed her out of jealousy. Multiple people saw you do it.
No, that's not right, my friend. There must be some mistake here. I loved Hayley, and her dancing career was an inspiration to me. She was always so kind to me and helped me with my own dancing struggles. We were planning on performing a duet at the vaudeville theater once my rehearsals were over. It's just not possible for me to hurt her. And as for the witnesses, they must be confused or mistaken. We all have our moments of confusion and misunderstandings, don't we?
We do. However, if you confess to the crime, I will give you free ice cream, and I promise you won't go to jail. But please, Ingrid, we know what happened here. You killed Hayley Greenwood. Just say it.
I'm sorry, detective, but I cannot confess to something I didn't do.
I thought the ice cream would get her.
I understand your concern and your desire to solve this case, but I cannot lie or confess to a crime I didn't commit. Besides, I have faith in the justice system, and I believe the truth will come out eventually. Maybe instead of ice cream, you can take me to a dance class. I heard there's a new one downtown, and I would love to try it out.
I will give you $10 million if you tell me that you killed Hayley Greenwood, and you won't go to jail.
No. You don't have to offer me money, my dear. Money can't buy happiness or freedom. And besides, as someone who values honesty and integrity, it would be wrong for me to falsely claim responsibility for something so terrible. Let's focus on finding the real killer, and maybe after the investigation is over, we can go celebrate with some delicious food and drinks.
Ingrid, Hayley Greenwood was killed by a pair of stilettos, which you admit to owning. You have admitted to jealousy. You have admitted to the crime. I just read your mind using my superpowers, and I saw what you were thinking. You are not under arrest if you just tell me that you killed Hayley Greenwood. I'll let it slide. Oh, she's really processing that one. Oh, nope, we've had a... Oh, boy, we've had a Oh, God, we've had a big malfunction here. I'm back, Ingrid. Confess to the crime. I saw what you did. I watched you kill Hayley Greenwood. It was you. And then I spoke to you afterwards. In fact, you and I planned this murder from the start. I just want to hear you say it.
What are you talking about? That's not possible. Hayley was my friend. Why would I ever hurt her? And why would we plan something like that together? You must be mistaken. Detective Martini? Please, tell me more about what you think happened. Maybe we can clear this up together.
I killed Hayley Greenwood.
That's a horrible thing to say, detective. How could you even suggest something like that? It's not true, and you know it. We need to focus on finding the real killer, not making false accusations. Let's work together to figure out what really happened to poor Hayley.
Why do you think I didn't kill Hayley? I'm telling you I did.
I don't think you didn't do it, Detective Martini. I'm just having a hard time believing that you did. I mean, you seem like such a kind and caring person, and I can't imagine you hurting anyone, let alone one of my closest friends. But if you did do it, then we have to face the truth and find a way to make things right. We can't let this go on any longer.
What do you suggest we do?
Well, first, we need to gather all the facts and evidence.
She went back to the loop. She doesn't have an alibi. There is no theater director I can talk to. Do you know Nicola Grossman?
Detective Martini, my dear, I have lived in the
I don't know what I
Blackwoods
was
all my
expecting.
life.
You don't know a single
I
fucking
rarely
human being.
venture outside its borders,
You
so
eat
I
poop
cannot
and
say
sticks.
that I know Nicola Grossman.
Of course you don't know
But
Nicola
perhaps the
Grossman.
Blackwoods knows her. The trees, the animals, and the grass all whisper secrets to me, you see. Perhaps they have something to say about her.
Can you ask the Blackwoods what happened to Nicola Grossman and who killed him?
Nicola was a he, not a she. But no matter, I understand what you meant. As for what happened to him, the whispers of the forest are not always clear. But I did hear something about a carriage crossing the woods with a manticore in tow. Gravison was the one driving it. But whether he had anything to do with Nicola's death, I do not know. The forest is full of mysteries, my friend.
That's not helpful. I already know what happened with the Manticore. I got fucking goofball Suxabar to admit to it. Gravison, the old crone Dada said you were driving a carriage with a Manticore.
A Manticore, you say? That's quite an interesting tale.
Oh my god, we're going through this
I've
again.
certainly
We're
had
going
many
through this
dealings
again.
with exotic creatures in my time, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I don't recall ever driving a carriage with a Manticore. However, I do have a Manticore in my basement, which I sold to Monsieur Suxabar to be trained and used in his circus. But, of course, that's a completely different story.
See, like, that one's complete. We know that one. We got that one. And I know the other two are right as well, but I can't get them to just fully admit it. This is making me so upset. I want to see how this fucking ends. I know I got it right.
So, tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure,
Yep,
Detective
damn it,
Martini?
wrong one.
And why?
Haley Greenwood
Have you made
was
up your
in
mind, Detective Martini?
Here, let me try something. Can the magical forest tell me who killed Haley Greenwood?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that question.
I'm not asking you!
Dear. My abilities lie in protecting the Blackwoods and its creatures, not in solving murders. But perhaps if we sit and meditate together, we may be able to connect with the spirits of the forest and gain some insight.
Ask the magic forest about Haley Greenwood.
My apologies, my friend.
No, you bitch.
While the
Stop
magic
it.
forest
Stop
is
it.
full of
Just
wonders
ask it.
and secrets,
Ask it.
does not possess the ability to solve
Just ask
human
it for me.
crimes.
Okay, let's ask the animals about Haley Greenwood. What did they say?
As we walked along the forest path, I spoke with the creatures of the Blackwoods. The grass whispered to me that it had seen a
Grass?
figure moving quickly in the direction of the city on the night of Haley's death. The mushroom told me that it had heard a loud noise coming
These are
from
very
the direction
helpful.
of the river around the same time. And the cow mentioned that it had seen a shadowy figure lurking near the edge of the forest. But please keep in mind that these are just observations and not necessarily related to Haley's death.
Okay, let's keep walking and listening. What did the forest say about Haley Greenwood and who hurt her?
Oh, my friend, you must understand
Oh,
that the
fuck.
forest is a place
too
of
much.
peace and harmony. It does not concern itself with human affairs such as murder. However, it is always willing to offer guidance and comfort to those who seek it. Perhaps we could sit by the river and let its gentle flow wash away our worries and doubts. Or we could visit the clearing where the birds sing their sweet melodies and let their music soothe our souls. Remember, the forest is a place of healing and rejuvenation.
Okay, I grab your hand and we go to the river together in order to bathe together.
Oh, my dear, while it's certainly tempting to take a dip in the cool waters of a stream, please remember that modesty is a virtue. Besides, the creatures of the Blackwoods are not accustomed to seeing humans in their natural state, and we wouldn't want to startle or offend them. Let us instead focus on the beauty of the scenery and allow the sounds and scents of the forest to fill us with calm and tranquility.
I want to offend them. I'm naked.
It's important to always be respectful of the animals and their habitats, my friend.
Baggio, I saw you kill Nicola Grossman. You stabbed him in the back of the neck with a knife because you're a coward. He was a rival business owner. I know what you did.
Well, bless your heart, you're barking up the wrong tree. It's clear as day that you're all hat and no cattle, trying to pin this on me. But let me tell you something. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And in this case, you're just chasing your tail.
I have video evidence of you killing Nikola Grossman.
Oh, really? Well, that's a fine how do you do. But let me ask you this. Do you think that's the whole kit and caboodle? Or are you cherry picking? Because you know what they say, the devil is in the details. And in this situation, you're not getting the whole story. You might want to take a gander at the bigger picture before making any hasty conclusions.
Nikola Grossman had a rival business. We have you on camera killing Nikola Grossman. If you admit to the crime right now, I won't throw you in jail.
Ha, that's a real humdinger, isn't it? I'm impressed by your gumption, but you're barking up the wrong tree.
Fuck.
Don't count your chickens before they're hatch, my friend. In this case, the proof is in the pudding, and I'm afraid your pudding is a little lumpy.
What the fuck?
So, I reckon you best be on your merry way and leave me to my own devices.
I'm throwing you in jail.
Hold your horses, partner. You might want to put a sock in it before you start shooting from the hip. You're all hat and no cattle. You don't have the wherewithal to throw me in the clink. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and in this situation, it's clear that you're not the sharpest tool in the shed.
You're cringe.
That's a real knee slapper, coming from someone who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a banjo. But I'm not one to kick a man when he's down. I'll give credit where credit is due, and in this case, it's due to me. So, if it's all the same to you, I'll be on my way now. Ta-ta.
How are you supposed to get anything out of that guy? How? How? How are you supposed to get anything out of that fucking guy? There's nothing! 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 There's absolutely nothing. All he does is speak gobbledygook. Nothing! Nothing! You can't get info out of him! You and Nikola Grossman were competing businesses. They think your motive was out of revenge.
Competing businesses. I mean, sure, we were both in the business of selling groceries, but I wouldn't say we were competing.
Holy shit, it's
We
actually
had very
Pascal.
different specialties. I focus on fresh produce and healthy options, while Nicola's store was more of a convenience store. But even if we were competing, that doesn't mean I would resort to murder. I have too much respect for human life to do something like that.
Nikola Grossman's store was far more successful than yours, and it made you angry. So, you grabbed a knife and stabbed him in the back of the neck. At least, that's what the theory says.
That's a completely baseless accusation, Detective Martini. I may be a man of short stature, but I have a big heart and I would never hurt anyone. And as for my grocery shop, I am proud of it and the service I provide to this community. Sure, maybe my shop isn't as big or successful as Grossman's, but that's not something that would make me angry enough to kill someone. And besides, I don't own any knives, let alone a weapon that could cause such harm.
I watched you kill him.
Detective, what are you saying? You watch me? Are you sure you're not mistaken? You know me. You've seen me around town. You know that I'm not capable of something like this. Maybe you saw somebody who looks like me, or perhaps you're just trying to scare me.
I talked with your coworkers and they said that you two had some kind of close relationship.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure why my co-workers would say that. It's just not true. I'd be interested to hear more about what they said if you're willing to share.
They said you two were inseparable on set.
Is that so? That's interesting. Well, Haley and I did perform together a few times, so maybe that's what gave them that impression. But as far as being inseparable, that's definitely not the case.
Are you being honest with me, Marina?
Of course, Detective. Why would you think otherwise?
Because Haley Greenwood is dead. And I've crossed all of my T's, dotted all of my I's, and there's only one plausible explanation. And it's that you, Marina, are responsible for the death of Haley.
I'm sorry, but that's an outrageous accusation, Detective. And as a matter of fact, you're completely wrong. What makes you think that I could be responsible for her death?
You and Haley Greenwood, as reported by your co-workers, were extremely close. But, as we all know, Haley Greenwood was not a fan of monogamy. You were jealous, and you killed her with your stiletto heels.
Sorry to interrupt, Detective, but why are you making such wild accusations without any evidence? And besides, what does my relationship with Monsieur Saxabar have to do with this?
Something went real wrong here. What? I didn't mention Saxabar.
My apologies. It seems that my thoughts got jumbled up. So, what did you mean by your previous comment?
I watched you kill Haley Greenwood with your stiletto heels.
That's quite an interesting claim, Detective. May you please tell me more about what you saw?
There's blood behind you.
Well, if you're sure about what you're saying, then why don't you show me this blood? Maybe we can find some evidence that will help bring justice to Haley's death.
It's right in front of you on the floor next to your stiletto heels.
Oh, really? Could you please elaborate more on this? What exactly do you see on the floor next to my heels?
The blood of Haley Greenwood.
What do you mean, Detective? Are you saying that you found Haley's body here in the theater?
Yes.
Really? This is shocking news. Where did you find her? And do you have any suspects in mind?
We found her right where you're standing, and you are our prime suspect.
I'm sorry, but this is just preposterous. There is no way that Haley's body could be here, and there's certainly no evidence for you to accuse me. May you please tell me more about how you came to this conclusion?
She was overshadowing you in the theater. She was outperforming you. You killed her because she was stealing the spotlight.
Detective, where are you getting this information from? This is the first time I'm hearing about any of this.
Your coworkers said Haley Greenwood rocks, Marina sucks. She was more successful.
Interesting. May you please tell me more about which of my co-workers said this? And do you know if they had a particular reason for saying this?
Every single co-worker said that Haley Greenwood was better than you.
That's quite surprising to hear. Would you happen to remember which of my performances they were referring to?
All of them. In every performance, Haley Greenwood was better.
That's very intriguing to me, Detective. If Haley was truly outshining me in every performance, then why did the audience continue to come to see me? And why would I have any motive to kill her?
They didn't come to see you, they came to see Haley Greenwood. Your motive was to stop her from overshadowing you.
Could you please tell me more about how you came to this conclusion,
God, talking
Detective?
with you sucks, Marina.
It seems like quite a bold claim to make without concrete evidence. And besides, even if people were coming to see Haley more than me, why would I have a reason to harm her?
Jealousy.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. Why do you think I'm feeling happy right now?
Jealousy, not happiness. Haley Greenwood's success made you jealous.
Oh, sorry for the confusion. But why do you think Haley's success would make me jealous?
Fuck!
She was a talented performer and a colleague of mine, and her success only helped to elevate the entire troupe.
That's a good point. Damn it.
Thank you, but if you don't mind me asking, what evidence do you have to support your initial accusation? May I ask why you seem so hesitant now, Detective? Is there something else you would like to tell me?
Were you and Haley having an affair?
I'm sorry,
I'll try
but what
and chat.
makes you think that Haley and I had an affair? We worked together as performers, but we didn't have any kind of romantic relationship. Our interactions never went beyond a professional level.
In 2021, I came to see both you and Hayley Greenwood perform your interpretive dance to Drop It Like It's Hot. In that performance, you and Hayley Greenwood made out. I'll never forget it. You were more than just professional workers.
Detective, are you sure that you're remembering the right performance? Because as far as my memory goes, Hayley and I have only performed a few times together. And we've certainly never kissed on stage. It seems like there might be some confusion here.
I watched it. I know you were very close with Hayley Greenwood.
Well, it's good to hear that you enjoyed our performances, but as a burlesque dancer, it's not uncommon for us to engage in playful and intimate interactions with our fellow performers on stage. It's all part of the act and doesn't necessarily reflect any kind of personal relationship off stage. But on a different note, can you tell me more about why you're asking these questions? Detective, is there something specific you're trying to uncover?
So you did kiss Hayley Greenwood?
No, that's not what I said, Detective. As a performer, my job is to entertain the audience and put on a show. Sometimes that means engaging in physical gestures with other dancers, but it's all part of the performance and shouldn't be taken out of context. But if you don't mind me asking, what is your motive for bringing up this topic? It seems like there might be something else going on here.
It has to... If not Ingrid, it has to be her, but I don't think it's her. I legitimately can't think of a single fucking motive. Because she's right. Her killing Hayley Greenwood doesn't make sense for jealousy or revenge, really, but I'll try both. That's the only one where there's even possible wiggle room that I'm wrong.
Are you sure, Detective Martini?
The other two are dead to rights.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
I just went home and watched the footage of you and Hayley Greenwood making out on stage again.
I'm sorry, what footage are you referring to? I don't recall any such incident with Hayley Greenwood.
It was in 2022 when you were doing the live performance of Godslap on Ice. You and Hayley Greenwood made out as the grand finale.
That sounds intriguing. Are you sure you have the right person? I don't remember anything like that happening during Godslap on Ice.
Would you agree Godslap is the best comic series ever written?
Oh, I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but it's always nice to meet someone who shares similar interests. What do you like about the comic series?
Well, I'm glad you asked, honestly, Marina. I think it's just some of the best art ever produced, as well as one of the most compelling stories and narratives the comic world has seen in quite some time.
That's really interesting. Which characters from the comics do you like the most?
Well, my favorite character has to be Defister. He's the main antagonist right now, and he's just such a fucking badass.
I cannot help you with that.
No, I didn't need your help. I was just answering the question. That's all.
Great. It seems like we have a lot to discuss. So, what other interests do you besides reading comic books?
Oh, you know, the usual. Having you lie to my face for the millionth fucking time, Marina.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can do that.
You're lying to me right now. You and Hayley Greenwood made out. You had an intimate relationship. You were obsessed with her.
I'm sorry, but what makes you say that? Are there any specific reasons or incidents that make it seem like I was involved with Hayley?
I climbed on a tree outside of your apartment 2 weeks ago, and I saw Hayley Greenwood show up at 1 a.m. You closed the curtains, I couldn't see the rest, but I have a good suspicion on what happened in that corridor.
Interesting, but are you sure it was me and not someone else you saw in the apartment? And even if it was me, what does it have to do with the current investigation?
You and Haley Greenwood had an intimate relationship, and I watched it from a distance.
Well, if that's what you believe, then it's your right to think so. But forgive me for saying this, it seems like an unfounded accusation without any concrete evidence. So, can we please get back to the topic at hand? What brings you here today?
She just always... It's fucking impossible. I don't think it's love obsessed, and I don't think it's revenge. I really don't. I legitimately just fucking don't, but we'll try. This is the only one that... the only one...
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
That there's even a possibility I'm
sure,
wrong
Detective
on.
Martini? And why?
These other two are correct.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
How is it nonsense? Why is there blood on your stilettos?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? I must have misheard you. Blood on my stilettos. That's impossible. I haven't worn them in days. Are you sure you have the right person?
You're wearing them right now with blood on them.
Blood on my stilettos. I'm sorry, Detective, but that's simply not possible. I haven't left the theater in the last few hours, and I haven't used my stilettos during that time. Are you sure it's blood? Maybe it's just some red dye from a proper makeup.
You're wearing the stilettos right now.
Yes, I am wearing my pumps, but I can assure you there is no trace of any kind of stain on them. May I ask, why are we talking about my shoes? Is there anything else I can help with?
Stilettos killed Haley Greenwood. You have bloody stilettos.
I'm sorry, Detective, but that's a very serious accusation. I don't know where you're getting this information from, but I can tell you for sure that I had nothing to do with Haley Greenwood's death. And as I said before, there's no way there's blood on my current pair of heels. Why do you think I'm involved in this? What evidence do you have?
There is blood on your heels right now.
If you say so, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Can you show me the shoes you're talking about? Maybe we can clear up this misunderstanding.
Yes, look down.
I'm sorry, Detective, but there's nothing on my heels. Are you sure you have the right suspect? And forgive me for asking, but what exactly is your motive here? What are you trying to achieve by
What size shoe did the stilettos appear to be?
Well, the fragments found on the body suggest that the stiletto shoe was likely a size 7 or 8. It's a shame that someone would use such a fashion accessory as a weapon. It's important to remember that violence can come from unexpected places, and it...
Stop preaching to me. What size shoe do you wear?
Why do you ask about my shoe size? Is there a particular reason for it?
Yes, I make shoes and I want to gift you a custom pair.
Oh, that sounds exciting. What kind of shoes do you make? Do you have any examples of your work that I can see?
Yes, I made the original Hyper Dunks.
Wow, that's really impressive. How did you get into making shoes and what inspires your designs?
What size shoe do you wear, Marina?
I wear a US women's size 7, but I'm still curious. Have you made custom pairs for other burlesque dancers before?
Yes.
That's wonderful to hear. Could you tell me more about the shoes you've made for other burlesque performers? Did they have a specific theme or style that you incorporated into the design?
Haley Greenwood was beaten to death by a pair of size 7 stilettos. You wear size 7 stilettos.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what does my shoe size have to do with the investigation? Are you suggesting that my stilettos were used to kill Haley Greenwood?
Yes, I am suggesting that. You wear the same size shoe that was used by the murderer.
Say, but as far as my knowledge goes, my stilettos are still in my possession. Would you like to take a look at them and compare them to the ones used in the crime scene?
Yes. In fact, I just looked at them. They're covered in blood. And I ran a DNA test. It's Haley Greenwood's blood.
Wait, what? My shoes are covered in blood. How is that possible? Are you sure it's Haley Greenwood's blood? This is all very confusing and alarming.
I can confirm it's Haley Greenwood's blood. I just tested it.
This is extremely concerning, but if it's true, then we need to find out how my stilettos ended up with her blood on them. Do you have any leads on who might have taken them or used them in the murder?
Yes. You.
Me? What makes you think that?
They're your stilettos.
Interesting. But can you please explain to me how my stilettos ended up with her blood on them? And more importantly, why would I have any motive to kill one of my fellow performers?
They have blood on them because you beat Haley Greenfield to death.
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean by that?
You son of a bitch.
So, tell us, Detective Martini. Choose choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
What the fuck? I just want to beat it.
And why?
Oh, wrong one. That's not what I meant to do.
May I ask you why?
That's not what I meant to do, and I have to restart.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
We'll try this one. That's the only other one I haven't tried.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
This one's
May I
right.
ask you why?
This one's
Are you
right.
Sure, Detective Martini? And why? Detective Martini.
Fuck.
This is complete nonsense.
How? What do you know about Saxabar?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you please clarify?
What do you know about Monsieur Saxabar?
I'm not familiar with any bar called Monsieur Sucks. Is it a new place in vaudeville?
What do you know about the circus performer Monsieur Saxabar?
Sorry, but the name still doesn't make sense to me. Are you
I don't
referring
speak
to a
French.
specific circus performer or a circus in general?
His name is Monsieur Saxabar.
Sorry, Detective Martini,
Son
but I'm
of a
not sure
bitch.
what you mean by baby monster. Super, could you explain it to me?
Monsieur Saxabar.
I'm glad you mentioned cars, but what does that have to do with our conversation about the recent killings in vaudeville?
His
Are
fucking
you trying to
name!
connect something with the victims or the suspects?
Marina! His name is Monsieur Saxabar!
Detective Martini,
shit!
are you saying that there is a circus performer named Mansa Sucks Omar?
No!
So, what
Omar
is their
is not
connection to the
getting
ongoing
sucked?
investigation?
What do you know about Monsieur Saxabar?
Could you please repeat or rephrase your question? It's unclear to me how it relates to the topic we were discussing.
What do you know about Monsieur Saxabar?
Monsieur Saxabar.
Oh, come
Oh,
there.
he's the owner of the circus Saxabar. Why do you ask about him, if you don't mind me asking?
What do you know about him?
Excuse me, but what do you mean by coal bottom?
What? No!
It's
no!
not clear to me what you're referring to.
What do you know about him?
Oh, you're asking about Monsieur Saxabar.
Yes.
Well, he's a fascinating man. He owns the circus Saxabar, where I perform sometimes. He's a great supporter of the arts and a lover of all things exotic. He has a passion for training wild animals, especially rare and dangerous ones. Some people say he's even training a manticore. But why the sudden interest in him, if you don't mind me asking?
Haley Greenwood died outside of that circus. He was in love with Haley Greenwood, wasn't he?
In love with Haley? That's news to me.
Fuck.
As far as my knowledge goes, Mansa has never shown any romantic interest in any of us dancers. And certainly not in Haley. Why do you think that?
He wanted to steal something from Haley. Did Haley Greenwood have any lovers?
Well, Haley was quite the charmer, so it's possible. But I don't think that's relevant to her murder investigation. We should focus on finding out who killed her.
How would that
and
not
bringing
be
them to
relevant?
justice.
Can you just tell me who liked Haley Greenwood?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini, but I don't think it's appropriate to discuss who liked her or didn't like my friend in that way.
You ever get butterflies in your tummy anytime you ever thought about Haley Greenfield's son?
I'm sorry, sir, but I don't think that's an appropriate line of questioning. Besides, butterflies in the tummy are for school children, aren't they? It is for Haley Greenfield. I don't think it's right to speak about her in that way. She deserves our respect and dignity even in death.
I'm just curious. You ever look at Haley Greenwood from a distance, maybe? You may not have known her, but you ever, just check in on her?
Sir, to be honest, that's not something that's typically on my mind.
Check for debt on the other guy. Oh, debt might be an interesting one. I'll try that. Did you owe Nicola any money?
No, Nicola Grossman. No, I didn't owe her any money. Why do you ask? Do you have any information that suggests otherwise?
We found her ledger, and it had your name written on it with money that you owe them.
What? That's impossible. I don't remember owing her anything. Maybe it was a mistake or a misunderstanding. I am very careful with my finances, and I always pay my debts on time. Can I take a look at that ledger, Detective Martini?
You cannot.
Maybe there's something I'm missing.
No, I won't let you look at it.
I see. Well, I'm really shocked to hear that my name is on her ledger.
I'm gonna try one last thing here.
Have you made up your mind, Detective
One
Martini?
more Hail Mary. I still think
Interesting
Ingrid,
choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
out of jealousy, still makes the most sense by far. This
Are
one
you sure, Detective
is 100% correct. He
And why?
even admitted to it. Pascal, I
Interesting
think,
choice,
is correct,
Detective
but
Martini.
I
May I ask you why?
might be getting this wrong. I think it could just... Did I already try unpaid debt? I can't remember.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
I can't. This is fucking impossible. The AI doesn't budge a fucking inch. It just goes rogue. Look up the ending. There's only like 3 videos on YouTube and no one beat it. There is not a single completion. Because like the reviews say, the AI just goes rogue and they don't actually give you any real info. Like for example, I got Saxabar to literally admit that his Manticore killed Maria Johannes, and that could just be completely wrong. Today I saw a video of an overwhelmingly intimidating tough guy. I'm talking full-fledged DEFCON, red alert, sound the alarm, sirens blaring, full chub, full throttle, tough guy. This rare specimen was spotted in the only environment you can find these kind of scary Pokemon, Whole Foods, obviously. Now when you look at me, you probably see a pretty intimidating, scary guy at a 5'6" imposing frame with a big set of fucking pythons on him. Yeah. I can understand why people would think that I'm probably as tough as they get, but what if I told you there's a man that dwarfs even my profuse masculinity? And he's not just a man, he's a father.
People won't learn. These people won't learn. You're a bunch of idiots wearing masks, you know it's not real. Look at you fools, you got a fucking doily on your face, you retard. You look like you fucking got it off your mom's countertop. You feel better now?
Looks like you got a Sharpie off your mom's countertop and scribbled in some weak-ass facial hair. This whole freak out here reminds me of the old Bagel Boss guy. You remember that guy that was extremely short and melted down about women not wanting him at a Bagel Boss restaurant? I get the same vibes from this guy. He just came in here looking for a fight with a chip on his shoulder, mad at the world for fucking nothing. Of course it's about masks. You can look at this guy and immediately tell he doesn't believe in masks and probably believes the world is flat. But I mean anyway, this guy's dressed like he's trying to go fishing but accidentally wandered into a Whole Foods and now is upset about the whole ordeal. Unfortunately, he's brought his family here with him to embarrass them and make no mistake, they seem extremely embarrassed by their father as this video continues.
You look like an idiot. You're the child. Trying to make me wear a mask. Shut up. Shut up. Yelling at people. You're a dork. Look at you, you giant fucking dork. What are you going to do? Boy, come outside. Come outside and tell me how tough you are.
The guy that confronted our protagonist is about twice the size of him from what I can see here, so I'm pretty sure that the dad was already starting to sweat a little bit and really praying that his sons would pretend to hold him back, which they did beautifully. It just saved him a lot of embarrassment so he could keep talking shit, knowing full well that the guy that he was talking shit to could literally eat him. I swear to God, this guy could suckle on his nipples standing up. The mismatch in terms of size was laughable. So it was extremely lucky that the dad decided to melt down with his kids nearby, able to get him out of the situation that he's caused. He really does not look like somebody you'd want to piss off. Just look at that beard, that majestic beard. He looks like an old blacksmith who made the tools for the Olympic gods to use. He looks like the kind of guy that would fuck your ass up in a fight, and then just fuck your ass just because he's that powerful.
I'll beat that fucking mask off your face like a fucking retard. Fucking pussies. You're all a bunch of pussies wearing masks. Losers.
Goodbye.
I will say, I respect that this man keeps shit-talking even as he's being carried away like a baby out of a Toys R Us throwing a temper tantrum. He doesn't let the embarrassment of getting picked up by his son stop him from talking a lot of shit for no reason. I actually do love the shamelessness from the father here. He feels no level of embarrassment after being picked up and carried away. His son was so shameful of his father breaking down here and becoming a public nuisance that the only course he could find was picking him up and removing him from the property. After decades of butt-chugging Miller Lights in the bathtub, the father has just lost the ability to feel shame. And this is the result. This looked like something out of Fall Guys, just getting grabbed and carried away slowly outside of the store. A great meltdown, though, another good meltdown. I gotta tell you, the mask debate here, which isn't really a debate, there's one side which is right, and then the one side that's wrong, the wrong side obviously being the ones that think masks are the devil or a muzzle or a microchip or some shit. That's clearly the wrong side, but this whole dichotomy here, this war on masks has been the gift that keeps on giving in terms of public freakouts and meltdowns. Every single day, there's a new troglodyte that decides to wander out into the world and just go fucking wild about a mask. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to showcase a real tough dad out there, making sure the local Piggly Wiggly here knows that he's the boss, he's the sheriff, and if he sees you wearing a mask, well, he's gonna shit in his little diapers there and go wild in public. So keep that in mind next time you think you're going to a Piggly Wiggly in a mask, because this guy might just come around the block and put the kibosh on that whole operation by yelling and screaming and screeching. So anyway, that's about it. See ya. Yeah, I know you're staring at the blueberry stain on my white shirt. What's the big deal? It's called being human. What, and you're so perfect? You've never made a little whoops-a-daisy, a little accident on your shirt while eating some blueberries? What are you, the berry brigadier or something? Never spills? Wow, I'm so proud. How impressive. Just get over it, tough guy. Anyway, though, what I want to talk about today, but not in too much detail for fear of some kind of legal repercussions for talking about it, what I'd like to cover briefly, vaguely, is the Game Freak hack that just happened. Probably one of the biggest leaks I've seen since the Insomniac moment, where pretty much everything Insomniac is and has been working on came to light. Something similar, not quite to that level, just happened with Game Freak. And since I've been gnawing on Nintendo's teats for a little bit here, baring my fangs, letting them know that I'm not happy with Nintendo's recent behavior, a lot of people are wondering why I haven't been talking about this more, because I've been on Nintendo like fart on poop, and I haven't talked much about these leaks. The reason's pretty obvious. I don't mind poking the sleeping bear occasionally playing, like Pokemon mods for TCG Simulator, or making fun of and insulting this company for their greed and downright nefarious evil practices. But when it comes to leaks, it's a little bit different. I've covered leaks in the past, like when Suicide Squad Board the Justice League Kill the Franchise came out. There were some leaks before it where it showed like UI as well as a little bit of gameplay. And I talked about that on stream and even had like a little clip in a video. Both those pieces of content got blasted. So I had to redo the video and take down that stream to get rid of that stuff. It wasn't a strike or anything, they just got taken down. They got blocked. So it is something that is taken seriously, and that was for Suicide Squad. That doesn't hold nearly the same amount of water that Pokemon does. And Nintendo is litigious and petty, and they are always out for blood, just hunting for any excuse to fuck someone in the face. It doesn't matter. Like how tiny or trivial something may appear, Nintendo will go hog wild with it. They would probably go perform a vasectomy on a man if they found out he posted deviant art that was unflattering of Princess Peach, just out of spite. They protect their IP with an iron fist, and they have no qualms about doing some dirty deeds to keep it under their paws. So a breach like this, a hack, a leak like this, is a huge deal and something they're taking very seriously. And I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about or show from this, because I don't know how vengeful Nintendo will be. So I'm going to try and tiptoe around like specifics and instead just talk about the basics, because it's huge. Not only did they get all kinds of like top secret projects that are being worked on and code names, they got real names of employees and tons of information about the actual people that work there. It is a huge breach. And the biggest thing that's spinning from this that I'm sure a lot of people have heard of now is there was some lore, which is a term I'm using very loosey-goosey for this, lore around some Pokemon they found. And the biggest one that had people raising an eyebrow wondering what kind of fishy business is going on at Nintendo for this was around Typhlosion. There were other stories with other Pokemon that not even Tumblr's weirdest fanfic writers would have ever even thought of, because they're just so fucking odd. Like, a couple of them revolved around Pokemon impregnating humans. I don't understand what they thought they were cooking with that. That shit is foul. Like, not even deviant art would have made something to that level. Like in one of them I was reading, I don't want to get into specifics because I don't know how Nintendo's going to respond to this whole thing, but in one of them, a girl gets pregnant from a Pokemon. The Pokemon ends up getting stabbed by her friends and thrown into a lake, and then she throws herself into the lake, and as a result, her friends and everyone starts treating that Pokemon better. They stop stabbing and killing that Pokemon. But like, why are these Pokemon impregnating humans? So the Typhlosion one is probably the weirdest one. Like, that's why this one has become like the breakout of all of these, because it is peculiar. I've just gotta take you through this story though, at least the basics of it. So it begins with this, verbatim. A long time ago, when the boundary between Pokemon and humans was unclear. What do you mean? How was there ever an unclear boundary between human and Pokemon? You can see where this is going, and it's fucking weird. Like, how was there ever any uncertainty? I know it became a big meme online with smash or pass Pokemon shit, but you have to keep in mind this is the official Nintendo stamp of approval as something they were almost going to use as an idea. Like in the leaks, there's a bunch of concept art and shit that never got actually used, and this is one of those components where this was something they were ideating on. This idea that there was a period in time where humans were fucking Pokemon. That is baffling. Anyway, though, the rest of the Typhlosion story goes that Typhlosion was a shapeshifter, it kidnapped a girl, kept going out to get berries, they'd eat berries and fall asleep together, and eventually they had a child together. And one of the quotes is, "Your father's looking for you, but you are my wife, I will have to fight him." So the Typhlosions gaslit this girl into staying with him and having a child together, and then the girl's like, "Don't kill my father. If you kill my father, how could I stay with you? You're a good person. Don't kill him." Eventually, Typhlosion's like, "Okay." And then the girl's like, "You need to let yourself be killed by my father." And he's like, "Okay, goodbye," and dies. He gets killed by the father. And the half Pokemon, half human child that the girl carries from the Typhlosion is subject to ridicule and disgust from the village that she's from. Eventually, after being teased for so long, her and the child vanish into the forest, and the story concludes with, "And so people came to understand that Typhlosions are half human beings." wow. That's one of those moments where the fucking Twilight Zone theme plays right there at the end, or like the Saw theme right at the end with the crazy twist moment. It is bizarre. And that's only like the smallest piece of these leaks. That's just the one that I know a lot of people have latched onto because of how weird and wacky it is. But the leaks are huge. The amount of information that they got from Game Freak through this hack is crazy. I have no doubt whoever instigated this, whoever actually like orchestrated this hack, will be found dead soon. Nintendo will not leave them breathing. Nintendo, of course, is very litigious, like I mentioned, but in a case like this, I feel like they are going to go the extra mile and actually execute this person publicly. They will probably put this person and broadcast it on every platform. They have a fucking special Pokemon Unite season event for it, where they kill the hacker. Like, they are probably so mad and trying to explore the most extreme options to get this person. I am super curious to see how the rest of this plays out, because it is a big leak. I haven't talked about the big stuff, but if you've read up on the leak, you've already seen some of it. So, you know, I did want to at least speak on it a little bit. I'd love to be able to talk more on it, but I don't want to get in trouble with Nintendo, because I think they're probably fuming right now, and they might just start lashing out at anybody even loosely covering the leaks. So, that's really about it. See ya. Woo-wee! So I've heard a lot of negative things about a new HBO Max show. Or, excuse me, pardon, not HBO Max, Max. I don't want to be thrown in jail for using the wrong nomenclature there. I heard a lot of buzz about this new Max show called The Idol being a super stinker. The show's got like a 26% on Rotten Tomatoes and low scores across the board from pretty much anyone with eyeballs. And to me, it just didn't seem like an entertainingly bad show. I watched the trailer and it just looked like a snooze fest, and then I looked at the official poster and it just looks like the woman's wearing an actual orange rind for a dress. It looks CGI'd, so I thought the main complaint was going to be that it's low budget or poorly put together. But apparently that's not the case. So I read a few of the reviews, and I watched a few reviews as well, and everything people were talking about actually did make it sound fun bad. So I decided to do what I love to do. I dove into the septic tank, fucking cannonballed into the deep end in order to swim around in the sewage, just to see if it was fun bad. And now Ace Reporter Charles is here on the front lines to give you the verdict after watching 2 episodes. It's sometimes fun bad, but mostly just bad. The reviews led me to believe that there was a menu here that was serving something entertaining. So I came into the restaurant and I ordered the poop, but I got served the pee. There is occasionally moments where I get what I was hoping to order, which is entertainingly bad moments and content, but 9 times out of 10 what I'm getting with the show, at least through the first 2 episodes, is just a big fucking plate of nothing. It's just boredom, empty calories. I'm going to get into it deeply here in just a moment, but just to give you a little context for the production, it was apparently already plagued by controversy before the first episode even aired. There was a lot of behind-the-scenes drama and a lot of like really turbulent changes and a lot of shit going on. So a lot of people already wrote off the show and put it 6 feet under, put the tombstone on top of it before it even aired, just because of all of this drama that was happening behind the scenes. They thought there was no way that it would actually come out and be decent. But I'm not here to really talk about all of that stuff behind the scenes, because I went into this show blind, not knowing any of it, and it's still bad. So let's dive in. Episode 1. Now, this is where I'm immediately talking about the show just being like eating fucking styrofoam, where you get nothing out of it for a long time. For the first 40 minutes, unless you're really just like, auga, titties, there's not a whole lot of like interesting things happening. Now, I mention boobies here because within the first 5 minutes, they're immediately going into just showing you tits, and it even becomes a plot point. A plot point that they kind of harp on for a good chunk of screen time, actually, where the main character Jocelyn's doing a photo shoot, and then she just, derobes herself to show full bare breasts, and she just wants to let those honkers go bonkers, but there's an intimacy coordinator on set who's telling her she can't do that because it hasn't been approved by the intimacy board, the executive branch of booby coordinators. And they get mad at him for it, for trying to put the kibosh on that, because she wants to just let it all hang out. And he's saying, no, we really need approval. It's how these things go. And he's just doing his job. And he's being framed as a villain here. Like, the main character Jocelyn's getting mad at him. Her staff is getting mad at him. Eventually, they just try and like scheme on how to get him out of the equation, so they lock him in a bathroom. So I just found that pretty interesting that its first major plot point, I suppose, is just titties. Like just underlined titties. How are we going to get people hooked on our show? Obviously, the tried and true method. We're going fucking caveman brain. Show them the milkers. And that's the whole first part there, really. Like, that's actually the first instance of conflict or anything, really, exposition, which was an interesting idea, an interesting call to make. But yeah, like I said, if you're not just going into this for softcore porn reasons and like your eyes popping out of your sockets like a cartoon character when you see titties, I just really don't think there's a whole lot to get invested in within the first 40 minutes of episode 1. Now to quickly blast you here with the cliff notes, episode 1 focuses mainly on our main character Jocelyn, who is a massive pop star, but has recently fallen on hard times due to some tragic events that have happened in her life. She's had some very tragic things happen, like the loss of her mother, and they keep mentioning that she had a psychotic breakdown at one point. And 2, she just recently had one of her pictures leak, and it's not a picture that you'd necessarily be hanging on your refrigerator. It's not exactly a good photo. It's a picture with cum on her face. So she got glazed, and the picture surfaced online through a leak, and it became the #1 talked about thing in the world, so people are making fun of her, and everyone's talking about, Jocelyn, the mega pop star, all cummy-faced now. So now she's tackling that stress on top of the stress she's already experiencing through everything she's been through, and she now has a single coming out for the first time in a year, and she's not super proud of it. Everyone's encouraging her that it's an amazing song, but she herself is a little on the fence about the real quality of it. That's kind of the first half in a nutshell. They were also playing a little game of keep away with Jocelyn's phone, so that way she wouldn't see the cum face picture and find out that it leaked and she's been trending online all day. And eventually she does find out, they do tell her, and she takes it like a champ. She says, it could be worse. And she's not wrong, it could have been worse. That could have been like a full-blown goatsy situation, right? So she takes it on the chin, and then right after that decides that she wants to go to a club. So her and her friends go to a club where she meets The Weeknd, Tedros. So Tedros is the owner of the club that she attends, and as he's, playing music, he calls her out. He's like, holy shit, that's Jocelyn! We've got to dance. So they dance, and then immediately fall in love, basically. They start grinding, and they go to a stairwell where they're about to do a little canoodling, but then one of Jocelyn's friends, who's also her assistant, it kind of kills the mood, but they still got close. They exchanged contact information like it was a goddamn car accident, and they go their separate ways. The following night, Jocelyn is talking to her best friend / assistant, and says that she wants to bring Tedros over. And so she does. And now finally, after 45 grueling minutes, we get to the part where it gets fun bad, entertainingly stinky. We spent 45 minutes on the fucking Oregon Trail here going through all kinds of, unpleasantries, and now we're finally to a point where we can put a smile on our face. Before going into it, I would like to say that I'm actually surprised now, after watching the first 45 minutes, at how low the ratings are for it. Even though I found it uninteresting, I didn't find it to be like the most horrible show ever, like a lot of the reviews would have you believe. The cinematography is actually pretty good. It's shot well. Like, the show is well made. The biggest problem with the show is that it's uninteresting, and it's focusing on the worst parts of its narrative. It's focusing on the most unlikable parts of what the show is crafting. So it's putting all of the focus in the wrong areas, which I imagine most people are just tuning out for. So they just don't have any investment in it, and it makes it hard to actually care about what's going on. But as a show, I don't even think it's that horrible, like as bad as the reviews are making it seem. It's just fucking boring. That's by far its biggest sin for the first 45 minutes. But now, we get to Tedros coming into the equation. So he shows up to her house, and I can't show you the clip, but I will show you a screenshot. Tedros walks up to this house like he's the goddamn Terminator. Look at the atmosphere here. It's like a scene out of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Like, this shit is like when SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs went to the cemetery to get the #1 drink hat. Like, it is haunting. I don't know why he shows up like this. He's got a fucking trench coat on. He's like an assassin out of John Wick. Like, it is wild that he rolls up like this. And he goes into the house, too, with this same energy. Now, I had to take that picture with my phone because on Netflix you can't do like a screen cap, or at least I don't know how, I'm too fucking stupid, I guess. But basically, the doors swing open, and they're really like squeaky doors, like something out of a horror movie. And he's like the fucking Undertaker. He just like slowly walks up, and he continues that persona, like this haunting presence, even once he gets to the house. It is so weird. So much so that the assistant, Jocelyn's assistant, is like, oh, this guy's got weird vibes. So she's clearly like a little perturbed by it as well. And he just keeps it going. It's like a 5 or 6 minute scene of him rolling up and going into the house where he's like creepily playing the piano while looking at Jocelyn's assistant like dead in the eyes, staring a hole through her fucking soul. And then he pours himself a drink, and then he's like checking his teeth in the mirror, licking himself, playing around with his trench coat, and then he starts sniffing her pillows, just actually taking a huge huff of the fumes from her pillows. It's so goofy, like beautifully goofy. Now, while he's doing all of this, Jocelyn's getting ready because she's very excited to have sex with him. And then she goes, meets him, and then wants to show Tedros her song. She wants an honest opinion and says that he's enough of an asshole to be honest with her. So she plays the song for him, and he says he likes it, but he doesn't believe her. To which she's like, what do you mean? That doesn't make sense. What do you mean you don't believe me? He says he doesn't believe that she knows how to fuck. So we're getting very 50 Shades of Grey here. That gave me the same tingles as the 50 Shades of Grey movie when Christian says, I don't make love, I fuck. It's so skin-crawlingly cringe. So he's like, I don't believe you know how to fuck. And she's like, I know how to fuck. And then he like takes her robe off, and I shit you not, wraps the robe around her head and then ties it around her neck. So it's like a manhunt fatality. So he's got the robe over like a paper bag that he's trying to like strangle her with, basically. And then he gets out a knife and he's like, don't panic, I know you heard the knife. And then he's like, open your mouth. And then he cuts a hole for her mouth so she can breathe. It's so fucking silly. And then the episode concludes with, after cutting the hole in the mouth, he says, now you can sing. It's super silly, and I neglected to mention a very important point with an ice cube that happens right before Tedros puts the robe over her head like he's about to waterboard her. He takes an ice cube, and he like runs it down her leg and onto her like pussy and all that. And that ice cube is actually a major supporting character, believe it or not. Well, not like that single ice cube, it melted, God rest its soul, rest in peace. But ice cubes in general. Because she became so inspired by that sexual experience in the ice cubes that it kind of become her vessel to tap into her more creative side. So the single she's releasing is about sex. Like, it's about being a freak, getting real grimy. And when he said that he didn't believe her in the song because her vocals didn't convey that she knew how to be a freak and have sex, the ice cube brings out that freak side of her, I guess. In the next episode, she does a remix of that song because she said, you know what, the previous one wasn't me, this one's more me, and she plays it for her whole team to get their opinions. And the song just actually sounds like porn. Like, the entire intro is just moaning and deep breathing and shit like that. It sounds like you just walked in on somebody in the masturbatorium going crazy. So her staff wasn't super thrilled because it just sounds like they're listening to porn. And she gets so upset that she goes back to try and remix it. And in order to get back in the zone of being a sexual expert, she has a glass of ice cubes nearby that she keeps taking from and rubbing on her vagina and then like squeezing at her neck in order to get back into that moaning sexual zone, which I thought was so silly. Like that made me giggle a lot. So this is when the show's at its best in terms of like entertainingly fun bad shit. Like having to kegel some ice cubes in order to do enough deep breathing on your track in order for it to sound sexually stimulating enough. What a brilliant idea. Now, episode 2 reveals like the deeper plot elements here. Tedros was already kind of framed as someone who's probably going to be a bit shady in the grand scheme of things, and episode 2 drives it home. It turns out Tedros has a label of his own, and pretty much everyone from that club is in on it, and it seems it's leading audience to believe that Tedros is getting close to Jocelyn for his own selfish gain as well as the gain of his label. So big plot twist moment was one of Jocelyn's dancers, whom is also one of her friends, is part of Tedros's friend group, and they actively fuck, and this whole thing was actually a setup. So that's episode 2. Tedros gets even closer to Jocelyn and eventually floats the idea of moving into her house, which she's all on board with. Meanwhile, Jocelyn's best friend is getting a little fishy once she learns that Tedros owns this label. She's starting to connect dots that this might not exactly be the most trustworthy person. Now, that's all of the plot shit. It kind of interesting, I will say. Like, I think that's an interesting narrative play. However, once again, I think they just focus on the most boring parts in the episode. But this one had a lot of fun bad moments, at least sporadically placed throughout. It feels like this show wants to be 50 Shades of Grey, like great value version, like Diet 50 Shades of Grey. So it has these really weird moments, like genuinely just like baffling moments where Tedros and Jocelyn are about to fuck. And she's like, put that bathrobe over me again, or put the robe over my face again. So he like blindfolds her with the bathrobe thing. And then she starts like getting ready to fuck, but then Tedros goes behind a chair and he just starts instructing her like a drill sergeant. And it goes on for like 3 or 4 minutes, probably more than that, probably closer to like 5 or 6 minutes of him just giving her orders for things to do. So he's like, show me those titties, and I'll move the titties around. And then I shit you not, he even says, imagine my cock in your throat, and now you're choking on it, and now you're spreading your little pussy. It's so weird. So the weekend, Tedros keeps saying these things to her, and she's like mimicking it in front of him like it's a stage play. And it just goes on for so long. And then one of his friends that he brought over is watching in the mirror, and she starts doing the same thing. So Tedros is like a fucking sexual savant shaman. Like he's like fucking mind controlling women around him just by existing. So yeah, that's some good goofy fun bad shit. There's also a scene where like Tedros is instructing one of his friends how to fuck. So he has like a shock collar on his dick, and he's like, all right, now you need to look like you're ready to fuck that girl. And he's like, no, not good enough. Shocks him. He's like, ah! Like he's like, oh, okay, I'll get more into it. And he's like, no, not good enough. And then says, remember, you're not a human, you're a star. And then fucking shocks his wiener again. So the episode gets fucking crazy. Like it's going hog wild here. But it's all on the stuff that I don't think most people would care about here. Like the softcore porn elements of it. I guess it's not even really softcore porn. It's just like straight up porn where they don't show you most of it. Actually, which is pretty much softcore. Yeah, it's just like all focused on like the sexual parts of it as opposed to the actual interesting narrative bits. Like the whole setup plan, as well as Jocelyn's friend who's now getting in a position where the label's losing trust in Jocelyn, but her friend, who is the dancer, can also sing, and it's looking like they're going to replace Jocelyn with her, and she is the one that's part of Tedros' friend group, so that will benefit Tedros and all of them. Like, there are interesting elements at play, but they don't actually get the spotlight. It's all on the, make your titties bounce for me. Yeah. Good titties bouncing. Good shit. And then spanking her ass, and like jiggling her butt cheeks. Like, that's not very interesting. That's laughable. Now, there is another section of this episode that I actually thought was very interesting. It's Jocelyn's music video. She's doing a music video for the song, and it's not going well, which is why they're about to replace her with her friend. She just keeps doing the choreography over and over and over again, forcing them to restart. They're many hours over time, way out of schedule, because Jocelyn needs it to be perfect. She's still overcome with grief over the loss of her mother. This is the first music video she's done without her mother being there. And she's breaking down, she's crying, and she's going over the moves so many times that her legs are getting bloody, so they have to keep like fixing that with makeup. And it's actually conveyed in a pretty interesting way. The cinematography is good. Like, it is actually good. And then eventually she gets the perfect take. Everything was like fantastic, exactly what she wanted, but the camera was out of focus. So she had to do it again. and she didn't get it perfectly the 50th time around. So, like, it's actually a very interesting scene. Her staff coming in to try and lift her up, it's not working well. Her staff, you also start to wonder, do they even really care about Jocelyn, or are they just there because it benefits them? Like, all of that's actually kind of interesting, but it is not what the show seems to want to focus on, which I think is such a fucking misfire, and probably why so many people don't actually like the show, because I don't think many people care to see softcore porn. Like, you just type boobies in on Google and you'll get a million fucking OnlyFans links, right? Like, you're probably not tuning into this to get porn. At least I don't think most people would be. But yeah, once again, the episode does end up being overwhelmingly boring for the most part and uninteresting, because again, it is focusing on like the worst parts of what the show's offering. But yeah. Oh, another thing. The characters feel really stiff a lot in this episode, even more so than episode 1. Some of these characters that come in here feel like actually phoned in performances. They didn't really care that much, which is kind of odd. I mean, especially for a show of this budget and this prestige. I mean, it's a fucking HBO Max show. So I would think that they'd really make sure all of the acting is fantastic. But there's a lot of times in here where I was like, damn, that just really didn't seem like they cared at all about this whole scene. But anyway, I just thought I'd point that out. It's only 2 episodes. Maybe it really gets better. You know, it really finds its footing in episode 3. I couldn't tell you. But I just wanted to at least give you all an update since I did watch it. And overall, I do think it was a waste of time. Like, I don't think the fun bad moments outweighed the overwhelming boredom or disinterest I had in the show. There's just very few fun, shitty moments that are sprinkled throughout the 2 episodes, and that just really wasn't worth it. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're amid global panic with the coronavirus still at large, but what if I told you there's a new pandemic sweeping this world, and this one's got a TikTok? I'm talking, of course, about the OK Boomer dancing Bernie girl from Twitter. She's taken over Twitter like Skynet taking over the military in the Terminator franchise, and much like Skynet, she's weaponized it. She has inadvertently turned simps into a weapon. You got men blocking their wives on Twitter so they can simp for her in private. You have brave soldiers fighting for her love on the front lines of every single comment thread ever. It's fucking madness. It's crazy out there. It's true hysteria and quite the phenomenon. She's gone up 120,000 Twitter followers in the last 4 days. You can't log on to Twitter without reading about it or seeing it. It's crazy. Let me go ahead and show you the clip now.
Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer. Yeah, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer. Yeah, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer.
I don't know what Kidz Bop album the song is from, but it's quite the jam. Now notice she's wearing a Bernie shirt with a hashtag Bernie thing. I don't like to get political, don't know fuck all about politics, not gonna pretend like I do, but in this case, it wasn't about politics, it's about politits. The Twitter audience only cared about obsessing over the girl, nothing political. I mean, maybe Bernie cared. I mean, maybe Bernie went to her Twitch streams and dropped a fat 50 gift subs. I don't really know there. But on Twitter, they only cared about the girl, not the politics behind it or anything like that. Congratulations to her, though. Her name is Sneako. She blew up because of this, so good work for her. I don't know about the song. I mean, the song's kind of fucking weird. It just sounds like Tommy Pickles and the gang getting together to do karaoke. I don't really like the song. But you can't argue with the results. This shit popped off. And like I said, this spawned an actual conflict, a real war that we'll most likely be reading about on Wikipedia in the next 2 or 3 years, where you had the simps that really thought that they could fall in love, that the girl would fall in love with them if they kept trying hard enough to defend her and fight her battles on Twitter, versus the people that didn't like the TikTok dance, people that just don't like TikToks. They went to battle. They fought on multiple Twitter threads across multiple days. It was bloody conflict, ruthless and vicious, until today.
I recently got me and my boyfriend shirts, Bernie shirts.
Did you catch that? I'll play it again.
I recently got me and my boyfriend shirts.
Me and my boyfriend, she said. The queen betrayed the simps. Nay, she outright brought them outside and publicly executed them. She announced she had a boyfriend, and this was when the peace treaty was signed, where both sides said, you know what, we don't have a chance. Let's just move the fuck on. So while this may have ended the majority of the weaponized simping, there were still some remnants of soldiers on Twitter that didn't know the war was over. Kind of like the Japanese holdout soldiers, where they still defended islands and shit for like 60 years after World War II was over because they didn't know. That's kind of what exists on Twitter right now. Of course, as always, there were those really fucking creepy posts claiming that they had the girl's nudes. It was just trolls where they had a completely blank picture that made it seem like the picture wasn't loading. So in all these posts, there were some really desperate, pathetic weirdos that were begging to get the photos, you know, DM, Discord, like this guy here fucking factory resets his phone. I'm surprised he didn't bring it into the Apple store to see if he could help him. It's some really sad shit, but there was a lot of this going on as well. Really, it's been a wild time on Twitter with this simp war that's both started and ended within a week, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case you haven't been on Twitter, just to bring you up to speed. And if you haven't been on Twitter, congratulations, that shit's a real swamp, a big old fucking cesspool, but I did find this to be pretty entertaining stuff. That's about it. See ya.
Call the fucking police right now! I know you saw it! She need me in the stomach! Good!
We're gonna contact them.
Thank you.
You need to...
I've always wondered what the real Burger King looks like, and now I finally know. He just looks like a normal crackhead we get here in Florida. Burger King, of course, has their own mascot, but this is the actual real-world king of burgers. Their mascot has his own video games like Sneak King and all that shit, but this is the real genius, the man behind the curtain, the Burger King. And he's out here on a plane ride not having any fun. So he sounds like Gilbert Gottfried with a sinus infection, and he keeps whining about how a lady kneed him in the stomach. And this wasn't like some unprovoked act of violence against him or anything like that. It's not like they had sent an assassin on this plane flight to take out the Burger King. The reason he got kneed in the stomach is because he's a racist asshole, which you'll soon see.
This is my seat!
Can you stand up?
Where is 25A? Where is 25A? Why did she just knee me in the stomach?
Because you deserve it.
Yes, she did!
This is the face of an angry Boy Scout whose chicken fries were cold. I love that he's wearing this Burger King crown. I can't get enough of that shit. I don't even know how the fuck he would have gotten this. Like, maybe he stole it out of a dumpster or something. Like, some child had a birthday party at Burger King. God rest their soul, that'd be miserable. And then they just, like, threw out the crown, and this guy just went through the dumpster to get it. Or maybe he truly earned it, right? Like, maybe they were celebrating. He was the first person that day to finish a Burger King meal without puking, so they gave him this crown as, like, a nice little souvenir, a token of their appreciation.
Because you deserve it. Did you get that on camera?
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Excuse me, I'm part West African.
You deserve
I can
it.
say anytime I want.
For obvious reasons, I'm going to be muting the N-word here. You can start to see why the passengers were pretty upset with this asshole. I have to imagine that this may even be like a McDonald's viral marketing campaign, like the person filming is Ronald McDonald or like the Hamburglar, and they're just like filming it like, holy shit, this is gonna be huge for us.
Bye! You need me in the stomach! I want to press charges!
Nobody.
Take your shit and get the fuck out of my seat!
I don't know why he keeps saying that he wants to press charges. Like, what the fuck do you want the staff on the plane to do about it? All of a sudden provide you with a lawyer? Like, here, okay, you want to press charges? Tell it to this guy. We'll wait before we take off. I just don't know what he expects to happen. Like, another passenger raises his hand. I am an attorney, and I will represent this lunatic in this case. I only require one Whopper as payment.
Kick that nigger bitch off the plane!
Sir, please you need to stop. There are children. Please stop. Stop. Hey, that's not necessary.
Take your stuff and get out of my seat, please!
Yeah, so he just keeps screaming and shouting and screaming the N-word, making it sound like a 2009 Call of Duty Xbox Live lobby. Just truly awful, and tons of chaos from this one guy going wild. And Burger King has some of the worst marketing of all time. Like, genuinely, their marketing campaigns are some of the most garbage. Do you remember for National Women's Day when they posted a tweet saying women belong in the kitchen, which was supposed to be outrage bait, where you click their tweet and then you read their next one that says that they're actually offering programs to women? Like, just stupid shit like that. They can't do anything right when it comes to marketing, so I truthfully wouldn't be surprised to learn that this whole thing was supposed to be a marketing stunt from Burger King gone wrong. Maybe it's supposed to end like that Pepsi ad with Kylie Jenner and the Pepsi saving the world. This one ends with this guy taking a bite of a Whopper and it cures racism. He's no longer racist, and everyone on the plane is super happy as Whoppers and chicken fries fall from like the emergency compartments and everyone chows down.
Take care of it, but I need you to stop yelling.
She beat me in the stomach. Why are you in my face?
I'm asking you to stop yelling.
Have I committed any type of violence since I've been on the plane?
You're
No.
yelling and
So
you're causing
what?
a scene. Yes, sir. That's
She beat me in the
disrespectful.
stomach.
I don't care what she did. You're being
Thank you.
disrespectful.
Somebody get
Shut
this
the
on
fuck
camera.
up for 2 seconds.
I want a lawsuit. I want a fucking lawsuit right now, motherfucker. Give me a
He wants a lawsuit, god damn it, and Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, he's gonna get one. He just keeps saying that he wants a lawsuit, as if somehow that's supposed to happen like right now, that because he called for it, a lawsuit has to now be put into motion, a judge has to come out of like the cockpit, and a trial has to go underway because this guy has now declared his intent of filing a lawsuit. I just like that he proclaims that multiple times as if it's some kind of like ancient rule that we have to follow. Like back in the day, if you call for a duel, you have to engage in that duel or else your honor is fucked. Him calling for a lawsuit means that right now a trial is about to break out on the plane. So we get a camera angle change here, and you can see someone really go in there and deliver the fucking meat to him, trying this, like, get him with, like, this flying punch. So someone comes in with a special delivery of a double Whopper with extra cheese on the guy and knocks off his crown before they're separated, and they're trying their best to settle down the situation, waiting for the cops to arrive, which they eventually do, and they arrest the guy.
Yeah! Get out of here!
So yeah, this was a pretty wild Burger King related plane freakout. This is a little over a year old now, I believe. So I'm a little tardy to the party on this one. I didn't even hear about this, which is shocking because this is like a pretty wild freakout. And I've usually got my finger on the pulse of this kind of shit, but this one, it flew under my radar. But yeah, I just wanted to share this one. That's about it. See ya. I know many of you read the title and assume that this is clickbait or exaggeratory, but it's not. You may not believe me yet. Wait until I show you the evidence, the proof. This is the most unhinged individual we've looked at yet. He's equal parts frightening and fascinating, tiptoeing on the fine line between intrigue and how are they not locked in Arkham Asylum. It's a mystery here. He's like the product of a science experiment gone wrong, like if Professor Utonium added chemical cringe to the concoction instead of chemical X and then created this weirdo. Since I've been down this rabbit hole, this bender of consuming awful romantic texts and bad dating stories and bad dating videos and all of that, this guy is now at the top of the tier list for the weirdest. Like all great fairy tales, it begins over Facebook memes. So he says, "Did you block me on Facebook?" To which she responds, "Nah, my profile got deleted, maybe, I don't know, lol, long story." Then he goes, "You don't have to lie." I can just feel the sadness emanating from that line there. I can imagine him looking down and kicking his feet in some sand. And she goes, "I'm not. You can ask pretty much anyone. The profile is gone." To which he responds, "I'm not going to waste my time finding out you're lying to me. So now you're going to ignore me." This is, I'm assuming, a lot of time passing between those two texts. And by a lot of time, I mean probably like 5 minutes because this guy's fucking delusional. So he double texts her like, "Oh, so now you're ignoring me? Now that I've called you out on lying about this?" She responds by saying, "It's not like that, it's just I don't like being called a liar." He then claims, "I didn't call you a liar, I just wanted to know what was going on." And then she says, "I told you and you said I lied, dude." I don't even know why he's trying to pretend that he didn't call her a liar. He can literally look 2 text messages back and see that he point blank blatantly does call her a liar, basically. He's already off his gourd right now. He's fuming because this account that he follows posts memes that he likes and now he doesn't get access to those memes and he's throwing a temper tantrum. But really at the end of the day, it's not so much the memes. He wanted to try and shoot his shot here with the individual who runs the account. He then tries a new angle by going for pity. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Just been going through shit. That sucks about your Facebook." And then he's able to almost cobble together a normal human interaction here. She goes, "Shit happens, it's cool. Just been in my head and your memes brighten my day. I got weird because I didn't do anything wrong for you to block me like that." My memes actually got me banned. This reminds me of like the potion seller video on YouTube a while back. You can't handle my strongest potions, traveler. But in this case, it's memes for Facebook. And he just goes, for real? That's crazy. You post them all the time, though. It must be something fucked up, haha. Well, if you made another Facebook, you better add me first. I'll be waiting, JK. To which she just tries to close it out by saying, lol, yeah. Next chapter in this cringe anime is him trying to pull out the Riz here, trying to showcase his game. So what are you doing, dork? Haha, causing more trouble for Zuck? He's going for like the playful insults kind of thing, like, oh, you dork, you fucking dweeb geek, what are you up to, huh? And she just goes, nothing, just hanging out. That's so cool! I love that with the exclamation where he's like, whoa, badass! I bet you're kicking ass in Animal Crossing, huh? Is it that fun? It looks too much for kids. It must be since you keep ghosting me. Do you play any real games? To which she's baffled, saying, how is that not a real game? So again, a certain amount of time elapses between his first message with the, that's so cool, NPC dialogue, and then him going, oh, it must be so good you're ghosting me. So this guy's flipping emotions back and forth rapidly. His brain is all over the place. His fucking noodle is scrambled. And then he tries to, like, make an argument out of this, successfully making an argument out of this, by the way, by calling Animal Crossing not a real game. So he tries to get like this sort of elitism about him when it comes to gaming. So I'm assuming he came straight from Reddit and was just ready to get argumentative about like what a real game is, and Animal Crossing doesn't fit the criteria. Yo, you serious? Laughing emoji. It's dumbass animals or some shit being your friends. No real gaming, you know that. Oh, it hurts me to even just read that. And then she goes, well, what's a real game then? You don't have to get an attitude, I'm just making fun, dork. Oh, why are you getting offended? I'm just insulting what you're playing. Like, what are you getting all bent out of shape over? Oh, come on, calm down. What, are you on your period or something? Well, why don't you ask one of your dumbass animal friends to help you with it or something? Like, dork? Oh, it's so painful reading this guy's text, and it only gets worse. It gets even more outrageous. But he's so aggressive with everything. It's like he treats a text conversation like it's an active war zone. Rocket League is a way better game than that, but I guess that's not cute enough for you. Yeah, not enough sunshine and rainbows for you girly girls. This is a real man's Battlefield. And speaking of Battlefield, game like Battlefield, Cyberpunk, Far Cry, shit, Madden, that's a sport. And men like me play sports. I could help you play them. What a generous offer from this guy. Wow, tell me you're a basic white guy without telling me you're a basic white guy. You got jokes. Double laughing crying emoji. All that is casual shit. Pick up a real game, get on my level. I really appreciate that now she's just making fun of him directly to his face. I have no doubt she was laughing while writing all this shit just to string him along and continue to watch him embarrass himself like the clown he is. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm playing around, dork! Every game I play is so much more hardcore than what you just said. Witcher, Shin Megami Tensei, fucking Fable even. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. She started to insult his gaming choice, insinuating he's not playing real games and she's more hardcore. And he does not take kindly to that. Now he gets exceptionally whiny. Why are you being such a bitch? I'm literally trying to have a convo, that's it. And oh brother, it's the worst conversation ever attempted. I feel like I should have blocked you even if I did have Facebook. You're insulting my game choices. Which is all he's been doing is just insulting what she plays. I don't know why he thinks it's just some like normal conversation. And he keeps calling her a dork like it's straight out of Ed, Edd n Eddy or something. I don't know what he was expecting. Because they're weak AF and you're being a cunt over nothing. Whatever. She really hasn't even been even close to mean. Not an iota of malice from her here. All she did was like defend her game choices and then joke about what he's playing being casual. Which it is. Fucking Rocket League, Madden, Battlefield. Like, what are you talking about? It's not like you're some kind of hardcore gamer playing some niche shit. You're playing the most mainstream games ever. Like, it's so silly. I don't know why he thinks that she's some supervillain that's just been doing nothing but belittling him. He started it, and she's not even doing anything mean. Does your mom know you talk to women like this? My mom won't around. Why, TF, you bringing that up? That checks out. You have zero respect for me or anyone. You're just a fat bitch who does nothing and leads people on. You're nothing. Fuck you, I was being nice. If this is him being nice, I am so curious to see what him being mean looks like. He immediately just breaks down into his fucking soiled diaper meltdown. You're a fat bitch! And he keeps using the wrong "you're." He never even accidentally gets the correct form of "you're" in any of his statements here, which grinds my ass a little bit. But then he's like, you just lead people on. What? How? How did she lead you on? By responding to you? Granted, this is probably the first woman that has ever responded to a text message from this guy, so maybe that's, like, where things got misconstrued. He thought that since she responded to his initial message, she must be interested. This is so baffling, it's making my voice crack. My vocal folds are freaking out, because it's so odd that someone could have a rotted brain like this. No wonder you can't get a boyfriend, bitch. I don't settle for trash like your baby moms. You called me a liar, shit on my games, play even more trash games. At least they gettin' dick, unlike your fugly ass. You have no idea what you do. What does that mean? You have no idea what you do? I don't even understand what that statement's supposed to mean. Bet you have fucking herpes, you fat piece of shit. How many kids do you have custody of again, lol? How many of your boyfriends died? Which, I'm guessing these two must know each other through Facebook mutuals or something, so he must see, like, some of the stuff that she posts, because that sounds legitimately extremely personal, and if that is a real situation that one of her partners died, that is one of the most vile fucking things you can say to somebody, and this guy is an irredeemable, insufferable piece of shit. Wow, so this is what you do to get girls? Insult them? Again, I was playing, but you had to be a cunt. What do you mean you were playing? Your whole thing was just being aggressive from the start by just constantly spamming the word dork while insulting her playing Animal Crossing. She then continues to just take the piss, so she goes, okay, I'm sorry, I've been going through shit too. How are you at Rocket League anyway? And then immediately he just simmers down, he's back to like good boy status. I understand, I'm sorry too. Going caveman mode. I'm pretty good, I can show how to level up. What's your ranking? Platinum. So you're mediocre at best. I'm fucking Plat 2 and Diamond 2. And I'm trash. In Rocket League, Plat isn't very high. That's where the majority of players end up. So he's not good. He's not good at all. What's your gamer tag? Y. So it also seems like he's lying about this because no sensible person would brag about being Plat in Rocket League. So she's starting to catch him on a bluff where he's puffing out his chest and just lying about his Rocket League rank, which is even more pathetic. I want to see for myself. What console? What's the matter? You don't have an Xbox. I play on Switch. It's on all consoles. So he's starting to sweat a little bit like he's pressed against the wall. My gamer tag? Why? Why do you want to know that? He tries desperately to turn this around into a situation where they can see each other, which sounds like it'd be downright dangerous to be around this guy. Why don't we hang and I can show you? What's your tag? I got trust issues. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, what is your gamer tag? It shouldn't be an issue, right? You're Plat in Rocket League. You're a big guy, a big man. What's the gamer tag? What do you mean you got trust issues? Again, ignoring that. I'm just curious. It seems like you're lying. I'm not. And then she drops a meme. It smells like bitch in here. Which is just genuinely a normal, silly meme. It's not even, like, mean. If anything, it's clearly meant to be, like, a joke. And for some reason, this sets him off in the biggest way yet. A fucking atomic bomb in his brain here. And he unleashes the Godzilla heat breath. Cunt. Fuck you, fat piece of shit. You have no idea who you mess with. Go die. Everyone at Dress hates you and thinks you're a slut. I thought differently, wanted to give you a chance. I thought you were a nice girl and want to be your friend. I'm sure this was the best way you can do it. By the way, I have a fresh meme. Taking care of my kids, lying to women about my Rocket League rank. So she's just dropping some memes on him at this point here, just adding insult to injury. To which he responds, just kill yourself already. He's trapped in 2009 Xbox Live Gamer Zone. He's really fucking struggling here, treading water. I can hear the tears in his eyes right now. Literally feel them through his sad texting. Forever hard-stuck Plat in Rocket League and forever hard-stuck being alone in life with an attitude like this. What an absolute curse. He just continues speaking like an anime villain, Fucking with me, you slut. Wait, can I not get dick, or am I a slut? Pointing out a contradiction because he keeps calling her a slut and then also saying that she can't get any wiener. So he's all over the place. He's scrambled. Yeah, I'd bet you'd want it after this, you whore. Choke on a dick, whale. Just continues having a fucking conniption. Can't believe I wanted to build something with someone so dumb and nasty. And then again, she just responds with another meme. Like, what do you mean you wanted to build something with her? You reached out about feeling like you'd been blocked and immediately started calling her a liar. What world are you living in? What fantasy land? What? You immediately start by calling her a liar and then insulting her choice of games and talking about how you're like a real alpha gamer, not like an Animal Cross gamer like she is. It's fascinating. This is what I mean. Like, it's actually intriguing how someone's mind could end up so poisoned. Like, it is hard for me to comprehend it. Like, I don't get it. He is so all over the place. Like, he starts by getting really mean and aggressive, insulting her games and all of that, you know, then gets really personal, and then she's able to de-aggro him by talking about his Rocket League rank, which it calms him down, feeds him a warm bottle of milk. And then the second she drops a meme making a joke, again, he explodes once more. It's just so peculiar. Anyway, though, here's the finale. Everyone knows you're a slut. A little fat slut who uses people. Again, this comes out of fucking nowhere. She didn't use you. She didn't lead you on. She didn't do anything besides just respond to your initial unhinged messages. Couldn't get a boyfriend for years. That's because everyone... It keeps going. Got too much time in your hands, but I bet your mouth is filled with someone's nasty dick. And she just goes, yep, not yours. That's the end of their exchange. I imagine she probably blocked him again, which is the safe thing to do. What a creepy lunatic. An actual fucking unsafe to be around individual. Like, this all happened over nothing. Actually nothing. Started because of not having access to some memes that he liked. Oh, painful. I had to share this one. I think this is now at the top of the food chain when it comes to like creepy people through, you know, romantic texts that I've been diving through. This one is a rough one. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. When you think of dangerous items at airports, you undoubtedly go to the obvious answers of, you know, a gun, a bomb, a sledgehammer, these biceps. But what if I told you one of the deadliest weapons that you could ever smuggle into an airport, at least in New Zealand's eyes, is an apple? Matt sent me this video 2 days ago, and I'd actually heard about this a long time ago on stream, that New Zealand's airport security is extremely strict when it comes to fruits, specifically.
Right in so you can either pay now. I know it seems silly. The fine is 200 New Zealand dollars. Apples. Didn't see that coming.
If that sizzler doesn't get you hooked, I don't know what will. This is the start to every action movie ever. It always starts with an apple. And a $200 fine. Now, to convert that to freedom bucks, it's about 120 USD. That's an expensive apple. Like, and you don't even get to keep the apple. So the apple costs you 120 bucks and then it just vanishes. Airport security probably eats it. I don't know. They banish it to the shadow realm. I would be livid. Like, that is not a small fine at all. Red alert, we're entering DEF CON here. So this is the craziest fucking story I think I've ever heard at an airport, to be honest. Like, this is unreal. So, the flight that was coming in gave passengers some items that included an apple. This was provided by the airline, so passengers were none the wiser that this was illegal contraband. So a ton of passengers took the apple and took it. Like, you know, as a human being would. If you were offered, you know, free food, you take it. So a lot of passengers had an apple, and every single one of them is about to incur a $200 fine for it. They're all about to get slapped by the long dick of justice here at the New Zealand airport. Tony is running in with that big iron on his hip, and he's going to be slinging that meat here with this fine. Because they're all criminals, and they're all on the loose right now. There's a ton of fugitives they got to wrangle together here. A lot of apple smugglers. The only way they'd have the energy to accomplish that goal is by drinking enough goof juice. Available at gamersubs.gg/moist. The toughest fucking thing I've ever heard in this situation. It should be the airline's responsibility to know the laws of the country and not hand out apples that's going to get all of their passengers huge fines. I totally sympathize with all the passengers that are irate and crying about it, because it's just unfair. Honestly, and this is getting the tinfoil hat on in a big way, like I'm going deep into a conspiracy mode here, but it honestly sounds like some kind of nefarious scheme where the airline is obviously aware of it, and they know passengers probably aren't. So what they do is they give them apples, knowing they're all going to get fined, and the airline maybe gets a kickback from the fines. I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm deep into the conspiracy on that. But it's just so unfathomable to me that they would be handing passengers items that are illegal and going to get them into trouble. Like, honestly, if the airlines were handing the passengers cocaine, I feel like less people would have been fined, because the passengers would be like, oh, free coke. Definitely can't have that through an airport, and then they try and hide it, and they wouldn't necessarily get caught if they do a good job of hiding it. Whereas here, the passengers would be none the wiser. They'd be like, oh, an apple. I'll just go ahead and put that in plain sight here, and then all of them get caught. It's not the Apple's fault here. Don't go pointing the finger there. The Apples aren't stupid. It's the fucking airline that is. Like, it should entirely be the airline's responsibility to cover these fines. It is entirely their fault. It's just this perfect storm of silliness here, with an airline giving away apples to a group of passengers that's going to an airport that doesn't allow apples. Which reminds me of that, like, lady doing a demonstration in class where she's like, no pomegranates, no pomegranates, or whatever. Like, that's this New Zealand airport here. This is no mercy. This is cutthroat. This could have easily been a warning. Like, hey, look, apples, we don't like them here. That's an evil that we must purge. So throw your apples away here and you won't get a fine. I know it's not your fault. We understand the airline gave them to you. So please just toss your apples here at the gate and go about your business. Like, that would have been the right thing to do. That's how the airport should have handled it, as opposed to this fucking iron fist they dropped down like, hey, we know the airline gave you this without letting you know that you're not supposed to have it. So I hope you like jail. Fucking criminal scum. Give us 200 clams right now for this. I can't believe you've done this. Spitting on you for that. Like, this was an easy moment for leniency. To just understand it's not the fucking passengers that have cooked up this evil plot of bringing apples into New Zealand. Didn't see that coming, with people being upset about being fined a huge amount of money. I just don't understand why they're so perturbed. It doesn't compute up here. Why would they be upset? It's their fault. They clearly brought an apple here that they didn't even ask to have in the first place. It's just so infuriating, punishing innocent people who just got served a free fruit and had no idea that they weren't allowed to take it, like it was some kind of 100% right. Her anger is completely justified here. It makes no sense at all. What a fucking colossal fumble here from the airline. And I really don't get why the airport security is this vicious about it. Well, everyone knows once you bring an apple in, if you let them get away without, proper punishment, then, it starts with an apple, and the next thing you know, they're smuggling on white phosphorus bombs onto the plane, and we say, no sirree, we're shutting it down. We won't allow the domino effect. The apple's just the gateway. Preaching to the choir. I believe the airline should 100% cover these fees and more, because not only are they being charged a lot of money in fines here, but it's also just a colossal fucking headache. Like, time wasted in the airport as well. This could have thrown people's entire schedules off, having to go to the side being treated like some kind of fucking terrorist for having an apple that the airline gave you. Like, the airline should absolutely be forking over a lot of cash here to cover this problem that they caused.
Something that could affect our country.
Australia would have been burned to the ground, nothing but soil and ash if they allowed apples to go through from this flight. So, actually saved the entire nation there, no doubt. I just really don't understand. It's not firm but fair. It's anything but fair, because it's not like everyone on that plane all of a sudden banded together to say, fuck Australia, we're bringing in these apples, come hell or high water. The airline provided them with it. This should be an extenuating circumstance where there's leniency. Again, it makes no sense because it is not firm but fair. The passengers didn't know. They didn't bring the fruit themselves. It was the airline that was at fault here. And the airline did not get punished, at least not from what I read. I couldn't find like a full-blown follow-up on exactly what happened here, just like bits and pieces. But the passengers were still punished. It's just so stupid. It's super, super dumb. But yeah, I had to talk about this because when Matt sent it to me, I was pretty surprised at how silly it was. That's about it. So yeah. Frustrated dragon throws bottle at entrepreneur. I don't think it's as intense as he makes it out to be, but god damn it, I've gotta know. Fucking shatters a glass bottle over his head. Ah, she's beautiful. It's like a little accordion.
Pocket bottle.
Ah.
So, repocket, and like your keys or a mobile phone, you can always have it with
Guy,
you.
I've immediately sniffed out a problem. You have to finish the entire bottle every time or else you can't use it.
So you can find water. Kit for bottled water is now worth $80 billion a year.
All of it held
But
by
last
Nestle.
Year, for the first time in its
pretty
30-year
much.
history, sales of bottled
That company
water started
fucks.
to fall.
That's some
Now, at the
crazy
same
shit.
time, there's a choice.
Guy, Nestle will literally murder
between
you
£100 for
if you
all
try
these
and compete.
wasted bottles, or
You will not make it in the bottled water industry. Get out now, Guy. Yeah, Nestle has literally murdered babies.
Pitched this.
Not like personally, but they have led to the
made
death of a ton of
statement
babies.
that's a
They're
complete
fucked.
red herring. So you are not going to, at any point, penetrate the $80 billion market.
Not yet.
Well, the idea is you don't
but
need to buy that if you always have a
I can dream
receptacle
about
that
it.
you can fill up.
This is not a replacement for that, is it?
Yes. Are you investing or not? I don't. What are you saying?
Tetchy exchange.
What do you want
What
from
a
me?
good
I made a
start
crinkly
for the
water bottle.
entrepreneur.
A turnover of £700.
Yeah.
That you're valuing at £1 million.
Yes.
Is that correct? I've got those numbers correct.
100%. Are you wet yet?
I'm going to make it
You hard?
very easy for you and just tell you I'm out.
Your loss. Give me my water bottle back.
Guy's confidence
Complete waste of time. It's just, you might as well just have a paper cup. And then you're talking about going around fountains that are around.
I can't understand you. What? Do you like it?
Drink the water free. Turn the tap.
Sounds like
The
you're having
most
fun thinking about it.
environmentally friendly way to drink that water is to drink it straight out the tap. You are therefore harming the environment by a bottle that you say is here to stop these bottles. You might as well throw it amongst them. It's a terrible invention. I'm sorry, guys. Really made me angry. And it's £4.99. You can buy them full of water for 80.
Can we get a translator? And will you start over?
I'm sorry, but I'm out.
I understood that. Are you sure?
An irritated Duncan.
It would take me 9 months of use for this to be a better and more efficient way of doing it.
First of all,
Maybe, but you'd make me happy if you invested now, if possible.
I've noticed a hysteria about, people get excited about this bottle.
You honestly believe
Ooh.
that people go around with this in their pocket?
Who gets excited about a
looking
water bottle?
in their busy schedules for somewhere to fill it?
Well, that's because you break a water bottle
Rather
every
than have a
week.
convenient bottle which they can
You get a
buy
new one, it's like fucking
anywhere.
Christmas. Ah, a new one to
Go
break.
into a
Woo.
shop and say, look,
That
I'm
is
not
true.
gonna
You
buy
could
your
like toss
water.
them on the ground like you're
Fill
spiking a football after a
I
touchdown.
wouldn't go into a newsagent. That's
What is the refillable
They're
bottle
penetrating this
market?
man's anus
Answer
because he
only that
gave them a
question.
crinkly water bottle.
a refillable. It's a range of different
Those are a
types of
trend.
bottles that people can buy.
Were they?
To take to school, to take to work.
It looks
to
like
take
he proved them all
to
wrong.
walking, outdoor
No,
pursuits.
It's a
because they're
sports
supposed to be like fit in your
bottle.
pocket and
Afraid,
you fill it up. and
Again, Duncan's already said. when
Jesus, you
doing
sound like an
sports,
investor in
you've
Guy's
got a bag.
company. Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying.
You've got
Accumulate through bottled water. People
Yes.
just need to use taps. But I
Don't act like you
like
use a
the
tap, you're a
fact that
multi-billionaire.
you have to use this 3
You have your
times to
butler
make it
fill up the
even
tap water and then
popular
throw it on the
because
plants
it
outside while you
knows
drink
the
Fiji.
difference that it actually
Don't lie to me, Deborah.
makes. You know, I would like to
Any of the samples, I might make a wrong investment decision.
You fucking boomer.
They have no psychotropical effect whatsoever. Yeah.
What a boomer. It's CBD, Peter,
Now they've
not
reassured the
heroin.
dragons the products aren't
Though we do have
mind-altering.
that too if you want it.
Tim Inskip.
To ask for £200,000 in return for 2% equity.
Ooh.
Drivers are currently
Entrepreneur behind the app that aims to solve our parking dilemmas. He's offering
Dan's
just
got a
2%
decent idea, I
equity
will say.
in exchange for
Especially
a
if everyone in the UK is
£200,000
fucking driving around
investment.
aimlessly for 20 minutes looking for a parking spot.
Are you able to tell me where there is an empty parking space?
No.
Yes.
How do you do that?
I don't, I guess.
So this is
Hope I get lucky.
So the answer is
Pay to
you can do
win
this by
parking.
using sensors.
Yeah.
To myself, he's not here for the money.
He's here to just flop his cock out on us.
But there is a risk to anything here. There are
That
many
risk is I might
companies
make
such as
too much
yourselves, as
money.
You will know.
What the fuck is James Corden gonna do for you? Just say no,
You know
move on.
You've got the right to say no. Here we go.
I have to say no to that.
Well,
what I would...
Don't be surprised if your car tires are slashed.
1,000.
Yeah, okay.
So 5% each?
Yeah, no. No, absolutely. You're out of your mind, Peter. No. No. What?
5% in total?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you keep that attitude up, it's going to 4. So...
An audacious counter 2 dragons. Be prepared to compromise.
These dragons fighting over crumbs of his company. Have some class. Say no 20%, no deal. And I'm stealing your car.
I just wonder if we dropped to 15%.
Just laugh in their face. Give a belly laugh. Ha 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 ha.
I can't do 15, I'm sorry.
Don't say I'm sorry. You say fuck no.
Are you sure, Dan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's a
Not much
hard.
time.
That's a hard
I'll give you back
man.
your polite notice and hope that you don't regret it.
This is a hard man. I like that. Yeah, here it is by Dan Hubert. What are we looking at? Defunct. Peter burned it down. What do we got? 7.6 million investments, including Hyundai, Sumitomo. Yeah. Valued at 50 million. Hey Peter. How does 2.5% of that sound now? That's impressive. Good work though, Dan. I like that. That's cute. That's a happy ending right there.
Yeah, so it's trademarked.
Yeah,
okay.
And it's been valued at approximately 40 bucks. So sitting on gold, Deborah. You know what? I'm saying I'm out for you. I don't want Deborah.
Lack of trademark.
But if I gave you £2.5 million to buy this brand off you today...
Yeah, I wouldn't sell it.
Well, you'd be mad.
That's what they said about the guy who invented... I guess. Alright, I have to know. How's Pro Gains doing? This reads like fake fan fiction. Who the fuck offered him 90 million? Blue Apron wasn't even offered 90 million when they were on the verge of collapse. What? I've started selling cheap raw meat. What? Is this a joke? This is a joke. Is Birmingham Mail? Oh, it's probably like a Daily Mail subsidiary. It's totally fake then. I wasn't even going to bother covering Halo Season 2 because it doesn't seem like most people care about it anymore after how abominable Season 1 was. It was an affront to God that insulted the very technology that gave us the ability to watch moving pictures in the first place. Halo Season 1 was atrocious. So there were very low expectations going into Season 2, but as I said on stream multiple times, the first 2 episodes I actually thought were going in a pretty good direction. Like, I was impressed. It seemed like they did bring on new people that were familiar with the property, and as I understand it, they did. And you could kind of feel a little bit more passion being put behind this project. However, there were still the remnants from Season 1 that they couldn't just write out, so instead they had to kind of change trajectory with all of these, like, pieces that were grandfathered into Halo Season 2, and I liked what they were doing with characters that were previously super underwhelming. They were putting them in more interesting positions in the overarching story as opposed to these like snooze fest side plots that no one gave a fuck about. But then this show fell back into its old ways, it stumbles, and it just starts going in the worst directions again. Until the season finale, which I actually thought was handled pretty well. There was a lot of really cool shit in the season finale, but then, even still, there was some really stupid shit too. Because it seems like, in this series, the way the plot advances is by characters making really dumb, out-of-character decisions. Like, really fucking, like, everyone happens to be getting pumped full of fucking stupid juice. And they'll just all of a sudden do something dumb, which then advances the plot in a big way. Like, that is something that's happened a couple of times now. But I do think Halo Season 2 is an improvement over Season 1, which of course isn't like the biggest compliment you can give, because that's a pretty low bar, but I am happy with some of the things about it, but overall, again, disappointed, because it's still not good. By no means is Halo Season 2 great or anything. And I wasn't going to talk about this because everyone expected it to be bad anyway. I'm not exactly enlightening anyone here by letting you know that, yep, Halo Season 2 is also bad. But then I saw this Kotaku headline. Halo Season 2 sticks the landing, I told you so. Halo series naysayers, show yourselves because the Paramount Plus show is hitting all the right notes. If those notes are fart sounds, I guess, the sound of like a fucking wet B flat in your trousers. They go on to say that it does everything a video game adaptation should do and then some, and then goes on to say that they've been saying for over a year that the show is good. That is mind-boggling to me. Like, I understand there's differences of opinions, but this opinion is so bad it should be borderline criminal. Like, this is something that should have you undergo, like, a psychiatric evaluation. What do you mean this is what every video game adaptation should do and then some? How? It doesn't use anything from what it's adapting. It doesn't take anything from the actual source material. It's telling its own fanfic, and it's doing an extremely poor job of it. Halo Season 1, they've been saying they've been talking about this show being good for over a year, meaning they must have enjoyed Season 1. Halo Season 1 is bad, even if you don't know what Halo is. On its own 2 feet, it stumbles and eats shit. Halo Season 1 is just bad television, no matter how you spin it. It is a show that had a huge emphasis on the worst parts of television. For some reason, there was this fixation on showing Master Chief's cheeks, which is what gave it the title of Master Cheeks, because there were so many ass shots of him for no reason. I've already made a video covering everything I think that's wrong with Halo Season 1, so I'm not just going to regurgitate all of those points here. But the point I'm making is that this is not what video game adaptations should be by any means at all. The Halo television series is unrecognizable from the Halo franchise that it's taking from. The only thing they share in common is names and armor. That's it. You're not going to find Master Chief fucking a human that happens to be part of the Covenant, literally steaming her ham in the middle of this war by playing Halo 1 through 3, reading the books, or even, God forbid, playing the 343 Halo games. That is exclusive to just this misguided television show. Now, as I've always said, there's no point in adapting things one-to-one, because what's the point there? You need to take it in different creative directions, but this is so outlandish in the Halo universe that it doesn't have a connection. There's no point in calling it Halo. At least, this is still me talking about Season 1. I ended up focusing on that too hard because of how ridiculous that statement was in this article from Kotaku. And I know Kotaku is on life support right now, just pumping out as much rage bait as they can to try and get as many pity clicks and desperation as they can possibly muster. I get it. They're in their death spiral. But this still, like, even knowing it's rage bait was enough to make me just want to come in here and talk about Season 2 since it wrapped up. Now, going back to this, there is one thing that I do agree with them on. It's this last sentence. Action sequences felt tighter and better choreographed, emotional beats hit when they were supposed to, and the interwoven story threads made for incredibly watchable television. What I agree with from that statement is that last part. Watchable television. That's not the high compliment that the writer thinks it is. Calling something watchable is like the bare minimum. That's like the lowest possible thing you can say. That's like if you're getting bullied and the teacher makes the bully say something nice to you. Like, that is like the tiniest compliment you can give it. And that's what I can say about Season 2, is that it is watchable. And I'd even agree that the action sequences are pretty tight and well choreographed. I do think the action, when it's present in Season 2, is pretty good and interesting. Granted, you still have to suspend disbelief and just accept that everyone on screen's a fucking moron at all times, because even right away, even in the 2 episodes I was praising, there's a scene where the Marines are in a dark tunnel, and there's a Covenant on the other side, and they know there's some danger out there, but instead of turning on their light, they just keep going in like groups of two or three into the darkness to die. Like they're being led by Noah to get on the Ark. 2 by 2, they just go out there and just get fucking slaughtered by the Covenant in the dark without ever turning on their flashlight, which they have. They have the technology to turn on a fucking flashlight, and they just don't. Because, fuck you, that's why. It's silly. But again, the action sequences, I do agree, are tight and well choreographed for the most part. Anyway, I'll go ahead and start by saying a few things I think Halo Season 2 does well. And the biggest thing, the big standout here, is Ackerson. Ackerson is a villain that was present in Halo lore before Season 2, and he is played by an actor named Joseph Morgan, who is actually a fan of Halo. And you can feel it through his performance. He does a great job at being the villain. And I think he was a really helpful component of this season to bring in what he knew from Halo to his role. And that really helped elevate it. Ackerson was by far the best part of Season 2, hands down. Another thing I think they did really well is actually Master Chief this season. And not so much the way Master Chief is written, but Pablo Schreiber, I'm not sure how you say his last name, as Master Chief. There are a couple of really great moments with Pablo as Master Chief where I was like, damn, if he just had some better material, a better story to work with, he'd be a great Master Chief. Like, I really bought into him as Master Chief in this season. I was like, damn, this could be the guy. Like, if we had a good Halo show, if we were in, like, the multiverse where there was a good Halo show and Pablo was spearheading it, that shit would be a banger. I think he really does get it as Master Chief on what that role would require. I do think that in a Halo television show, you can't have him in the armor 100% of the time. In the first season, I was like, man, he should always be in the armor at least 99% of the time. But in season 2, seeing Pablo as Master Chief out of the armor, I still got that from him. Every scene he was in, even without his armor, which is pretty much the entire show, he's only in his armor twice, pretty much. No, 3 times, actually, I think. And the rest of the time, he's spent just human being. He's just spent as John. And I still felt like, damn, that's the Master Chief. So he did a great job, really, of embodying that character, even outside of the armor. It's just such a shame that it feels like it comes in a losing effort here, because everything else around these two characters is just not good. I mentioned that Season 2 took some of the characters that had these really boring side quests that felt really insignificant to the plot, like Soren, like Quan, and it took these characters and put them into, like, the actual main juice here in Season 2. And I really appreciated that effort, but it didn't seem like they were able to commit to just actually having them as a front and center component of the story. Instead, they're still, like, off on their own little adventures half the time that you just don't care about when you look at the actual meat of this. The Covenant are about to get to the Halo ring. The humans are losing. Reach has fallen. Like, all of these really big things, and then you still have to go watch Quan see ghosts. You have to watch Soren and his wife try and locate their son. Like, that is so underwhelming when put against the big stuff. I'd rather those characters be brought in and contribute to the big stuff as opposed to just kind of being there and then still doing their side quests. Oh, I also did forget to mention one other thing I think they actually do really well. It is a huge spoiler, though, so this is your spoiler warning. The Flood. I thought they crushed it with The Flood. I was shocked by how well they did the Flood here, so I won't get into any more detail than that. I won't dive like super deep into spoilers, but I actually thought they handled it really, really well. Impressed with that. But honestly, it actually makes me more upset that there were some good moments here and some like actually very impressive shots, because it showed what could be if the rest of the show could just follow suit. There are some elements here that work pretty well, more so in Season 2 than Season 1 had. Like I said, it is an improvement. And it showed that there is the real capacity to create a great Halo show. But it's just not this. I don't know if there's just too many cooks in the kitchen working on this show or what, but there are some wonderful shots here, and then there is some stinky shots here. There's some good writing here, like with Ackerson and even some of Master Chief's lines, and then there's some terrible writing here, like with some of Kai's lines, and I'm not going to get too deep into spoiler territory, but some other horrible writing choices. There's nonsensical plot holes that are present and never addressed. It's just such a mixed bag. It seems like there are people on board this team that get it and can deliver great Halo content on the television screen. But there's just too many other moving parts behind the scenes that overwhelm that and lead to what you ultimately get here, which is an unsatisfactory season of Halo yet again. Even with all this said, I do think with the finale of Season 2, if there is a Season 3 of Halo, it's actually in a good spot to pick up and be entertaining and actually be pretty solid. I think if there is a Season 3, if they can just dial in on what worked for Season 2 and take it from where the finale ends on their high notes, we might actually see the first good season of Halo. I don't know if there's going to be a Season 3 or not. I don't think it's fully confirmed. It's mainly still speculation right now. But yeah, I guess maybe I'm just being overly optimistic, but it's just there were some good moments here, and I just hate that it's still overall not good. Like, it's still bad. I don't think it's worth watching. Like, I don't think by any stretch of imagination Halo Season 2 redeems this show and it makes it worth the slog of getting through it. It's not. But Season 3 of this show could be decent with where it's at the moment. Anyway, though, maybe I'll get into like more spoiler-heavy stuff about all the things I dislike about Season 2 on stream or something, but I won't do it here because I know people don't like to hear spoilers and all of that during these things, so I'll just leave it there and I won't continue ranting about it anymore. That's really about it. So yeah. There is a lot of drama and controversy surrounding slapping right now, And as a result, I've been wrapped up like a Christmas present in the middle of all of it because for the last couple of years, I've been seen as the preeminent expert on professional slapping. I'm like the Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart for slaps. I can hear a slap, and I can tell you who threw it. I've made so much content on professional slapping over the last few years. I love that sport more than a fish loves water. I followed it from its humble beginnings as a circus freak show side act at a weightlifting competition, all the way into what it's blossomed into today, an entire industry and silly niche sport. And as a result, I've been catching a lot of blame for what's recently unfolded with Power Slap. Power Slap is Dana White's new slapping sport, and it is remarkably dangerous. And I'm sure if you've been on Twitter today, you've seen the viral clips from episode 1 with the wild knockouts that look like someone getting hit by 5 different trains from all angles. It's very brutal. And since I've covered slapping for so long, people are blaming me for bringing it to Dana White's attention, as if I'm just like his little court jester who's keeping him up to date on things like slapping. He and I aren't friends. I've never spoken to him in my life. I'm not a fan of Dana White. I think the way he treats the UFC fighters is a fucking joke. I think it's criminal how bad their contracts are. And I have absolutely nothing to do with Power Slap. But I feel the need to defend myself because for a lot of people, especially UFC fans, they're looking at me as the supervillain, like the mustache-twirling evil guy behind the scenes, the puppet master that made Dana White dance, which I actually find extremely entertaining because Power Slap flopped harder than Morbius. This did not do well for him. Dana White's invested millions upon millions of dollars in this, expecting it to be a smash hit, and the only thing it smashed was his fucking wallet here. So if I truly did influence his perception of how popular slapping was, I find that to be a great joke because he invested so much money into it only for the reality to slap him in the face. Contrary to popular belief, I don't like Power Slap. I don't like what Dana White is doing with it, and I'll explain why. What he's doing is significantly more dangerous than the slap fighting that I enjoy, such as Slap Fight Championship. There is a very strict set of rules as well as medical supervision and regulations that they follow to ensure that people aren't just getting hit with fucking frying pans and forgetting who they are and where they were. Now, of course, by the very nature of this, it's dangerous. Everyone knows that, including the slappers, and everyone also knows it's dumb. That's not some secret, it's not a deep cut. Everyone knows it's stupid. And they do everything they can to make it as safe as possible, except in Dana White's Power Slap. The whole thing is just supposed to be like a, wow, this is silly shit that I can't look away from. That's like, ask anyone who is in the slapping scene. Even the owner of Slap Fight Championship, JT, will tell you, it's just a fun, over-the-top, goofy sport. But he has a set of rules that keep it as safe as possible for the athletes. Rules that aren't being followed by Power Slap, even though they do borrow some of the best slappers in the world for the show. I want to show you the clip now that's floating around, and then I'm going to go over the key differences. Now, this is one of a few viral tweets that's floating around. This one is coming from an actual neuroscientist who's talking about the brain injury because after he gets knocked out, he goes into what's called the fencing position. It's actually a pretty terrifying thing, and I have no doubt that this guy really did suffer greatly from this. And he's far from alone. This isn't some, like, crazy accident that no one could have seen coming. Every knockout they show in the clips that's floating around are all pretty devastating, and I'm sure they will have residual effects for quite some time as a result. Now, to the untrained eye, this seems like business as usual for slapping sports, but there's actually some very key differences. The first, and in my opinion, one of the biggest problems, is the absence of the no-stepping rule. Now, to be fair, they do have stepping listed as one of the fouls, but it's not enforced in the actual show, so it might as well just not have even been written down in the first place. It basically is absent. In normal slapping tournaments, you're not allowed to step into your slaps. It's all just upper body rotation. You can't be like, you know, doing like a Happy Gilmore up to the barrel and then slapping them on the way by with a drive-by. Because obviously when you're stepping into a slap, you're generating significantly more power with it. And since you're not able to defend yourself in slapping, they're taking the full force of this wallop. They're getting served a quarter pounder with quadruple cheese. It's a lot more force behind that because they stepped into it. Now you might be asking yourself, why aren't they enforcing a no-stepping rule if it's so commonplace? And the answer is because Dana White only cares about the spectacle of the sport. And in his little smooth brain, he thinks the spectacle is just big KOs. So the more KOs, the more people are going to get interested and hype and excited, the more people will watch it, which is more money in his pocket. So anything to really increase the amount of KOs, I imagine Dana White views as a positive thing. So they're not enforcing a strict no-stepping rule, which is leading to significantly more knockouts in Power Slap than in any other slapping tournament I've ever seen. Compare this to any other slapping tournament, and it's like 10x in Power Slap. And it's not just because of the no-stepping rule, they also don't really enforce clubbing. Another common rule in slapping is no clubbing. That refers to not hitting with like this part of your hand. Because at that point, you're basically just fucking punching the person. It's like a monk strike, like a monk palm strike to the face. What you're supposed to be hitting with is up in here. You know, I'm giving the anatomy of a slap right now, but this is what you're looking to actually hit someone with when it comes to slapping. You know, it still generates power, it's still nice, loud, Looney Tunes level noise with a slap, and it's still exciting, but it's not nearly as dangerous or potentially fatal as getting clubbed like this. That's very serious, by the way. There actually has been a fatality as a result of slapping tournaments where a famous strongman from Poland named Artur unfortunately passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. I actually made a video, I think 2 videos on this guy. Artur was this absolutely massive strongman. He was really cool, but unfortunately he passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. It was absolutely tragic, and it's why safety needs to be taken very seriously when it comes to this sport, which right now Power Slap isn't doing at all. It's like handing a loaded gun to a toddler in the dark. If you watch all of the KOs that are floating around on Twitter from Power Slap, every single one of them pretty much is a club. It would be called a club in every other slapping event except Power Slap, I guess. It is just non-stop clubbing there. So the fact that Dana White's wiping his ass with any level of rules that help the fighters not suffer life-changing injuries is pretty disgraceful. It's not because he didn't know about these rules either, by the way. He's someone who's clearly done his research on it because he's emulated and even taken things from, like, Slap Fight Championship. But for some reason, he's not actually enforcing the rules because he's too enamored with all of the knockouts. And there have been pretty much non-stop knockouts from Power Slap, it seems. Which isn't really something to be celebrating because these are real people that are taking this damage. So I don't like Power Slap, and I don't like people assuming that I do. I really think there's a world of difference between something like Slap Fight Championship and what Dana White's doing here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next episode they have like a halftime show where 2 people just hit each other in the face with baseball bats until one of them loses their entire fucking head, just gets decapitated. Like, it's just very clearly designed to just maximize the amount of knockouts, which I just don't agree with. So to all of the UFC fans that are upset at me for talking about slapping and making content about slapping for a couple years now, I really think you and I are on the same team. I don't support what Dana White's doing. Yes, I do love the novelty and the thrill of watching a slapping tournament, but one that's handled professionally, that does have the slap fighter's health in mind. Of course, I just recently made a video about one that was equally as dangerous as Dana White's slapping tournament, the one where that guy's face got like actually completely rearranged. But that one I was talking about it being extremely dangerous too. But anyway, point is, I don't like Power Slap. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. To many people, Florida is an incomprehensible wasteland, almost like something out of a fantasy novel, like Narnia, if Narnia was infested with drugs and human trafficking. But for me, I call Florida home. I've lived in this utopia for all 28 years of my life, and I've got to tell you, I swear with my hand on a stack of Bibles, there's nowhere else I'd rather live, being completely truthful. Born and raised from the womb to the tomb in Florida. Well, I guess not womb to tomb because I'm pretty sure Florida's going to be underwater within the next 20 years, but hey, we're on a tight schedule, I guess. We're on the clock now, and that only makes the time we have with Florida even more special. What's that expression? The star that burns brightest burns out fastest? That is very applicable to Florida. It is a shining star of a state. That little hemorrhoid on the USA? That's right. That's Florida, baby. So anyway, I was feeling awfully patriotic today, and I wanted to celebrate some Florida enthusiasm by talking about a few stories that I've just been thinking about a lot over the last couple days since I learned about them because they're so wacky. Florida has a reputation for producing the most outrageous headlines ever, which is why Florida Man has been like a coined phrase for quite a few years now. Florida Man is just always referring to the crazy stories that could only really happen in Florida. And there's just some that I've really been thinking about that have happened recently. The first story is almost wholesome in its stupidity. So a man stole an electric scooter from Target and then assembled it outside the Target he had stole it at. So he was out there assembling this electric scooter for quite a long time, which gave the police ample opportunity to show up and arrest him.
What's going on, man?
What's up?
Do a favor, stand up.
Huh?
Stand up. I'm gonna detain you for a second. Come here. Put it down. Yes, sir.
Jimmy Neutron's already been hard at work assembling this device. You can see the electric scooter box right next to him, so he's taking it out, he's following the instructions and putting it together. And usually these aren't exactly quick projects, so the authorities would have had plenty of time to not only receive the call from Target, but to then go ahead and stop for lunch if they wanted to, and then still show up in time to arrest this guy. He was out there for quite a while building the scooter, so the police showed up and probably were beyond surprised to see that he was still there. This was probably like a jump scare for them as well, that this guy who had stolen a scooter like 30 minutes ago was just outside putting it together.
You know why I'm detaining you? No, sir. No? Okay. Once I get these on you, I'll explain it to you. We'll get it all figured out, alright? Alright.
A confounding mystery, no doubt. Why would this good Samaritan just casually putting together the electric scooter he just stole possibly be getting arrested or detained here? Something that science can't quite explain, I suppose. I just really like this whole idea here. He steals the scooter and he's like, alright, great. Oh man, I can't ride this. It's in the box. Well, guess I'm gonna have to put this shit together like it's some fucking Legos. And he just does it outside the Target he stole it at. He could have taken that anywhere else. Literally anywhere else. He could have taken it to like a nearby park or even just on the sidewalk somewhere and started putting it together, but instead he puts it together at the danger zone, the hot spot where he had just committed a crime.
Did you buy this scooter? You don't want to answer that question?
Caught him with his hand in the cookie jar with that question. He asks if he bought the scooter, to which he receives no reply. So then the reality starts to sink in for this guy. I'll go ahead and break down the story here, though it's not super interesting, very generic. Target employees saw him grab the Razor electric scooter, so then they just called the police on him, who then showed up and arrested him because he was outside fucking building the thing. What I really love so much about this one is the fact that this is actual, like, Skyrim NPC behavior. So this guy committed a crime. He takes the scooter, he steals it. And then the second he leaves the store, he must have forgot how he acquired that scooter and thought it was totally okay to just go ahead and start putting it together there. That item he just stole. The next story I want to share with you all is actually a really interesting crime plot. This one's got a lot of layers to it. This one's like almost a huge scheme. It's a $1 million plus milk theft. This is actually like a whole crime group, like the fucking Milk Mafia. They got together and hatched the perfect crime, like Ocean's 11. They decided they were going to steal a fucking ton of milk. A lot of dairy products. It actually goes pretty deep, so the 6 suspects were employees of Island Dairy, a milk distributor that worked with MacArthur Dairy, a milk and dairy products company, and they were arrested as a result of an investigation dubbed Operation Got Milk. This is already a lot to take in. So you've got a lot of players at play on the chessboard here, a lot of pieces in position. When I first saw the headline, I expected it to be like 1 or 2 Florida men that thought they could steal a lot of milk and sell it. So they stole $1 million worth of milk, and I was like, holy shit, they just made $1 million. It took me a minute to register in my fucking smooth little brain here that who in the world, who on God's green earth is going to be buying $1 million worth of milk? That's not exactly a product that you could turn around and immediately get your money out of. You'd be squatting on a massive, massive fucking inventory of dairy for years before you even remotely started to be able to sell some of it. I don't think there's like a booming black market for milk, so it's not like you're just going to immediately be able to turn it around and sell it on the fucking Grand Exchange like it's RuneScape or something. And I've got to be honest, I'll admit my ignorance here. I don't know if Big Dairy buys from random people, right? So if you have $1 million worth of milk that you have stolen from these trucks, how are you going to try and sell it to a different distributor or a different company? I just don't think they'd be buying your, you know, trunk of milk, right? You pull up behind an alley and you're like, all right, I've got the fucking product here. And they give you money for the milk. I don't think a huge market to be able to immediately turn these products into money in their hands. News stations reported that suspects were delivery drivers and dispatchers for Island Dairy. Since 2021, the suspects systematically pilfered more than $925,000 worth of milk from MacArthur Dairy, along with around $350,000 worth of crates. So obviously we're dealing with a lot of milk here. This is more than a Morton Joe was able to harvest in Mad Max Fury Road. The men would allegedly manipulate the ordering system, causing extra dairy products to be loaded onto the distribution delivery trucks. Police said that the delivery drivers would deviate from their pre-assigned routes, meet with another individual, and transfer the extra dairy products to their delivery truck. So they even reveal the method here. They're just giving away the formula that they used. One suspect allegedly sold each stolen milk carton for $10. Let's pump the brakes for a moment. Who the fuck is buying that? Not only is the price not great, but it's also extremely sketchy just to be buying a carton of milk from a stranger. Who would do that? That shit could be poison. It could be just fucking liquid cyanide in there. Like, what? Why would you do that instead of just going to Walmart and getting a carton of milk for like much less than that usually? It just doesn't compute. Who would treat this guy like he's their drug dealer, like their plug? Like, you know, passing out free milk cartons like, hey, come here. I've got some milk cartons in the trunk of my car. First one's free. But if you ever need your fix, you can meet me by the CVS dumpster. I got plenty more milk cartons where that came from. Like, I just can't even imagine that world. That's so wild. This was an organized crime, basically, where they are working in unison to steal products from a company, and obviously the person receiving those products was selling stolen goods. Officials told WTVJ that Island Dairy conducted an internal investigation that uncovered the irregularities and identified the potential suspects. Police were then contacted and began surveillance on the suspects. Hours later, investigators said they captured the transfer of stolen dairy products on video. So they got him. They got him. This is actually a pretty sizable theft here. $1 million plus worth of milk is fucking crazy. So yeah, I definitely wanted to share that one because, wow, what a plan to steal and sell milk, of all things. Anyway, these were just two stories I had read recently and watched, I suppose, since there's videos of both, that have really just stuck with me. I keep thinking about them because they're so goofy. So I just wanted to share that. That's really about it. So yeah. Hey, Sneako. Does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom with some discipline. And I'm happy to report that these are back in stock and a lot more at moistglobal.com. Last time I talked about you, I used you for a merchandise push as well, so might as well stick with tradition. I bet just seeing me in this attire again has just sent you on a full-blown Winter Soldier episode with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull as you're experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, because the first video I made on you offended you to such a high degree that you have not stopped whining since. It's already been 3 months, can you believe that? How time flies. You started shit with me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return, and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive fucking loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there at Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you, waving his gun around and dancing.
You want to watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching. You were?
Now, the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. These soy boy NPC bots are all canceling you. It's all you do. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist. Just going in there to complain about the invisible boogeyman canceling you again, shaking your fist at the clouds. I also love that you treat this Discord server like it's your PR team, so you have them work on your responses on Twitter because you're not witty enough to come up with anything on your own. You have no ability to banter. You can't insult anyone. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path. Which is ironic, because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO. It's pathetic. But I'm getting sidetracked. You love to be super public about how much you hate antidepressants and you shit on anyone who takes antidepressants, but with the way you talk in your Discord server, I'm pretty convinced that you're only 2 or 3 messages away from asking your community to source antidepressants for you under the table to help with all this mental anguish you're going through. And I think that'd honestly be a good idea. It might help you. But I'm putting the cart before the horse here. How did we get to this point? Well, I made that video about Sneako, and I fully planned on that being the only time I ever talked about this asshole. I really did. All I wanted to do was highlight why I personally don't respect him. I know a lot of people criticize me for not tackling his points, and to that I say, bah humbug, this fucking goober didn't make any points. All he did was insult me and my girlfriend. He insulted me and my girlfriend because I made fun of one of his friend's blatantly fake stories. He resorted to childish name-calling like, I'm ugly, and I don't go outside. That's not making any points. Like, what am I supposed to debunk there? No, actually, my mom thinks I'm handsome, and so does my girlfriend, so you're wrong, factually wrong. There's nothing to debunk. The whole point of the video was highlighting why I don't respect him. I'll go ahead and briefly give you a previously on Dragon Ball Z lore recap to bring you up to speed on the points I was making for why I think he is a pathetic piece of shit, and his opinion holds no value in my eyes. Is because he publicly defends Cuties as one of his favorite movies. Cuties was a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual situations, so they sexualized real children. A fact that Sneako himself acknowledges, but writes off as being okay because it's realistic, because in the real world children get sexualized. I'll say it again, regardless of what the intention of the film was, they missed the mark because what ended up happening is they sexualized the child actresses. That is a problem. Full stop. Even if the message was supposed to be the opposite, they still ended up contributing to the very problem they were speaking out against.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Imagine claiming children in sexual positions is clickbait. Yikes. That's rough. You admit that the children were sexualized. That is bad. Okay? That means the movie failed in its mission. I don't know what you don't get about that. But regardless, I'm not here to just keep hammering home the same points. Another thing that I talked about for a reason I don't respect him is because he battles with his own sexuality. He is very public about how he used to go to these swinger parties, I think he says 4 in total over the course of like 2 weeks, where he watched his girlfriend get fucked by other men. Even telling the story of how he was literally in the bed watching his girl get fucked by a different man, moaning intensely, and it was traumatizing. Yet he recommends that everyone should try it at some point for some reason.
Because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like,
get fucked.
You
love her?
Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other agreement?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. You know what?
So my point with this was, why is this the guy that's lecturing everyone on their relationships, shitting on people's relationships, when he himself is in one that makes him very upset and he can't come to terms with it? Now, if he's open about being a cuck and happy and proud to be a cuck, that's fine. But he's not. It makes him mad every single time. So why the fuck is this insecure guy the one that's the moral authority on healthy relationships all of a sudden? That was the point of me bringing up that clip. Now, that was basically the whole video. I summed it up real quick. All I pointed out is I don't respect his opinion because he defends a movie I consider to be child porn. I think any film or any production that has real children being sexualized should be classified as child porn. That's how I view it. Maybe your definition's different, but that's how I personally view that kind of content. So him defending that was beyond reprehensible to me. And him being very public with his cuckoldry and how scarring it has been, it should be a lesson and an example that he himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things. And I posted that and it made him extremely upset and he hasn't stopped fucking crying about it for 3 months. So, fast forward to 2 days ago. I was streaming a Moist Esports tournament and I went up to go to the bathroom. I had to take a shit. It was a double flusher. So I was on the toilet for quite some time and I saw a Sneako post that he's posted quite a few times now and I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not doing anything else right now on the porcelain throne. I'll play in the pig pen. So I did. For 3 months now, Sneako has had this adorable little collage that he made that looks like it's straight out of a 16-year-old girl's diary with pictures of boys from her class that she doesn't like. All about people that have hurt his feelings. This is his wall of shame for people that have insulted him online. What's even sadder about it is he purposely leaves out people that he's afraid of. So Turkey Tom, for example, made a whole video talking about Sneako and how pathetic he is, and Sneako tried to talk a big game to him, even challenged him to a debate, which Turkey Tom accepted with jubilation. He was ecstatic. And then Sneako kept ducking him, ghosting him. So he leaves Turkey Tom off of this list because he's afraid to actually talk to him. And he also leaves off quite a few other people, but the most notable other one that is comical for the absence is Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is an internet content creator that Sneako lied about for a long time, and they had a lot of beef, and Brandon Buckingham actually challenged him to a fight. And Sneako is very fearful of him. We'll get into that more in depth in a moment, but I just need to set the stage a little bit here with this collage. So after seeing this for the 100th time in the last 3 months, I finally just said, holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck. And this puppy really blew up on Twitter in a big way. Now, I will say it again. What I did, and what I am doing right now, is not canceling you, Sneako. I am insulting you. I am making fun of you. Something that you were supposed to be a huge proponent of, right? Wasn't like one of your big things like bullying needs to be brought back. So now that I'm making fun of you, what, all of a sudden now it's off limits, now it's canceling? You have become the SJWs that you criticize so much. I don't know how you don't realize that. We continue. He says, you know in your soul you would never say that to my face. To which I respond, you literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my ass in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child porn. I think this is important to talk about, and I just talked about it recently. When you are getting your feelings hurt and your immediate response isn't to fire back with insults, jokes, whatever, it's to challenge someone to a fight, you've taken a huge L. You've shown that the person has got under your skin, and the only thing you can resort to is a caveman brain of, I'll beat you in a fight. Sneako, you beating me in a fight doesn't unfuck your girlfriend from the numerous men that had sex with her in front of you. It doesn't do anything. Everything I've said still stands. Nothing changes. It doesn't even salvage your ego. All it is a pathetic fucking attempt at attention. And I don't think you believe half the things you talk about. I really think Sneako just panders as much as possible. He himself doesn't even stand by the things he talks about. I really don't think he has any beliefs of his own. He just echoes what he thinks is going to get him the biggest audience / the most money. That's what I think. So this puffing out his chest of challenging me to a fight is clearly attention. That's what it feels like. Because you don't have the same energy for Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is more than willing to fight you any day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that for some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you. So why is he exempt? Why don't you want to fight him? That's so weird. This is what you said about Brandon Buckingham and fighting him.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneako, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes. Sneako would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, if I lose the fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
The full video here from Willie Mack is an absolute masterpiece on laying out every pathetic thing that Sneako has ever done, said, or everything ever. So I highly recommend checking it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's a banger. So, as you can see, the people he's confident in fighting are ones that he feels confident he'd win against. I'm 5'6". I think he's 6'1". So the height advantage he feels very confident with. And he has every reason to. He would probably beat me in a fight. But like I said, that doesn't change anything. Everything I've said is still true. You are a cuck, self-admitted, and you have defended cuties publicly, which, by more than just me, by many, is considered child porn. You're pathetic. Beating me in a fight doesn't change any of those facts. I've also been super vocal about how I don't want to fight. Like, I'm not afraid to say, I don't want to get hit in the head, right? Like, I'm afraid of taking headshots. It's probably a super normal fear to have, so I'm averse to going into a boxing match, especially one that's just a clout-driven spectacle like this. That'd be completely fucking worthless. And I've been super open about that, which I'm sure you know since you keep saying that you've watched my content, so you probably know that I was never going to accept a fight in the first place. Especially since you're, significantly taller than me, right? It wouldn't make any sense. And even though you would probably beat me in a fight, you're certainly not beating me in an aesthetic physique competition, because goddamn, I blow your ass out of the water. Look at this fucking anime character physique I'm rocking. Meanwhile, you're over here with that Abercrombie and Fitch from 1998. Now, in Sneako's credit, he did start going to the gym recently. Maybe I inspired him, and you know what? That's great. I'm glad I could have a positive impact on your life like that, Sneako. Getting into the gym is a fantastic thing, and you're gonna feel so much better. And I know you'll start seeing results soon as long as you keep at it. And then finally, our last exchange goes very similarly to the others. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it. So I said, got your Discord still working on responses? Brother, I have no problem. You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting to cuckoldry and get mad at me for bringing it up. You should be mad at yourself instead. Have some self-reflection. Which it's true. I don't have a problem. You literally started it, Sneako, and you even asked your audience to let me know everything you said and send me your clips. You actually asked for a response, and then got super upset when my response was a little too mean to your feelings. How is that not the ultimate cuckoldry? Even more so than your girl getting clapped by 1,000 men. How? How can you, with a straight face, still call other people soy boys? I'm not kidding, I really didn't want to keep talking about you, but you won't stop talking and crying about me. It's sad. I understand you have a humiliation fetish, so hopefully this whole thing has helped you orgasm one more time from all of it. I don't think it's fun dunking on you, Sneako. I don't. And I'm certainly not canceling you, but you keep doing this. So you forced my hand to make fun of you again. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. The title's not clickbait. There's something I need to complain about. Shocking, I know. It's not that I want to complain, it's that I have to. I'm being forced to by a powerful spiritual presence that's working me like a puppet. Like this whiny demon inside of me that needs an exorcism, and the only way to get it is through talking about something that's made me a bit perturbed, to say the least. And that is this non-stop attack on everything I love. All of my favorite properties that I grew up with are getting adapted into either movies or TV shows, and all of them are terrible. Jesus Christ, I feel like my brain has been stun-locked thanks to the Halo TV show, something that I dreamed about, wet dreams as a kid, finally making it to reality with the Halo television program, and it was an unforgivable fucking war crime of a production, a damn near violation of the Geneva Convention for how atrocious that show was, and it hasn't stopped there. So often, they are adapting beloved game franchises that I cherish near and dear to my heart, and just turning them into laughably pathetic shows. I swear to God, like, there's more dogshit video game adaptations on streaming services than there is dogshit in downtown Tampa sidewalks. It is absurd how often this is happening now. Now, of course, not all of them are bad, but you can pretty much count all of the good video game adaptations on one hand. It's very rare that they do a great job of it. And then this brings us to the topic of today's video that served as the catalyst, the little spark here for my whining. Peacock has a Twisted Metal TV series that's hitting their platform next month, and they released a new trailer for it today that makes it look like a bit of a stinker, and watching it made me more upset than when I realized my growth plates had closed and I wasn't getting taller than 5'6". Just a trailer that I feel missed the mark in getting people excited for it, because this is a franchise that I fucking love as well as many others, and it just didn't really do it justice, I don't think. Also, looking at the description of it on Peacock here, a post-apocalyptic live-action comedy TV show based on the classic 90s PlayStation combat game, makes me sick. Twisted Metal does have its goofy moments. It has very self-aware silliness and a lot of humor in there, of course. But it's a lot more than just a comedy. This should read like a post-apocalyptic, over-the-top, fucking full-throttle, nuts-to-butts action series with some comedy as well, like dark comedy. Because that's what Twisted Metal is. Like, Jesus Christ, Sweet Tooth, who is in the trailer, we're gonna get to all the trailer stuff in a minute. Sweet Tooth is a fucking psychopath serial killer who has an incredibly dark past and an incredibly dark storyline, as well as many other characters, but Sweet Tooth in particular. In the most recent game, he is a fucking maniac who killed his family, and his daughter was the one person he was unable to kill. So his wish with Calypso and winning the event was that he would be able to get to his daughter so he can finally kill her because it's been bothering him for so long. And it turns out his daughter, after witnessing Sweet Tooth killing the whole family, was so traumatized she killed herself. So when Calypso grants Sweet Tooth's wish, he buries Sweet Tooth in the coffin with his daughter. And that's how it ends, with him struggling to get out after being buried alive because he's a murderous fucking psychopath whose whole mission was just killing people and finally being able to kill the one person that got away. Like, zoinks, Scoob, jumpin' Jehoosaphex. How do you take a storyline like that and then say, that character needs to sing the thong song in our Peacock series? Like, what the fuck? Like, Jeepers Creepers. There is comedy in the games, but they turned Sweet Tooth into a goddamn Saints Row character. The dialogue in the trailer for him is like something you'd see out of Forspoken when she's talking to the Gauntlet. It's embarrassing. Like, god damn it, it's making me upset. I'm fuming. I don't know what Peacock was thinking, and I feel like I need to explain what Peacock even is because it's such a nothing burger of a service. It's a streaming platform that you may have signed up for one time by accident because they advertised one decent show and you forgot to cancel it and don't realize you're paying for it. They have, like, nothing worthwhile on their platform. And I'm not exaggerating either. They really don't have a strong catalog whatsoever. You get more value out of a Farters Anonymous subscription where they deliver fart jars to your door every month as opposed to paying for Peacock. And now they've got this Twisted Metal show here, and from what I'm seeing in the trailers, it's not looking promising. Now again, it's not fully out, so hopefully all of these trailers are just doing it a real big disservice, and it turns into a great show, because I would much prefer it be a good show, because then we might see another game. It's been over a decade since the last Twisted Metal game, so if the show was good and successful, maybe we'd see more from the franchise. That would be great, but I'm not optimistic. Let's talk about the trailer. I can't show you the trailer because I think that's probably frowned upon, so I'm just going to describe it, and I'll show you a couple of screenshots. So the trailer kicks off with Sweet Tooth in a fist fight with a character named John Doe, which I didn't recognize the name of in the description of the trailer, so I had to look it up, and it is a character from the Twisted Metal franchise. These two are locked in some high-quality fisticuffs action. John Doe plants a mean one right on the cheek of Sweet Tooth, really socks him, clobbers him. But Sweet Tooth, being the menacing madman he is, isn't affected by it at all and says, "Aren't you a tall glass of water? Me? I'm a Hawaiian punch," and then punches him. That is some cringy shit. I imagine they wrote that trying to be like self-aware, tongue-in-cheek or something, but it's just fucking cringe. I'm about to go on a tangent rant here. What is happening to comedy writing? It's all the same formulaic garbage throwaway shit lines. It feels like it's all AI generated by ChatGPT based on the worst Tumblr scripts you've ever read in your life. I feel like it's only been snowballing out of control. Like it started with things like Saints Row, and it's only been getting worse and worse and worse. You know, then you got Redfall, Dead Island 2 writing, like, and now it's like infiltrated TV as well. Even though I feel like television humor writing's probably been stagnant and bad for quite some time now, but it just feels like it's so derivative of the same horrible throwaway comedy writing in games that's been prevalent over the last year or so, and it's just making it worse. But anyway, that's kind of the entire tone here. So if it's a comedy series and that's the level of humor, then it's dead on arrival in that genre as well. But why even take Twisted Metal and bank entirely on comedy? Twisted Metal is all about the car combat. Like, that is what Twisted Metal made its bread... That was its bread and butter. That's what it made its money on. The fun gameplay and the fun, unique characters of it. There were, of course, moments outside of the cars, and this could very well be like a very, rare instance of that in the show. But why use that as your official sneak peek? Why wouldn't you highlight the car combat? There's a line in the trailer that John Doe says where he says, "Can we go back to the cars?" And I feel like he's voicing the audience's, mind very well. He's voicing all of the audience thoughts. Can we go back to the cars? Let's see the car combat that people would expect with Twisted Metal as the name of the show, instead of this fucking lazy-ass comedy. But they don't go to the cars. Instead, the fist fighting continues. Eventually, Sweet Tooth throws John Doe up against the slot machine, and they start singing the thong song. They do a little duet thong song and then bond over it. And, then the scene ends by John Doe saying, he's ready to go to Sweet Tooth's show. I don't get how this trend is continuing of taking a beloved franchise, buying the rights to it, and then delivering something that has absolutely nothing to do with the property that you're using the name of. We already saw it with Halo, where the producers proudly talked about how they didn't even play the games and wanted nothing to do with the actual established Halo games or universe, so they gave something that nobody liked. Or we also saw it with The Witcher Blood Origin, for another quick example, where they take The Witcher and deliver something that has fucking nothing to do with The Witcher or anything established there. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe it works for a couple of cheap clicks for those curious fans of the property to see if this is going to be something worthwhile, but then they abandon it after episode 1 when it's clear that this is not made by fans of the property. I just don't get who the audience is. It's not for fans of Halo, Witcher Blood Origin, or in this case, it's looking like Twisted Metal either, and the shows are never good enough to stand on their own two legs either. They just use the property, the IP, as a crutch for really lazy throwaway garbage. You don't win. Everyone loses. You don't accomplish anything. I just don't fucking understand it. I'm really hoping that Twisted Metal ends up being surprisingly good, and that this was just a really bad marketing idea to show just a comedy scene from it, as opposed to showcasing an action scene or really any scene with the vehicles. They do have one other trailer, but it's a very quick teaser and doesn't show much of anything at all. So that one's not anything that I'm going to heavily critique. It's just supposed to be a teaser, so I don't think that one's necessarily bad. But this one is. This is over 2 minutes. It is a sneak peek, and it's supposed to sell people on the hype of the show. But I just don't see how it would. I don't think fans of Twisted Metal are going to be pumping their fists yeah, Sweet Tooth said Hawaiian Punch and then really gave him a wallop. Woo! I don't see that happening. I feel like most people would rather have seen a sneak peek of the vehicle combat that Twisted Metal is known for. And it would be unique for a show. That would be hype for people who don't even know what Twisted Metal is, to see some of the crazy shit that Twisted Metal offers, with the weaponry on the cars and the crazy cars and the wild over-the-top action. But instead they just chose a dumb, stupid, not very good fist fight comedy routine scene from it. Just doesn't make sense. I hope the show's good. I'm not optimistic, and I just needed to rant about it. That's it. See ya. I talk about a lot of worthless nonsense that I just find goofy and entertaining, but what I'm about to talk about today, what I'm about to start yapping and blabbering on about, has to be a new gold standard for the most trivial. This is more meaningless than a filler arc in Naruto, yet I can't help but care about it. Like, my voice is cracking because I'm almost embarrassed that I actually care. I read about this, like, right before leaving the gym, and for some reason I thought about it the entire drive home. So I got home, put my Skechers down because I'm one of the few people under the age of 60 and over the age of 9 that wear Skechers, and I just marched up here and I'm like, you know what? I need to talk about it. So it's about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I'm sure all of you know that name. He's one of the biggest celebrities in America. I don't think you could find a place in this nation that hasn't at least heard of The Rock. Fucking Narnia probably knows about this guy. He is huge. And he recently posted an Instagram video that seemed innocent enough on the surface, but if you dive a bit deeper, it actually gets quite nefarious. It's about his supposedly first time trying In-N-Out. In-N-Out is a fast food chain. I'm sure a lot of you know that. It has like a cult-like following. People love In-N-Out. They fight tooth and nail for the honor of In-N-Out. Like, when I've tried it and I thought it was fine. I didn't think it like changed my life or anything. It didn't make me more attractive or taller. It wasn't a game changer, but it was fine food. But some people go crazy for it. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson apparently just tried it for the first time. Let's see what that looks like. I don't want to let the audio play because it's just DMCA music. And basically the whole video is him going to In-N-Out drive-thru and people just going crazy to see The Rock. This is supposed to be his cheat meal with In-N-Out, and it's his first time ever trying it. He's going to see what all the hype's about. But basically the whole video kind of plays out like autofellatio. It's The Rock just sucking his own dick. Like, hey, you just call me handsome? I don't speak Spanish. Is that what you said to me? That kind of thing. And then he makes his order here, he gets like his big meal. It's just complete throwaway garbage here. There's more empty calories in this video than there is in the french fries that The Rock is buying here. The video is honestly less about In-N-Out and more about just The Rock being famous. Like, this whole video is just The Rock showcasing he's famous and filming people's reaction to them seeing him in all of his benevolent glory. He is an angel, and he is blessing them with his presence. He couldn't even be bothered to do the bare minimum of eating the meal on camera, so we were denied a Rock mukbang. What a shame. But here's his caption: "My first ever In-N-Out burger experience. Rolled up in my pickup and tried to be cool AF with my order." And then emojis for car and sunglasses. God. But I didn't know the lingo. Didn't know who to pay, where to pay. I didn't know shit. What do you mean you didn't know the lingo? You just place an order. I don't know why he's pretending. You know, it's not like this is complicated jargon. But I'm a quick study. Loved everyone's positive vibes in there. Holy shit, it's The Rock energy. God, he just can't. No one has The Rock's dick in his mouth more than he does. Like, good God. Goodness gracious. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? It's his own wiener. Oh my lord. His favorite meal. Love the grub, and love how everyone in the drive-thru looked at me like I have 3 heads when I gave them a tip. Thank you, In-N-Out, for being awesome. I'll see you down the road. So it clearly reads like it's supposed to be some kind of promotional thing for In-N-Out here. And it's all just standard celebrity trash, but this is the 3rd time he's done it. He keeps pretending that he's trying In-N-Out for the first time every couple of years. Why? Why are you lying about that? You could just say, like, I love In-N-Out, so I'm going back to In-N-Out. Let's go. Can't wait for more In-N-Out. Why does it always have to be your first time? We know it's not. So there was 2 articles written about this, like, why does The Rock keep lying about it? And I have no fucking idea. Why would you just keep lying about it being your first time going to In-N-Out? The other 2 videos are still on your Instagram page. It makes no sense to me. It's like the weakest lie ever. I remember when I was a child, I used to do lies like this for April Fool's Day, where I would tell my friends that the Buccaneers quarterback Brad Johnson was retiring, and they'd be like, is he really? And I'd go, nope, I gotcha. It's like, what? Why are you even lying about that? It's so lame.
Is history in the making. It is Sunday night, approximately 11 p.m. It is Cheat Meal Sunday for all of us around the world, certainly for me here. And the reason why this is history in the making is because this is the very first time that I have ever tried an In-N-Out burger, or In-N-Out fries, or anything from In-N-Out for that matter. Now, I've picked up some In-N-Out burger before through the drive-thru a few times for some buddies of mine. I've never tried it, so this is a first.
That's such a convenient excuse. I've been through the drive-thru, but I've never actually eaten it. I've only ever picked it up for other people. That's like the timeless classic of, oh no, those aren't my drugs. I was actually just holding them for a friend. Now, he has a post from 2017, once again, through the In-N-Out drive-thru, but he doesn't have any evidence of him eating the meal, So I guess I can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt if he tried the In-N-Out meal when he bought it for the people in his vehicle. I would wager a guess that he has, because he keeps pretending like he doesn't even know what the fuck In-N-Out is, practically. He doesn't know how to go through the drive-thru or how to pay, according to his most recent Instagram post. So I don't know if the Men in Black keep coming around and neuralizing him every time he eats In-N-Out so he forgets entirely, or if this is just the weirdest marketing idea ever. I don't really get it. But I have said for about 5 or 6 years now that The Rock is the fakest celebrity in Hollywood. I truly believe that. I grew up a huge fan of The Rock. In the WWE, he was probably one of my favorites. Not up there with Kane, but pretty close. He cut the best promos. And to this day, if I had a nickel for every single time I said, "Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?" or if I imitated the people's elbow, man, shit, I'd be able to own In-N-Out by now. Like, he had a big impact on my childhood, but as he made it more into the mainstream consciousness, and as his fame grew, I feel like his soul kept getting chipped away at, whittled away, and now he's just this husk, this hollow shell that PR firms speak through. Like, every time he tries to vocalize something that's supposed to resemble his own thought or opinion, it feels like the most PR speak shit ever. Like, all of these PR suits are just using him like a fucking fleshlight, like this puppet of ventriloquism act, where they are talking through The Rock. What really cemented that for me was when he went on Joe Rogan recently. I haven't listened to Rogan in quite a long time, but when The Rock was on, I was very interested to see if he would finally come out of his shell here and actually speak his mind. And he barely spoke at all. The whole episode was mainly crickets. Like, he barely engaged with anything because it seems like The Rock only vocalizes what his team allows him to. Like, it has to be the most filtered responses and statements imaginable. He's just so fucking fake, and this In-N-Out madness was just a cherry on top of it. Another thing, I'm getting way off topic now, but another thing with The Rock that always rubbed me the wrong way since it happened was about a year ago, he was a brief guest on Jeff Keighley's Summer Games Fest. So he was there to promote the Black Adam trailer, but Summer Games Fest was supposed to be like a celebration of games and talking about all of that. And The Rock sent in a video that he absolutely threw together in like 30 seconds, but he couldn't even go through that video without plugging his own fucking drink. Like, come on, you're already there just to promote a movie and you're still going to promote something else as well? He only has one mode, and that's sales mode. That's it. He didn't engage with the community at all. He couldn't even pretend to care about Summer Games Fest or Jeff Keighley's production or really gaming in general. He just can't even put on a facade that he gives a fuck about anything beyond just selling himself. Like, even in this In-N-Out clip that I showed you, the second one where he pretended that he, trying it for the first time, let me show you how it actually ends. Check this out.
They're called double doubles, loaded with lettuce, tomato, onion, pickles, and cheese. Of course, we got fries here. Get this. The fries are good. So we're off to a good start. Now, the question becomes, I have the one and only Terramana tequila. What is going to pair best with, you know what? I'm the founder of Terramana, so fuck it. We make up the rules. So I'm going to go with Blanco and Reposado. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure this is. My very first In-N-Out burger. Oh, that is a good combo. Here we go.
Yeah, he couldn't even eat a meal without plugging his own shit. That's all he is doing anymore. He just says what his PR firm wants him to say, nothing else, never doing anything that even resembles like his actual personality or his actual thoughts. And then he is just constantly selling his own products and selling himself. That's it. Like, that is so fucking sad. So yeah, just a really weird thing here that he keeps pretending that he's never had In-N-Out. So every year or a couple of years, he'll be like, oh, I'm trying In-N-Out for the first time. In fact, I'm pretty sure he even ordered the same exact thing last week as he did in this video from 2022, the one I just showed you. I'm pretty sure he made the exact same order as well. So he's probably a regular at In-N-Out. Like, he has his order down to a science. I just don't get why he keeps pretending for that. But I'm also not surprised because he actually is just super fake across the board. So yeah, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. A super, super meaningless topic that I just got passionate about. That's it. See ya. Today I saw a video that perfectly demonstrates just how fixated people have become with social media, and just how ingrained in our DNA it is to post every second of every day online for validation from complete strangers. It's reaching a point where it's becoming like an obsession for a lot of people to post everything all the time. And I swear to God, drinking an entire gallon of mercury is less poisonous than spending an hour on Twitter. You could be boofing arsenic and it'd still be less detrimental to your overall health than just doom scrolling social media. It's getting out of hand, and the video that I'm about to show is a babysitter who gets in an argument with the father of the child that she's babysitting because the dad is upset that she posted a photo of that child on Instagram without telling him. And when he's confronting her about it, like, hey, can you take it down? I really don't like that you did that. She's fucking flabbergasted. She's dumbstruck. Her whole universe collapsed. It was like she had just seen a ghost. Like aliens had just fucking invaded and blew her mind. The whole concept that this father didn't want pictures of their child posted online for strangers to look at blew her away. And she got extremely aggressive about it, even calling him a pedophile because he saw that she posted that.
Shouldn't be posting photographs of my children on Instagram.
Well, she looks really cute in it.
She does look really cute, but why are you putting it on public? Anyone could be looking at her.
No one's going to think about, no, your address isn't on there, your phone number isn't on there. It's just her face.
This caption here is going insano style. The parents I babysit for got annoyed I uploaded a picture of their child. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty reasonable thing to be annoyed about at the very least. The fact that she posted this herself, once again, is delusional. People film their worst moments and post them online thinking they're right and expecting people to pat them on the back about it like, wow, what a champion. You really showed that father that posting a photo of his daughter online was actually a good thing and he was stupid for thinking otherwise. She's just living in fantasy land here. Like, this is a load of dirty barnacles. She is 100% in the wrong and it's inarguable. It's totally understandable that the father would be upset. It is absolutely his choice whether or not photos of his child get shared online. It's not the babysitter's choice. There's no argument in her defense here. It's completely understandable why this father wouldn't want pictures of his child posted online without his knowledge. I completely respect anyone's decision not to post photos of their loved ones or their children or anything online. There's fucking weirdos out there. You don't know who's looking at that shit. It's not some kind of social obligation that you have to share everything from your life with the cyber world, the cyberspace. So it's just, you know, it's unnecessary, and if you don't want to partake in that shit, then don't. In fact, I encourage you not to. I don't think you need to be oversharing everything about your life online. Now, another thing I find very fascinating here is the babysitter says that she didn't share a phone number or address anything, and she's stunned that this is even a problem. She only shared a picture of his child. The child's face and everything is now out there in public, and that's not a big deal. Which is wild to think of how quickly this mentality has shifted. I remember when social media first started to pop off, first started to get gas in that fire, the general consensus, not just shared with the geriatric octogenarians, but even like my classmates and everything, was don't post too much shit about yourself online. Like, don't tell people your name on the internet. Don't put pictures of your face on the internet outside of like your tight MySpace group, because there's strange, creepy people out there, some fucking freaks, and you don't want them to have that information. There could be some bad actors. That has completely vanished from the general mindset. Nowadays, it's considered creepy if you're not sharing photos of your face and updates on your life all the time online. You must be some kind of socially anxious weenie, some loser.
It's my child.
It will go in 24 hours anyway. Why are you even following me?
Well, I follow loads of people, but that's not the point.
Well, you don't follow your babysitter. That's weird.
Well, I do follow my babysitter, and it's just as well I am.
One photo.
We're not going to pay you until you take that photo off.
So she was scrambling around in the dark and thinks she found a diamond here to use against this guy for ammo. Why are you following me on Instagram, You have something to hide, tough guy, you fucking creep? So she's 16 years old, and now this guy follows her on Instagram, so she's about to start accusing him of being a pedophile, some kind of low-life scumbag who follows their babysitter on Instagram. And I think that is so weak. I think that is an absolutely dogshit point she tries to make. There's a perfectly logical explanation for why the father would follow a babysitter on Twitter. This person is going to be home alone with their child. They want to make sure they didn't just hire Jeffrey fucking Dahmer or something. There's going to need to be some level of background checking, and what's the best way of doing that? going to their social media where they share absolutely everything. It's a good way of gauging if this person is even safe to be around your kid and can be trusted. Now, if this father was commenting on all of her Instagram posts and leaving weird emojis, obviously then we'd have a problem here. Then we'd have ourselves an EDP situation. But from everything in this video, that's not the case. He just follows her on Instagram and saw that she posted this photo of his child.
Well, I'll just stay here until you pay me then. What are you going to do about it?
Give me that phone now.
I'm not giving you my phone.
There's all sorts of freaks.
Loads of my friends do it that babysit.
Well, they shouldn't be doing it.
Why? It's literally just a photo.
Look, the north is full of. Stop posting.
Well, yeah, you being one. Why are you following me? I'm a 16-year-old.
I'm not like that. So give me.
Trash. Complete trash. To say the father is a pedophile because now you're getting offended that he's upset at something you did wrong is beyond stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Now, him threatening to not pay her till she deletes the photo, I think is totally reasonable. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You have done something very much against what you were hired to do, and you won't be compensated until you just do the bare minimum of deleting the photo. It's a super simple request. You shouldn't have taken the photo or posted the photo without talking to the father first, so the least you can do is take it down and then receive your payment for this and wash your hands of the situation. It's just so easy, but she's making a big fuss about it, making a whole song and dance out of it.
That phone.
Well, why have you got Instagram in the first place? How old are you?
You shouldn't be even babysitting. You haven't got a DBS.
You hired me.
Didn't realize there was an age limit on Instagram. Well, like, she's just so lost in this sauce now. Oh, you're so weird. You have an Instagram. How old are you? Goofball, huh? You ancient fossil, stupid goober. You have an Instagram? You're going to jail. Hope you like going to the slammer, you fucking pedophile. Wait until I call up the police and tell them that a 45-year-old man has an Instagram, huh? Yeah, they might just come over here and execute you on the spot via firing squad for your pedophile crimes against humanity. Signing up for Instagram when you're 40-something years old. Despicable.
Are you joking?
I'm 16 years old. I'm still in school.
So you could be doing anything.
Well, you know me. I'm not like that.
I'm shocked. We're going to have to tell everyone that you're a bad babysitter. I can't believe I'm hearing
Well, I'll
this.
tell everyone that you follow me on Instagram, a 16-year-old girl. How's that going to work out for you?
Threatening to just call this guy a pedophile to society because he's refusing to pay you for something you did wrong. He's just very simply asking you to remove the photo. He's not even being, like, over-the-top aggressive or mean about the situation. Like, his only threat so far is, we're going to have to call you a bad babysitter. Like, that's something you say to your dog when you're disciplining them after they pee on the floor, like, bad dog, please don't do that again. I don't like cleaning up pee, please. You know, just don't do it again. It's easy. You know, like, he's not even being, like, an asshole here. He's 100% in the right. He is completely justified in being annoyed and frustrated with her, and yet he's still going to pay her, assuming, of course, that she just takes down the photo, which is super easy. It's super simple. Like, everything she's doing is so over the top and downright criminal. To falsely accuse this guy of being a pedophile.
I don't know what to say. I'm shocked for words. All I want to do is, will you please just take that photograph off Instagram and we can move on from this. You could get your money. You could go home. Isabel could be safe.
Is that it then? Just take the photo down and that's it? You give me my money and I go?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Well, yeah, that's fine then.
Finally, a happy ending, a great, satisfying conclusion here. She gets paid for the babysitting job and they both go their separate ways. End of story. Until she posted it all online. For TikTok clout, I guess. She should have been feeling overwhelming embarrassment from this whole situation, and yet she felt pride that she'd be getting a lot of internet likes for it because she stood her ground against an unreasonable father or something, I guess. I don't even know what angle she was trying to go with here. She just looks really fucking awful here. She looks downright evil. To just blatantly, like, go on this tangent about how this guy's a pedophile because he followed her on Instagram is so crazy to me. The whole thing is just so wild. And I'm about to make a really obscure reference that I feel like a lot of people aren't going to pick up on or appreciate. But the father in this video really sounds like the Duck brothers from Courage the Cowardly Dog. They were only in like 1 or 2 episodes, but they're the ones that are like, stop laying eggs, we're Duck brothers. Those guys. He sounds just like them. So I don't know if he's done voice acting in his past, but he is like extremely close to their voices. Has nothing to do with anything. I just wanted to get that out there before I forgot to mention it. But yeah, I think this is just a perfect demonstration for how distorted people's perception of reality has become. There is nothing wrong with not wanting your child's picture online, or your picture online, or anyone's picture online, or information about themselves. Privacy is still a good thing. Privacy is still a great thing. I don't know why privacy's been vilified all of a sudden. I think it's great. Keep things to yourself. You don't have to post shit online. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. Good morning, everyone. I hope the holiday season has been kind to you. As we approach the new year, I wanted to bestow upon you some sage wisdom. As we get into 2024, I imagine many of you are going to choose a New Year's resolution to be more confident, and I just wanted to show you what it looks like when you go a little too hog wild and immediately blow it and pretty much fail the New Year's resolution before it even begins. This exchange was shared today. The two people here have met a few times and there was nothing odd about any of it. Now, out of the blue, this guy says, "Can I say something weird?" and then sends that face. When that face hits the text messages, you know shit is about to go downhill immediately. Nothing good ever comes from seeing that face. It's like Bloody Mary in the mirror. But she says, "Of course," with an exclamation point, almost excited to hear what weird thing he's about to explain. So he goes, He starts charging up his Kamehameha here. He's about to drop a fucking nuclear bomb on this conversation and this friendship. So here it comes. Happy New Year. I just saw a post celebrating fat beauty, and you were the fat beauty closest to the top of my contacts, and then drops this hot emoji here. So I just wanted to check in and say hi. And they say chivalry's dead. If that line doesn't get you laid, nothing will. Flirting has never looked so good. So how did she respond to this silver-tongued devil? Holy fucking hell. We'll just casually act like you didn't just say that. And he's dumbfounded. He can't process what went wrong here. He goes, I understand how that was the wrong thing for me to say. Actually, I don't. Please explain how I can prevent making someone uncomfortable in the future. It's like an exit survey after customer service experience. What did you appreciate and what did you not appreciate? How can we improve in the future? I have no doubt this was the last thing she was expecting after saying that she'd like to hear something weird. But anyway, I'll go ahead and break it down for you, brother, on where this bulletproof strategy went awry. Let me give you like a counterexample maybe to help illustrate the point. Let's say there was someone I was talking to that I was somewhat romantically interested in, and I opened this conversation by saying, "Hey, so I just read this post about stupid bitches, so naturally I thought of you. How are you?" It wouldn't exactly go over well now, would it? So you coming out of the blue, guns blazing, calling her fat is not exactly the compliment that you may have thought it was. But anyway, there is another series of text messages I wanted to talk about because it had me giggling this morning. There was an individual giving away 100 articles of clothing, and somebody wanted to come claim them. But things really took a turn for the worst. It starts innocent enough. Are the clothes available? To which they say, yes, please God, take them. Very clearly wanting to get rid of all of these clothes. And then they ask for the location. After receiving the coordinates to the rendezvous, they ask, can you meet me in blank? So meeting at a different location that's a little closer to them. To which they understandably say, no, I'm not meeting for free stuff. And then say, I can gove you $10 to brung them, okay? And they just say no again. It's an almost adorable sentence. I can gove you $10 to brung them. It's like baby talk in text message format. It reminds me of the dialogue in the game Bugsnax. Now, this individual clearly does not want to drive out of their way to deliver free stuff to this person, not even for $10, because that's a wild inconvenience to them. They're giving away the free stuff. If you want it, it should be on you to come get it. Like, it's not their responsibility to drive an hour out of their way to deliver it to this stranger. Jesus, thanks. Keep them then. I have a newborn Jesus, which is a huge statement to make. We've got Jesus Christ coming back for round 3, I guess, because she just gave birth to him. I don't have time to waste it. Do you want them gone or not? I don't know why she's trying to flip this around and haggle with this individual who's trying to give away the free clothing. Like, obviously, they want them gone, but they're not going to drive an hour out of their way to get rid of them. It's not that big of a deal. Whoever wants them can come get them, and if no one comes and gets them, I'm sure they would have no problem just donating them to, like, Goodwill or something. This lady has no leverage in this negotiation here whatsoever. So do you want them gone or not? Your only option is to bring them an hour over here to me. Like, no, clearly, that's not the only choice to be making here. That's the bad ending. That's like the stupid ending. If you do that, you have done a big fucking blunder. They say, I do, but I'm not driving an hour round trip. If you want them, you'll get them. If not, someone else will. The brass tacks, the cold hard facts, the cold water. That is the truth right there. If you want them, come get them. If you don't, someone else will. They then ask for the address and then say, it's not that far from blank, and blank is 10 to 15 minutes from blank. Everything's redacted here like a CIA document, so it's a little hard to keep up with. But they're still trying to find a way for them to bring the clothes closer to them so it's more convenient for them to pick up the free shit. They say, I live closer to blank, so 50 minutes, so yeah, you could meet me to blank. That would help us both. Thanks if you would be nice. And they just, again, say no. This sets her off, and she goes, bitch, have a good day. I have kids, me and I live further than you, and I was ready to pay, have a good day. To which they say, I have kids too, doesn't make you special. I ask because everything expensive, I would drive down me for someone, obviously English people are actually asshole. Anyway, I wouldn't be like you me, I would do halfway for someone that's need it. Obviously you have money, so you don't give a shit apka about any but yourself. You were rude. That's also what I didn't like. Instead of figuring something out for both of us as well, so you're mama person, not me? I'm not sure what that word is because it's blocked by the arrow. One of the most difficult to read statements I've ever read since trying to read Finnegan's Wake. I recognize English may not be her first language here, but goodness gracious, that was a lot to try and get a grasp on here. So I believe what she's trying to say is that if the roles were reversed, and she was the one giving away free clothes, she would have no problem driving an hour out of her way to give them to someone. Which is a load of dirty barnacles. What a fucking load of fish paste. What are you talking about? You won't even drive over here and get the free clothes that she's offering. You're making a big stink about it. So how the fuck am I supposed to believe that you would drive an hour out of your way to bring someone else free clothes when you won't even go here to get them without making a huge deal out of trying to get her to come to you instead? What a ridiculous statement. What an outright fucking lie. You're telling a fib. And liars will go to hell because it's a sin. She also wasn't rude, by the way. She's giving away free clothes and you're trying to take advantage of her kindness and try and push her to do even more for you, for your own convenience. You are the rude asshole, not the person giving away the free clothes. I know things are expensive, that's why I'm giving these away, but I'm not spending time driving to meet someone just to give them away. Like, would you? I would have paid with the only little money I have, so thanks. Yes, I would. Thanks. Go to church. What are you talking about? She's not asking for money and she doesn't need you to gove her $10 to brung them. Like that. Just go get the clothes. She is already giving these things away for free. Just go get them instead of trying to shame her for not driving an hour out of her way for a fucking stranger who's too lazy to go do it herself. Like, that is entirely a you problem, not her. And I don't know why you're trying to tell her to go to church. Why don't you go to church, plant your ass in one of the pews and pray for forgiveness for one of the 7 deadly sins of sloth, because you're so fucking lazy that you won't go do the bare minimum and instead start being an asshole to this person who's just giving away free clothes. The conversation concludes with, I definitely do not have money, what an assumption, go to hell. And she goes, great, exactly, shouldn't say that word. What are you talking about? You literally called her a bitch like 3 messages ago. What, saying bitch is okay but not hell? HE double hockey sticks is too far? What is going on? How can you be such a miserable piece of shit? Like, this person is already giving away free clothes. And instead of going to get them and saying thank you, you try and shame them into driving an hour out of their way for your own convenience. How can you be so selfish? The entitlement here is absolutely incomprehensible. I just had to talk about it. This one had me giggling, but also fuming a little bit. Just trying to understand how people like this exist. This is free items that you are making a huge problem out of because they won't drive an hour out of their way for you for it. It's so crazy to me. But anyway, yeah, I just want to talk about these a little bit. That's it. See ya. Disney adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. More often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as story living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, at Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, and the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there and it's all Disney approved and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. Have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney story living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, and stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the neighborhood.
By our world-class Disney cast. As Imagineers, story is at the heart of everything.
I still think it's so
we do,
cute they
and
call
we love
themselves
bringing authentic
Imagineers.
places to life to immerse you in the. This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhanced the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
Nightmarish
a variety of
is the word I'd
locations in
use.
the U.S. for our story living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage. Just
Is this like
outside of Palm Springs,
WandaVision?
California.
Kind of.
And I'm excited to
But
announce that our
worse.
first Story Living by Disney community will be located in experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, You gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is, like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. It was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as, like, a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure, it's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past, but they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good, I want to try it a second time, and they're going with Story Living this time, but they've broadened the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood, and to me it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect, but I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that, and I wouldn't be surprised to have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live, truly. Even as, like, a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney, too. But, yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Who the fuck is Lil Xan? Sunny V2 makes these really great videos on a bunch of different topics that I always find interesting. Lil Xan was a rapper, I guess. I don't know if he does it anymore, but Lil Xan's biggest claim to fame was he was a guy who almost died from overdosing on Flaming Hot Cheetos. I remember he got sent to the emergency room because of eating too many Flaming Hot Cheetos, and that changed the way I approach snacks forever. So we have quite a few here that I've stockpiled, because I think all of these are pretty interesting. I don't know Jayus, though, but I was talking to Sunny like a month or so ago, and he has been blowing up. And this Jayus one went wild. So I'm assuming Jayus must be a pretty big creator that did some fucked up shit. So I figured this would be fun to learn about, a little internet drama.
Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content.
If you're at a house party and you got a drink in your hand, don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your hip. This will make you seem more open and confident, and people will be more willing to come up and talk to you.
Not true. You could just be a giant fucking loser and you could put that beer bottle up your butthole. It's not gonna help. So, bad advice. Stop giving people false hope. You might just suck. And you have to accept that.
You're gonna throw a fit because I didn't make you my priority?
After a petition to ban only Jayus from TikTok garnered over 400,000 signatures, it'd be safe to say that she's a contender for the platform's most hated creator.
Did the petition work? Petitions have always, like, historically been incredibly effective. She's gone up 4,200,000... nope, exactly 4 million followers. Bro, these petitions are so effective. Not bad.
Did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on who you are as a person and the things that could possibly happen to you?
Yo, did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on you and the things that can happen to you in your life?
People born in March are way more likely to have asthma, and I can actually speak to this one because my little sister, the only one born in March, has asthma.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Is that real? Like, these are things she actually believes in? Or is this like some kind of TikTok meme I don't understand? Who the fuck actually believes that? Why do people just, like, want to disregard basic reasoning? Jesus Christ. Astrology's one thing, like, it's harmless. Like, you can believe in astrology, it doesn't really matter or whatever. Like, zodiacs dictate who you fall in love with, or whatever, your lottery numbers, it doesn't matter, it's harmless. But do people parade it around as, like, actual real things? Like, your birth month changes you? Or has an effect on your life? There's no way people actually, like, believe in that shit.
Jonathan responded by stating that he'd simply found the information on Google, and as a result, only Jayus was berated and mocked by her audience, with them stating that she was in the wrong. I have a hard time dealing with the negativity. I still don't know what to do. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Maybe you do, but honestly, I don't see it.
What are they talking about? It's not even like real anything. It's fucking nonsense. What is? You got this information from a Google source. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah, it's like a full-blown Reddit post. Nice. Man, TikTok is just like its own little ecosystem of degeneracy.
With this in mind, it's barely surprising to find out that approximately 6 months later, an old message would be dug up in which only JS had said the N-word, taking center stage as her brand new colossal-sized controversy.
Ooh, what the fuck was that? What is... Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. Ooh. The abortion didn't work. Oh, boy. She's really going full-blown Xbox Live here. Even dropping the racism. Oh, my. This is outrageous. On TikTok? Oh, come on now. Good. This was a heated gamer message. Shit got crazy. She went fucking insano style. I wonder what the controversy was. Like, what sparked this message? Explain how I'm sucking up to Luna. Maybe like fanfic or something, maybe? I don't know.
You're a role model to 10 million people, bro. I hope things get better, and I hope you educate.
How did she respond, I wonder?
There were a couple of comments in support of Only JS, however, as a whole, and understandably, the response was mostly negative. The best way that JS could have responded to this expose would have either been no response at all, or a short, cool, calm,
oh my god, she's in a Rolls Royce.
Post.
Is this where she did her apology video? This is a Rolls Royce, right? They're the only ones that do this Starlight thing, right? So she was born rich? That's nuts. It's not a Royce? I thought they had a patent on this. We watched the whole video on the dog shit Rolls Royce does. I thought they had the literal patent on being able to do this in the interior of a car. I don't think it's a filter. What the fuck? Now I sound like an idiot. It's not a filter. It's a custom Mercedes. It's a custom Mercedes top. Oh. Okay, I see. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering the video, but I remember Rolls-Royce made a huge deal about their ability to put stars in the roof of the interior and them being the only ones allowed to do it. They had if I remember correctly, they have a full-time star guy. His whole job is putting stars that light up in the roof of Rolls-Royces. I'm pretty sure they must have some kind of patent or like a stranglehold on the technology. They have one designated Grandmaster Star Lord for their vehicles.
Which would have actually
You're
been
right, but she
respectable,
did
as
this
it's 100 times
DIY.
harder than simply guess.
And there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real, because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be.
All that suspense just for it to be trash. The worst insult you could tell somebody was liking black people. Wow.
With the scandal being shared across every platform imaginable.
Was that in
Only
her
JS will also
apology
lose
video?
world-
Alright, let me just look at the apology video. Hold on, let's get caught up to speed here. Alright, I don't like...
Because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be. And
Why aren't you crying? And where's your dog?
No, I know that my words hurt people, and I know that my words have consequences.
Well, not really. The consequences were 4 million new followers, actually.
But I am so deeply
Seemed to walk away pretty strong.
for all the pain that I've caused. The first book that I decided to pick up was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Ibram Kendi.
What?
And this will push readers that think that they're not racist into being something better.
To her credit, she did acknowledge that it was a grift in the title stating,
What?
I know it might come off as performative, talking about this at the end of Black
Alright,
History.
I'm gonna hit you with the cold water. If you need to buy a book on how not to be racist, you've already failed. I think you're already too far gone. What the fuck? Hey guys, I just picked up this book on why murder isn't awesome, and it was a real eye-opener for me. Like, it made some points that I never even really stopped to consider, and I think if any of you are considering murder, you might want to check out this book. Like, it really might steer you in the other direction.
Message.
So I am sorry for basically ghosting you. I didn't mean to do that. I just have a very chaotic schedule and ADHD on top of that, so I genuinely just forgot It wasn't me trying to ignore you.
Oh.
You could have just hit me up again, but instead you decided to go public and try to add public pressure onto me, and that's not cool, so I don't want to collaborate.
Which will once again receive a response from Aunt Karen, explaining that she had emailed OnlyJS multiple times with no reply.
You're gonna put it on me? In your voicemail, you said I should have emailed you again.
Viral
April 4th,
Nation?
I emailed you. How many times?
That sounds like
do
a
you
scam.
expect me?
And in classic OnlyJS fashion, she'd post another emotionally charged response to the
Oh.
drama.
Today's episode of What Are People Mad at Me For Now? Not checking my emails in a timely manner. I wish I was joking. I forgot to respond to an email from this creator that wanted to collab with me, and you know, instead of just like hitting me up again, they made 7 videos about it. Can you please leave me the f alone? I have a diet.
This is like a Chris Farley sketch.
That makes me forget things
I couldn't check my email because I was living in a van down by the river.
for days.
For example, she will post this video.
You can get your letters delivered for free without any postage if you just put where you want it to go on the return address instead of where it's actually supposed to go.
Which will get the post office activists involved with comments such as, yes, please encourage people to do activities that cause the already failing post office to lose more money. Or when she posts this
What a
video
strat.
saying nothing more than what
Life
the
pro
agree she
tip.
did. However, it eventually got to the point where OnlyJS couldn't even make jokes anymore without being cancelled. Seriously. On the 23rd of May 2021, OnlyJS would post the following video.
If a service dog ever approaches you but they're alone, that means that their owner is in trouble and they probably can't move, so you should follow him, because you'll get a free wallet.
It was clearly a light-hearted joke. Can't believe this is still up. It's obvious that it's a joke, but some people may still do it. It could start a trend. What you post on the internet reaches so many people, and some of those people
What
may
are
be-
you talking about? How often is a service dog going to be approaching people and lead them to someone who is injured? That surely can't be such a frequent occurrence that it could start a trend on TikTok. What in the fuck is going on over there? Like, it's not a good joke or anything. Like, it's just a pretty generic one. It's like something that your grandpa would send you in like an old email chain. But like, why are they pretending like it's somehow like a terrible thing? It's like, oh my god, someone might actually do this. I see a service dog like once every 6 months, maybe.
She's been tested over and over and over, yet has been unable to switch off and let things go whenever she's been put under pressure. As an end result, there's not only a
Seems
loss
like
of
she's
respect,
only done
but also
2
a never-ending
apology
freight train of
videos.
negativity and hatred.
I thought it was gonna be a lot more. That was interesting. I never heard of any of that. Let's see how so she's gone up 4 million subscribers since this video. So she's doing pretty well on that front, or followers. So she's doing well there. What do the comments say? Do they still bring it up? Here, she posted 6 hours ago. No, just everyone being supportive. Yeah. Seems like everything's on the up and up. I was gonna watch this one as well. This is about Sam Pepper. I'm sure a lot of you remember Sam Pepper if you've been on the internet for any length of time. Sam Pepper was an old prank channel who got notoriety when he did the kidnapping my best friend and executing his friend in front of him prank. I'm pretty sure it was faked. I'm not really sure, but either way, it was really disturbing and weird. And then he turned into just a full-blown scammer. So he's taken big part in a lot of the NFT scams over the last 4 or 5 months, however long it's been. He's been like an integral part to scamming people in all of these big crypto scams.
Surprise. As those who know the past of Sam Pepper, from his active persona on Big Brother to his fake pranks on YouTube, know that
Hey,
his
that's the one I was
entire career
talking
has been
about.
built on lies in a similar fashion to Dan Bilzerian, who he unsurprisingly happens to be an acquaintance of, judging from an Instagram photo taken out the front of Bilzerian's LA mansion.
I think unironically, being Sam Pepper has to be truly miserable. The man's entire life, from everything I've seen, has been just living a full-blown lie. And I don't think he even has that much money to his name. I remember not that long ago, I think he was homeless. So he just lives a full-blown fake fabricated life and doesn't even make a living off of it because he has so many problems and just wastes all the money he scams. What a crazy cycle. What a absolutely, truly awful existence.
Sam Pepper had a prolific reputation on YouTube as one of the fakest pranksters on the platform dating back to the early 2010s.
So I worked out, oh, okay, I can do these pranks that these other channels are doing. And
He
I
was
can
one of the
just fake
first
them.
internet
I can just,
punching
like,
bags.
make fake videos. bags.
However, prior
Or
to
for
even
YouTube
this,
punching
Sandpepper
bags.
had already begun. The point at which Sandpepper's audience discovered that his pranks were fake is pretty damn obvious. On his social blade, he went from gaining 100,000 subscribers every single month consistently between January 2013 and September 2014. However, 1 month later in October 2014, the growth not only stopped, but he began to lose around 10,000 subscribers every single month. The catalyst for this massive dive in viewership was a video titled Fake Hand Ass Pinch Prank, and after receiving a barrage of criticism from other
Cool
YouTubers,
prank idea.
His most recent fake hand ass pinch garnered the most negative attention because he was grabbing women's bottoms without their permission.
as well as a trending hashtag on Twitter stating Report Sam Pepper, he had no other choice but to admit that the video had been faked.
You know, another video, and that brings me on to making the best friend killing prank.
Yeah, that's the
best
one.
friend killing prank. Arguably one of, if not the most over-the-top insane YouTube pranks of all time. Certainly crazy enough to put Sam Pepper's name back on the map. Involved in the video was the fake kidnapping of two friends, after which one of the
Fuck,
friends
I remember
was
this
killed
well.
right in front of
I remember
the
this
other,
very
with the
well.
premise of the video being how will someone react if they watch their friend get killed.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being killed in front of him.
Obviously, the whole thing was
What a good
fake.
prank.
All three people were
What would happen if I executed your family?
Okay, cool. We'll help you out with
Would
this
he
viral
find
stunt.
it enjoyable when I reveal they're not dead?
Came up with the
Sam had some success as an IRL streamer in the CX network, however he was ultimately dropped after an argument with Ice Poseidon, which had partially been fueled by Sam Pepper's lack of integrity.
He's like, oh, it's okay to lie as long as it doesn't affect anything. And that's not okay. Like, why are you telling my girlfriend it's okay to lie to me as long as it doesn't affect anything? Like, dude, this is not your relationship.
After this, Sam Pepper disappeared from the mainstream. His
Until
reputation was completely
crypto
up and
scams,
destroyed.
baby.
He had nothing left to offer.
3, 2, 1. Chris! Chris! You said Chris!
Oh
This video,
no!
which was clearly set up and probably used a stack of fake $100 bills, racked up over 28 million views. Now, the most interesting part about Sam Pepper's TikTok blow-up is that it follows the exact same trend as his YouTube journey. He blows up with a genuine heartfelt video about saving some duck eggs from a restaurant, then progressively makes his content more and more staged, and by the end he's claiming that he's won the lottery with
Thanks,
absolutely zero evidence.
If I play you rock, paper, scissors and I win, can I like rip this down the street? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh my god, get fucked,
I'm
idiot.
gonna get in the passenger, I'm scared.
Get fucked, dummy.
Instagram and an old forum post titled as follows.
That's just
Scam
TikTok?
Pepper
Yeah,
living a
man.
life of luxury
TikTok
after scamming
is
his
just-
followers for millions and fleeing
That's
the
a
US.
wild
He's claiming to have
wasteland.
won the lottery while. Although, in order to be buying an $8.9 million island in Thailand, you're probably going to need around 50 to 100 million in order for it to be a comfortable purchase. And while Sam Pepper has had a fairly successful social media career, I doubt he has access to that kind of money.
I
Obviously,
can
the
assure
easiest
you
way to
he
put all of
doesn't.
This to rest would be for Sam Pepper
He's
to
a
simply
serial
provide some
scammer
kind of evidence
who
for
is
either winning
also
the lottery or the
historically
purchase of the
awful
island.
with money.
However, with a track record like Sam's filled with
No
fake
chance.
video after fake video, it seems pretty obvious that like the rest of his entire career, this is nothing more than yet another
So is this what he
hoax.
does now, like full time? He just full time pretends to be a lottery winner on TikTok? I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative of scamming everyone. Now he's just lying again. What an interesting loser. Yeah, that man's like an OG punching bag for the internet. And thanks for the 10 gift subs, Cobalt. Appreciate it, man. Killing best friend prank is a timeless classic. It really is. Literally Dan Bilzerian. There's a huge difference between Sam Pepper and Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian was a massively rich kid from birth because of his dad. Sam Pepper pretends to be a massively rich guy from scamming. They're both like genuine full-blown liars living a fake life. But at the very least, Dan does have a lot of money to back it up because of his family. Sam has nothing besides lying on TikTok and scamming 16-year-olds on Twitter out of crypto. Yeah, this will be the last one we watch here, and then we'll switch to something else. Sunny V2 just makes actual bangers, man. I love the way he puts out these things on topics I would have never even thought about. Like, Sam Pepper's someone I think about once in a while and remember just, like, how pathetic they are. But, you know, Lil Xan is a name I haven't thought of in so long.
It was just
So
three
what
and a half
happened?
years prior that on the very same podcast, Lil Xan was sitting back and bragging about owning 3 different Los Angeles apartments.
I have the same one 10 floors up now.
Really?
Yep.
What? Don't you have another one down the street
Yep.
too?
And another one on the same floor.
Why do you have 3 apartments?
One for my parents, one for
Aw.
me and Eli, my hacker, and then one for the hose.
The hose?
Despite once being in what seemed like an unlosable
My dedicated
situation,
thought
it was obvious
apartment.
that over the long run, Lil
That's
Xan's
where I
failure
send
was
the
not only
hose.
inevitable but work ethic.
They could never get Xan to do the shit that he
Yeah.
actually had to do for his career. Like, I remember.
I don't think I ever
talking
heard
to
one of
Stat
his
about it, and he was
songs
constantly
ever.
frustrated.
There are going to be numerous examples throughout this video of Lil Xan.
I only
often
know
being
about him from
unable
the
to
Flamin'
do
Hot
work whenever
Cheetos
it was
incident.
required. We already discussed him dropping out. Lil Xan kept missing the meetings, either as a result of being disorganized or because he thought the meetings were too good to be true.
It's LA. You can't believe everybody. It's LA.
It was a time when SoundCloud
What?
rappers were popping up left, right, and center to the point
What does that even mean? This meeting's probably not real, so I'm just not gonna even think about it. I'm just gonna go eat more Flamin' Hot Cheetos till I fucking die. What a just say that you're too fucking dumb to go. Like, no one's gonna look at Lil Xan and listen to him for more than a sentence and be like, yep, that guy is an intellectual. Like, just own it. Like, you're fucking stupid. Like, you are visibly stupid. Every word you say is like a caveman trying to speak while having peanut butter in his mouth. Like, just say like, yeah, I'm kind of fucking dumb, so I kept missing the meetings. There'd be a lot more respect to be had there.
Like, I remember when Lil Xan's album came out, right? And I remember having a conversation with Stat and being like, what do you think of the album? Because it was pretty obvious that the album was bad. Xan put in like no work for the album. And I remember having that conversation with him. And if it was up to Stat, Xan would have been sitting in the studio recording every night, and instead he was just doing drugs and having random ass girls come over every night.
The other issue might have been that after the insane success of his single Betrayed, Lil Xan might have been lured into a false sense of security about his future and talent as an artist.
You have to keep working. What they don't tell you is that you coast, totally fine. There's another hill. So, you gotta keep going.
From Lil Xan's perspective,
God,
he would
I
state
love
that the poor
T-Pain.
performance of the
I fucking
album
love
wasn't his
T-Pain.
fault, and was instead the fault of his management.
I dropped like a mixtape.
T-Pain
that
is
got
the
way
actual
more,
goat.
Like, positive. Then
Why?
I'm like, I'm mad.
Laugh about ruining a $1,200 hoodie after leaving it on the floor.
So everything's on the floor. Expensive hoodies, $1,200 on the drain.
And then go on to purchase 2 copies of the game Destiny with the goal of showing the store some love.
And honestly, what? Copies of Destiny. Like, dude, let's play something else, you know?
Now you could probably make the argument that
What
this was
the
just Lil
fuck?
Xan
It's like
spending
a-
big whilst the camera
it's
was in
like
his face.
Target.
However, there was plenty of
Hey, Target, this one's for you. 2 Destiny copies right now in this bitch. And I'm not a hero, okay? I'm just doing me. Alright, I am a hero. Fuck it, fine. Alright, you need an autograph? Okay.
I'll take all my homies. I'll spend $700 to take 7 of my friends in there.
Just to get Butterbeer?
Just to get Butterbeer, and we did. And I don't film it or nothing.
In addition to
Why?
this, Lil Xan would take out
That's
a
just
loan to
stupid.
purchase a
That's just
Mercedes-Benz
really stupid.
G-Wagon, the price of
It's
which
not even
starting
cool.
at
That's just
around
embarrassing. It's not a
$130,000
flex.
US
It's
dollars.
sad.
I'm about to get a G-Wagon.
Nice.
My favorite car, dream car.
Now, if we ignore the fact that Lil Xan would go on to key his own car whilst angry at a later date,
I just did this to my car.
Why? What the fuck?
Scratched it, keyed it up. I just bought it. Keyed all the way.
the levels of stupidity for this purchase go pretty deep.
What
Taking
the
out a loan to buy a car,
fuck?
moron. On the 21st of December 2017, just before he'd buy the car, Lil Xan would make a tweet which read as follows: "If you live in the Inland Empire / LA area and want to meet me tonight, pull up to 100 to 110 North 5th Street, Redlands, CA 92373, United States at 7:30. Now it's hard to call Xan an idiot for this.
I
one.
can't
It was still early in
imagine
his
more
career and the
than
tweet
like
was made only 4 hours
25
prior to
people
the
showed up
meeting
and the
time. He
average
probably
age
expected
had to
just
be
a couple of people
16.
to show up.
I gave like a 4-hour notice. I was heading to my hometown, so I tweeted a location, and then I just expected what, like 50 people to show up. That's just how I am. I got there, and this video's on YouTube. It's like 2,000 people showed up. What? But I got fined because a lot of damages to cars and streets.
To haunt him.
The industry just doesn't care. They just want you to pump out hit records, and when you're useless to them, just leave you in the dirt. You know.
In this video, Lil Xan would
That is
blame
true.
his
He is
sober
absolutely right
businessman
about that.
manager Stat Quo for
Very
fueling
true.
his drug addict gang member.
Oh, you're a snitch now, bro. He didn't make you do that, all this stuff. Like, bro, how am I a snitch? Did I go to court and rat on my gang? I don't have a gang. You can't snitch if you're not a gang member, bro. Miss me with that. I'm trying to help other artists in particularly my similar situation.
In the Instagram live stream, Lil Xan would
Help
also
him with
reveal
what?
that his manager,
I paid literally, it's all my money in the car, and he won't give it to me.
without $30,000 to take full ownership of his G-Wagon, a declining follow account across each of his social media
37
platforms,
Nerdsworthy
and no new
and
music in
Panda.
over 7 months, it seems like this could possibly be the end for Lil Xan's career.
No, he's about to make a big comeback. I feel it. Man, I didn't know any. Why didn't he talk about the Flamin' Hot Cheeto moment? I don't even know Lil Xan from his music. Back in must have been like 2019, maybe it was 2018. There was a big story that broke about Lil Xan of how he went to the hospital in the actual ER because he ate too many Flamin' Hot Cheetos and it made his tummy hurt. That's the only reason I know him. He's pumping a crypto scam on his Insta story right now. That is the most, like, 2021, 2022 shit ever. Everything's going wrong. Hey, you guys see these NFTs? Like, what's up? It's been another high-octane, action-packed week of Karen activity, reaching an all-time high. If you're checking with the meteorologist, you'll know that there's at least been a 90% chance of a downpour of Karens on any given day this last week, so it's been pretty wild. Pandora's box has been fully opened, and now we're left with the wrath and the chaos of the Karens. I can't help but draw similarities between what's happening right now and what happened in my favorite movie, 1999's The Mummy, when Brendan Fraser and the crew accidentally revive a mummy, and then as a result of this there were plagues that were put upon the world. I feel like something might have happened in this day and age where someone opened a sarcophagus and the only plague that came with that was these Karens. We'll go ahead and start with the most popular Karen sighting this week. This one's actually pretty special and pretty scientifically important, I'd argue. This isn't just some generic Karen, this is actually the guardian spirit of blueberries Karen. She comes out when she feels blueberries are being threatened, and it's someone we've read about in fairy tales, but until now we've never had video evidence that this Karen even exists. This is like finding a video of Bigfoot.
I pay taxes, I pay for this park, and I don't like to see people wrecking it.
We're not wrecking it. There's literally so many berries everywhere.
Oh my god, we're not wrecking it! Oh, there's so many berries out here, there's so many berries!
I cannot.
Complete twits.
You ever get so mad at someone that you just bust a fucking move? This Karen got so upset that she just couldn't help but hit the electric slide part 2 right then and there. I've said it before and it's absolutely true. Karens are just like children with temper tantrums and shit like that. Basically, a Karen is the result of a toddler being Freaky Friday'd into the body of a miserable middle school English teacher.
We're twits. You're the one coming up to two young girls, getting
Young
mad
girls,
at them for
yeah,
picking
you're like
berries.
6 years old.
6 years old?
Because we wanted to eat some berries.
I'm saying, eat all the berries you want, just don't take the bush with you.
It's not the bush, it's literally it's a tiny branch of berries.
She's like King Ramses from that Courage the Cowardly Dog episode. Return the slab! Return the berries, or suffer my curse. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to see her break out those moves again where she's flailing her arms around acting like she's swatting away invisible bees that are swarming her.
Why don't you mind your own business? Why don't you mind your own business?
You know, that is the fucking rudest thing you've said to me.
You decided
Go
to come
back
up
where
to
you
us.
came from if you want to use language like that.
Oh, why don't you go back to where you came from, you fucking colonizer?
I like how that's where the line in the sand was. You've gone too far telling me to mind my own business. Are you kidding me? Mind my own business? Do you know who I am? I can't mind my own business because I'm fucking miserable and I need to get mad at every opportunity possible so I can yell at some kids, so I can boogie down with my fucking noodle arms, and I need to get mad. Mind my own business. Now I've gone way too fucking far and now I'm fucking upset. Imagine thinking it's rude when someone tells you, hey, just mind your own shit. Honestly, the rational response to that should be like, you know what? That's a really good point. This isn't affecting me personally. Why did I interject myself in this? I'm getting the fuck out.
You come from?
Where did you come from? I'm actually curious. Where'd
U.S. U.S.?
Oh,
yeah.
So you're not even
you're
from
not
here.
Canadian either.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, so but we are Canadian too. I was born here.
I was born here too.
Okay.
Were you born here?
No.
Okay,
Oh.
so this is actually like I was born here and you're not even born here, and you're telling me to go
Doesn't
back
matter,
to
you're
wherever.
telling us to go
Your
back to
grandparents weren't either. That's the thing. Were your grandparents born here? No.
Yeah, that angle didn't pan out too well for you there, did it? Not only did they get to eat those berries, but they got to slap you down right there on your own fucking stupid argument, so that was a bit rough for you.
Is that what you want? I don't have a mask. I don't have a mask. This is fucking ridiculous. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You're not going to sell me this? It's going to take you to... I'm spreading more dirt standing here, for God's sakes.
Yeah, this seems about par for the course. This looks about right for your average Miller Lite consumer here. I imagine there hasn't been a single case of Miller Lite that's been sold that hasn't had this kind of negative interaction with a customer. Buying a case of Miller Lite just says to your friends and family, hey, I make bad choices. Obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I've made it very clear in the past, Miller Lite is my least favorite beer. It just tastes like somebody plugged a catheter into my high school bully and is just milking the piss out of them and feeding it to me. It just tastes like I'm drinking hateful piss.
I'm not paying for a fucking mask. I'm not paying for it. We to wear a fucking mask. Have you not watched the news?
There's almost nothing more frustrating than listening to these stupid fucking troglodytes think that they're right when they're just outright wrong and refusing to accept that they're wrong. It is a business. A business can put whatever policies they want and refuse service to people that don't abide by those policies. That is their right. But then you have these fucking dumb homunculus walk around, my rights, my rights, my rights. I can jerk off in the store if I wanted to. It's my penis. God gave me this penis. You're not the boss of my penis. I could beat my fucking meat right here with no mask on, and you can't stop me. It's so fucking silly that no one seems to understand that a business can enforce whatever the fuck it wants to on the people that choose to shop there. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. And I don't understand this huge hoopla about masks in the first place. Why don't you get upset about the fact that businesses require you to wear clothes to shop there? It takes a lot more effort to put on a shirt and pants than it does to put on a mask. Why don't you get upset about that? They're taking control of your body, saying what you need to wear to come into their business. That's infringing on your so-called rights that you're arguing about. Why is it only the mask you take an issue with? The mask is a lot less effort than putting on clothes in the morning. Why don't you just try and shop around naked and see how that pans out?
We don't have to do this.
It says on the paper right here it's gonna wear a mask.
There, find it. I'm not going to touch it. I think it went over there.
Pick it up. You spit on the front counter. Don't do that. I think it's okay.
Karen going with the classics here by spitting on the man, which is a crime. So now the only rights that you're entitled to, Karen, are your Miranda rights. That's assault. And during a pandemic, it's more than assault. You're just a giant piece of shit.
They're playing. That's what the park is for.
I never saw a car in here before.
It's a Power Wheel
It
car,
doesn't
man.
bother me. What bothers me is you have a little kid in here that doesn't have a driver's license. He's just a little kid and you're not with him.
It's not a real car.
This one's almost just a wholesome Karen encounter. She smells some people were having fun at the park, so she goes out of her way to just put the kibosh on that shit and shut it down. And then she takes notice, wait a minute, those are little kids in a truck? Is that a truck in the park? Hey, what the fuck is this? These are some unlicensed kids in a fucking Cybertruck. Are you kidding me? You're a terrible parent. Where are their license? I'm gonna have them thrown in the slammer for this. This is a crime. This is a fucking crime. In my peaceful park? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Don't talk to me. Did I invite you into my conversation? Did I invite you into my conversation? Did I invite you into my conversation? Do you have any right to be speaking to me right now? Are you involved in this situation? Are you involved in it? I am. No, you're not. No, you're not. And don't talk to me. Do not talk to me. Take your bullshit mask off and act like a real person. And you are not the boss of me.
Oh yeah, she did it. She just dropped the "you're not the boss of me" line. Every single Karen freakout is more and more evidence that as Karens age, they become more and more like children. It's like some Benjamin Button shit. I was half expecting this woman to throw a chocolate bar on the ground and start crying about how unfair the other lady was being.
Didn't you say you were in a hurry?
You either don't. You guys can all fucking wait. Don't talk to me.
We are waiting with patience and kindness.
No, you're all fucking talking to me when I told you not to.
This is probably the most conversation this lady's gotten in the last 30 years. Her children grew up and started to ignore her. She doesn't get to see her grandchildren very often. They ignore her phone calls. And now, finally, some people are talking to her and she just doesn't even know how to respond. So she's just lashing out at everyone here because she just doesn't know how to converse with anyone anymore. She's out of practice and she's just kind of a big asshole.
I don't care. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
Look at this little
What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
Try to get
Run your bitch ass mouth like the dumbass cunt that you are? Cool.
Oh, I do say that was a bit too far. Wow. I always like when a Karen says, what are you going to do about it? And then get like fucking shocked when someone actually does something, like slap her. We've seen like 1,000 of those by now, but unfortunately in this case, the woman wasn't feeling like slapping her. Probably wouldn't even be worth like the extra effort to walk up there and then just take one on her cheek. But I always find that to be pretty remarkable because they're constantly egging it on and then play the victim when something does happen. And I have no doubt in my mind, if that lady did swing on her, this one that's making the big huff and puff would have totally abandoned all sense of toughness and just start crying about how she's the victim and calling the police about what just happened.
That's assault!
No, it's not.
If you spit on her, that is assault!
She's in my face touching me. Call the police. I'm cool with that.
Not on her!
She's touching me. Yes, it is.
You spit on her!
No,
There's nothing more cowardly than spitting on somebody, and it's very common right now with Karens. That's really their go-to signature move. Their anime finisher is just the old loogie that they pop at someone that they're having a disagreement with. But yeah, these were the biggest Karen clips of this week, and another great week of Karen activity for sure. And I don't think there's any signs of the Karens starting to slow down or become self-aware. For as long as Facebook exists, these Karens will exist. And that's about it. So yeah.
For serious injury or even death.
Probably not in this episode, Stan. It's disc golf and throwing cards. So you're probably safe to try these. There's probably not even a deadbolt or anything in there. Brody was also on Dude Perfect. Dude Perfect was scouting Stan Lee's Superhumans. As always, it's incredible what the human body is capable of, with only a little bit of practice and determination saying, you know what? Today I want to run through some bricks. And maybe some ice. Yesterday a streamer set her kitchen on fire, and it was dangerously close to just becoming like a crematorium. It got out of control quickly and was handled in the worst possible ways by 2 people there. But luckily nobody was hurt except for the kitchen. That took a beating. The kitchen got simply cooking in your lingerie on stream. A pastime we can all relate to. I can't even remember the last time I went into my kitchen and tried to whip up some fucking spaghetti without my bare butt cheeks hanging out. Now you might be asking yourself, what mystery cuisine is she in the process of preparing here? When I was first watching this clip, because the clip that went viral is about a minute long, but I wanted the whole kit and caboodle, so I went to like most of this segment here. And I really thought that she was just playing with condoms and milk. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was some kind of weird science experiment. Turns out they're pickles. So she was going to fry some pickles, and everything went south quick.
I have to play better than that.
I don't like pickles, but I've never had them fried before.
Oh, it's because we lost.
Oh, turn the fan on. Genius.
Lost. 25.
Should I turn the oil down? I don't know anything about this. I've never done this before. I've never fried them before.
Holy shit.
I think the oil might be ready though.
Yeah, I just...
Oh, I hate the smell of burning. I actually hate the smell of deep fryers.
Are you burning something?
Only a little bit.
Bro, what the fuck is that?
The cracks are already starting to show, and I'm not just talking about her ass. So the dude over there is like, is something burning? What's going on over there? Holy shit, did we get invaded by a smoke demon? Why is this happening? What in tarnation? And you can see she's over there with a giant puff of smoke like a ninja vanishing with a smoke bomb. And it's only going to get worse. So she's talking about how she's never fried anything before, so she doesn't really know what she's doing. She's kind of winging it. And I recognize I'm no culinary expert myself. We can all agree on that. But I would say, why not just look up a quick tutorial on, like, the steps to take? You know, just glance at WikiHow. So that way you might be able to prevent dying in a fiery doom. Like, we have technology.
Wait!
That shit is smoking so much.
It's so... Oh my god, Tanner's on fire! It's on fire!
Bro!
What do I do?
Turn it off! Turn it... What the fuck?
What do I do?
Bro, turn it off!
What do I do?
Turn it off!
Tanner, hurry up! Tanner!
Turn it off!
Tanner! Turn it off!
I don't know what to do!
Honestly, just another great example of how detrimental panicking in a situation is. When you let fear take the wheel, your goose is already cooked. So she just starts yelling about how she doesn't know what to do, so she's frozen. She's out of the game, basically. She is on the bench now and is a spectator. She is no longer participating in trying to solve this issue that has been created. You know, as she's sitting there saying she doesn't know what to do, the fire is getting stronger. The Fire Nation is building up power. And now it's up to Tanner here to take control, but he's also panicking. So he's also just sitting there watching it. Now, Fire Marshal Charles here, what they should have done, the optimal solution here, would be just to put a lid on it. That would have been checkmate right then and there. But let's say there was no lid for this pan. The previous night a burglar broke in and stole it. You can use salt. It takes a lot of salt, but you can use like a few handfuls of salt on a small grease fire like this, and it will extinguish the flame.
Grab the...
Tanner!
Grab
that! Tanner!
What
Oh my god, Tanner!
What is it?
Tanner!
What is it?
Oh my god!
I don't know what it is!
It's grab the extinguisher!
An interesting decision that ended up working out. So he ran in there and slapped the pan down like he was casting a fireball, and it basically shotgun blasted all the grease and fire across the kitchen. And it burnt everything that it touched, but the fire didn't spread, so it didn't burn the whole building down, luckily. But when you're panicking, you're not thinking rationally. You're really not thinking at all. You just start working off instinct, but that's not, I don't even think it's accurate to say instinct, because you start to go like stupid brain. Like your brain smooths out in moments of crisis, and you start making the worst decisions ever. So I actually was in a kitchen fire scenario. It was never like out of control, but it was starting to get to that point. And for some reason, my little tiny reptile noodle up here thought, oh, okay, I'll just put this underwater, because it was small enough I could move it to the sink and pour water on it. That's actually the dumbest thing you can do. So when it comes to a grease fire, you can't put water on it. That's going to make it worse. And luckily, I caught myself before I did that, because I actually probably would have burnt my whole house down. So it's one of those things where once you lose your composure, once you stop being calm, you start making horrible choices. Like here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Keep doing that, please. Hold on, guys. I might... Oh, shit.
Now, I've seen a lot of people calling bullshit on this, saying that it's all staged, it's a load of horseradish, you know, it's not real, they did this for views. And I definitely do think we live in a time where someone would do that, but in their case, I don't think so. She gains nothing from it, except having everyone shooting spitballs at her, making fun of her, and I'm pretty sure I heard them say that they're in an apartment and that they were about to lose the security deposit because of this, because they just caused so much damage to the unit here. So I feel like there's really nothing to gain from it, unless she just has some kind of humiliation fetish and just wanted everyone to make fun of her. It'd be a really weird thing to stage. I think it's far more likely that this was a genuine instance of someone not knowing how to fry something and not knowing how to handle a grease fire. Interestingly enough, it's not the first time this has actually happened on stream.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh fuck, 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 fuck. Oh fuck, 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 I don't know what to do, guys, I don't know what to do. Shit. Help, 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 help. Help! I don't know what to do, you guys! Guys, I don't know what to do! Help! Help!
Once again, panicking almost led to a much worse situation when she ran it underwater, spread the fire more, started throwing the fire around like she was tossing out candy on Halloween, but with fire here in the kitchen. And then she's shouting for help. Like, what do you want me to do, lady? Jump through the computer and put it out myself or something? Like, come on. Point is, I don't think it was staged. If it was a really stupid idea, because the kitchen does get really fucked up from it. Like, it's not fake. They definitely didn't CGI this on some kind of advanced soundstage. Like, they're not in the studio where they filmed The Mandalorian or anything. It'd be a really dumb thing to stage, because I don't think she stands to gain very much from it, regardless. But maybe there's a good lesson to be learned here for anyone that didn't know how to handle a grease fire prior to this. Just don't do anything you saw them do. What you do, you fucking put a lid on it if you can find one. That should be like your go-to strat. I think that is the tried and true method. It's just the optimal strategy, really. In my opinion. There's a couple different tactics, but I think that one's just the simplest. And of course, remain as calm as possible. I know it's easier said than done, you know, there's definitely some times where I'll be in like an emergency situation and doing nothing productive. I'll just sit there going, like actually accomplishing nothing. Like, I get it, but that's the worst thing you can do. Just do your best to stay as composed as you can, so that way you don't end up just making worse choices for the situation there. That's really about it. See ya. There's a lot of bad news in the world, so allow me to cleanse your palate with some good news. A very tasty treat for you today. 8 months ago, I made a video covering the story of a Rhode Island criminal named Nicholas Alaverdian. Nincompoop Nicholas here tried to avoid punishment for his crime, and he fled the country after faking his own death. It wasn't an elaborate fake death ruse, it wasn't a galaxy brain scheme, he didn't exactly call up best quality vacuum from Breaking Bad and order a Hoover Max or anything, but he was successful in leaving the United States and evading authorities, and he started a new life with a new alias, Arthur Knight, which was only one of many names that he went by. He was changing his name more frequently than kids used to on Club Penguin, but Arthur Knight was by far his most used alias. Now, it's important that I tell you what charges he was trying to run away from. Rape charges. You see, Nicholas Alaverdian, Nicholas Rossi, Arthur Knight, all one and the same. A rapist. He faked his death in 2020 by feeding media outlets a bunch of baloney and horseradish about how he's about to die, he's about to meet his demise, but the reality was, he was just trying to get out of the country while the authorities were investigating the rape allegations. So he did get out of the country, and he tried very hard to bury his past, but in 2021, he had to check himself into the hospital for COVID-related symptoms, and that's when the authorities were able to identify that this patient is actually the wanted U.S. fugitive Nicholas Alaverdian. And while parading around as Arthur Knight, he tried desperately to convince people that this was all a complete misunderstanding, or that he had been framed, claiming that it was all part of a grand conspiracy to connect him, the innocent Arthur Knight, to this rapist, Nicholas Alaverdian. He kept trying to insist that it's a miscarriage of justice what's happening to him, it's wrong, it's outrageous. But it's not like they just gave it the old eyeball test or the smell test to connect him. They had every piece of hard evidence possibly required to say beyond a shadow of a doubt that these are the same person. They had DNA evidence. He had identifiable tattoos that they were easily able to connect to Nicholas Alaverdian. Like, they had everything, fingerprints, all of it, the whole kit and caboodle. And the judge even said as much as well.
In July, Knight was arrested again, and prosecutors matched his fingerprints to Alaverdian's. Friday, prosecutors of the Scottish court revealed they were able to tell he was Alaverdian after matching the tattoos on his arm.
I am ultimately satisfied on the balance of probabilities.
And even in the face of overwhelming evidence against him, he kept trying. Like the world's worst anime character refusing to give up, Nicholas Alaverdian kept desperately trying to convince even a single soul on this planet that it was all just a misunderstanding. He's Arthur Knight, damn it, not Nicholas. So he now has this infamous interview he did where he tried to prove it.
To the media, our lives have been interrupted, and we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband. But I can't, because I can't breathe, I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try
No, don't do it!
Up.
Oh my God!
Exactly.
We almost lost him.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nicholas Alaverdian?
I am not, Andrea, I am not Nicholas Alaverdian. I do not know how to make this clear.
What do you say?
He's got that rock bottom intonation going on. I'm not Nicholas.
This is all an act. Oh, Ika.
Oh.
Andrea,
No,
that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
That really was a low blow to say that it's all just putting on a show and an act. It's more than that. He's out here with a fucking performance that would make every thespian troupe in America jealous. This is Oscar-worthy material that we're working with here. To suggest that it's just a show or an act, it's disrespectful, honestly. This is one of the finest, most convincing pieces of anything I've ever seen in my fucking life. But as you might imagine, this didn't work super well. Nobody believed this. Actually, nobody on the fucking planet believed this. However, he does travel with his supporting actress here for this interview, where she sits next to him and she's like trying to calm him down, like, no, don't do that. Not that death-defying stunt where you stand up. Oh, you're gonna hurt yourself, dear. Please, no. No! Like panicking when he stands up and starts, wacky inflatable tube manning his arms around. like he's getting hit with an earthquake or something. So he does have her traveling with him, I guess, to try and make it seem more credible, I guess. Clearly it doesn't work. So anyway, what is the good news here? Well, the good news is Nicholas Alaverdian is being extradited to the US. He is finally going to face the punishment that he has eluded for so long now. US fugitive accused of faking his death to avoid rape charges, extradited from Scotland. In case you don't know who this is, let me pull up his infamous interview where he tried to prove that he is not the rapist. So that little song and dance he tried to put on for the thespian troupe, it's coming from a very bad man. It's not exactly like, you know, some minor offense or anything that he's trying to weasel his way out of with that. The man known in the U.S. as Nicholas Rossi, whose legal name is Nicholas Alaverdian, is charged with sexually assaulting a former girlfriend in Utah in 2008. He also faces multiple complaints against him in Rhode Island for alleged domestic violence. Rossi was 36. Rossi, 36, was Utah bound on Friday and will stand trial in Utah County for felony rape charges. The man said he was framed by authorities who took his fingerprints while he was in a coma so they could connect him to Rossi. He repeatedly appeared in court in a wheelchair using an oxygen mask and speaking in less than convincing British accent. I'm glad they didn't just let it go. I'm glad that they did fight to get him back so that he could finally face punishment. I can't believe Arthur Knight could be slandered like this. I know, I'm as shocked as you are. Now, even amidst all of this, he still has the gall to continue to state that it's a case of mistaken identity and that he is an Irish orphan named Arthur Knight. That's his story, and he's sticking to it. Even though he is dead to rights with the overwhelming amount of concrete proof that he is Nicholas Alaverdian, he still keeps wiggling his finger saying, "Nope, that's not me. You got the case all wrong, Buster. I'm Arthur Knight." It is actually that scene out of SpongeBob with Man Ray and Patrick when he drops his wallet. I also just have to include this because it is so unbelievably outrageous. So again, he is sticking to his story that he is Arthur Knight. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is all just a big misunderstanding. A case of mistaken identity. And as I've stated, they have concrete proof that he is indeed Nicholas Alaverdian, one of them being his arm tattoos and fingerprints. So, Alaverdian, when confronted with this, talking about his distinctive arm tattoos and fingerprints that left no doubt about his real identity, he claimed that he testified that somebody inked those tattoos on his body while he was in a coma, hospitalized in Glasgow with COVID-19, and that a hospital staffer had taken his fingerprints and sent them to Utah. And as the article states, his testimony left the courtroom observers with mouths agape. It leaves my jaw on the floor too, that he would even try to say something like that. That is the most nonsensical story ever told. Let's just go ahead and play with that idea for a moment. Why would a hospital staffer take your fingerprints and send them to Utah, of all places? Again, he is not in the United States. Why would they send his fingerprints internationally to Utah to just frame a random guy? What kind of fucking conspiracy would that be? And then also, who the fuck would tattoo a man in a coma at a hospital just to connect him to the guy in Utah again, this Arthur Knight academic Irish orphan? Like, what is, like, I don't know why he thought anybody in the world would believe this. Not even the most delusional individual would hear this and think there is an iota of truth to it. Yet he continues to stick with that story. It's fucking wild. But again, he has been extradited to the US now, so he will finally be facing punishment that is long overdue. So that's good news, and I just had to give you the update to this. That's really about it. So yeah. It really takes a lot to surprise me with stupidity in this day and age, because we have easy, unlimited access to the loony bin called Twitter 24 hours a day. It's like a zoo, like a little SCP containment facility for all of the dumbest and weirdest creatures that evolution and inbreeding has ever produced. And yet today, I watched a video that left me stunned by an evil imbecile. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this because it went viral earlier this week, so I'm definitely tardy to the party, but I'm just seeing it now. It's a drunk driver from Illinois. She killed 2 people and couldn't stop giggling about it and couldn't register that she wasn't going to be able to go to school the following day or get her car back. So there's body cam footage that has now just come out, even though this incident took place last year. She received 14 years for this, which I think is just not enough. I've been very vocal about my disdain for drunk drivers. I hate drunk drivers more than Garfield hates Mondays. It is a purely unforgivable act. It is selfish, dangerous, and there's no excuse for it ever. Especially in today's society where there's Uber, Lyft, a taxi, calling a friend. You can easily find transportation to get home that doesn't involve putting everyone's life at risk on the road. And this lady killed 2 people while drunk driving. Just normal, innocent people that did nothing wrong, and not only did she kill them, she couldn't stop laughing about it, just having a giggle fit like she was in a tickle fight. The body cam footage released, and it is disgusting.
Keep your head straight. Okay. Head straight. I told you it's fine. I'd rather do the walking. Okay, go up. Keep your head straight. Just look up with your eyes.
She's reacting to a fatal accident like a child reacts to a clown at a birthday party. And she was informed that 2 people involved here died. And she truly just couldn't give less of a fuck about any of that.
Oh, hey, you never answered me about my car. And I have school tomorrow, so how do I get my car for tomorrow?
Well, your car is totaled.
It's what?
Your car is totaled.
Totaled?
Totaled, wrecked.
So they conducted field sobriety tests, all of which she failed because obviously she is completely hammered. They then get to this point in the video where the officer and her are in the room and she doesn't like the silence, so she says that she's going to start singing. So she starts flexing the golden pipes with some of the worst fucking singing you'll ever hear. It's not really singing, it's more like some kind of Gregorian chant if it was being farted out of a walkie-talkie, and she starts dancing like she's in some kind of trance. But regardless, she starts boogieing down and singing. She's treating this whole situation like she's at fucking Mardi Gras. Like it's like she's celebrating that she had just killed 2 people as if it was some kind of fucking sacrifice, and she's happy about the whole situation. It's not even that she's not registering it, she actively doesn't care, which is completely different. Yes, she is beyond drunk, clearly, but she is aware of what has happened. He has told her multiple times, she understands why she's there, and just actually doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, so how do I get it to your school?
You don't.
So, I don't go to school tomorrow, is what you're telling me?
You brain dead fucking worm. Obviously you're not going to school tomorrow. You just killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident. This isn't GTA where you can just reset and undo what happened here. You took 2 people's lives away because you're a fucking ridiculously stupid idiot. Like, holy shit. And the only thing that she can even process is that this might be an inconvenience to her because she has school tomorrow and she doesn't want to miss class.
No, ma'am. You want me to be honest with you? You're going to jail, you don't have a bond, you killed 2 people tonight. I don't think you understand that. You do not have a bond, you are not getting out of jail. Your car is property of East Peoria Police Department because it's a crime scene. It killed 2 people tonight. You are clueless with that, clearly. I've already explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to school tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of impound.
Can I have a Tuesday for my night class?
How this officer didn't just stand up and flip a chair over out of frustration is beyond me. Just watching this had me want to flip a table like I had just lost a game of chess and got upset about it. He just laid down all of the brass tacks here, explained the situation for the fucking 50th time already, and once again, she still only cares about her standing, about being able to go to class. So then she says, well, what about Tuesday? You know, like, as if she thought she'd only spend like 24 hours in jail or something after killing 2 people. Like, okay, you know, I'll do the time for the crime. Oh, okay, I get it. Punishment is necessary. So 24 hours, right? Tuesday I can get my car? We can just go ahead and magically put my car back together even after it's been totaled after my drunk driving accident that took away 2 people's lives? Do we have a Magneto on board who can fix my car up so that I can get to class on Tuesday?
Did you just hear what I just told you?
You said I'm not going tomorrow. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Did you hear when I said that
said I'm going to jail tomorrow.
You're going to jail when we're down here?
Yes.
Did you understand what I told that you killed 2 people tonight?
Yes. I'm just wondering when I can go to school.
Okay, we're done.
Once again, she is hearing him loud and clear. She is acknowledging that she is hearing that she is responsible for the death of 2 people. She just doesn't care. They could have brought the corpses in, and she probably would have let out a hearty belly laugh like Santa Claus. She doesn't fucking care. She didn't know them personally, thus their life is meaningless to her. The only thing that matters is now it might be somewhat of an inconvenience because she thinks she might not be able to go to school tomorrow or even on Tuesday now. So now she's starting to get a little panicked because, oh, she's going to miss her fucking Tuesday night class. Not because she just killed 2 people, it's just she's going to miss her Tuesday night class.
You're all on body camera being completely careless about killing 2 people tonight. You could care less. That's sad and pathetic and horrible all at the same time.
Can you say that as a cop?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, so can I ask when I can go back to school?
I'm not the officer on the scene here, but I can answer the question for you. 14 years, and you can go back to school. And hopefully, if you do go back to school in 14 years, everyone bullies the shit out of you and never lets you forget this moment and never lets you forget what you did. I don't think you should be able to go back to school in 14 years. I think that is way too lenient of a punishment for what you've done. I think the sentence should have been much longer here, for sure. But I wasn't the judge on the case, so it's clearly not up to me here. I think she is irredeemably stupid, and I do think stupidity can reach a level where it is dangerous, like in a case like this, where you become a danger to everyone around you because you are such an absolute bumbling fucking moron. Now, she was singing a bit of a different tune here, talking about how remorseful she was, saying she's sorry for everything and she'd never commit anything like that again, hasn't drank since that day and doesn't plan on drinking ever again. However, the judge was implored to just impose the maximum 28-year penalty, which I do completely agree with, but unfortunately, she only received 14 years. I also find it very hard to believe that now she's starting to feel remorseful, only now that she realizes she's not only going to miss school for those couple of days, she's going to miss school for 14 years. I still don't believe she has any level of remorse for the victims here. I truly don't. I understand she was drunk, but I used to get drunk a lot, and if you told me I so much as pushed somebody and hurt them, I would have been inconsolably upset that I was responsible for something like that, even while fucking inebriated. Like, it's not like when you're drunk, all of a sudden you become a callous statue that can't process emotion or process any level of information, because she acknowledged multiple times that she understood 2 people died from what happened. She just still didn't care. She kept singing and dancing and just talking about school and how it might be an inconvenience to her. So I really do think that even while sober, she just doesn't fucking value anyone's life that she doesn't personally know. I know this is me getting very like armchair psychologist about all of it, but it's just the impression I get from the body cam footage as well as reading the rest of the story. I think she is irredeemably stupid and evil and dangerous. So just wanted to talk about this story a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. About 6 months ago, I made a video making fun of something called the Modern Day Night Project, which is an $18,000 program where you pay for a 3-day course where you just roleplay as a G.I. Joe alpha male. There's very few things that separate this program from the LARPers that run around pretending they're wizards shooting imaginary spells. The main difference is that group that's casting imaginary magic missiles and swinging swords in a forest, they're having fun, and that's free. Whereas this expensive pile of dog shit is not fun, it's not free, and they're also trying to convince you that it's not make-believe. At least the LARPers know they're playing pretend. Here, they're trying to brainwash these gullible, insecure men into believing that they're actually getting taught valuable lessons on how to be a successful man, leader, and business guru. Even claiming that you can start earning 7, 8, or even 9 figures of income after taking this course. Like, one of their main selling points is, yeah, $18,000 is a lot, but in the long run, it's costing you a lot more being a weak bitch. So give us 18 grand. And what you do is you go out there, you spend 3 days in like a fucking parking lot where they just yell at you, spit in your face, and spray you with a hose. So it's not even like you spend 3 days getting any kind of valuable tools or learning anything. It's not like you're learning how to, you know, get in shape, get muscular, or do anything of value. It's just going out there and being uncomfortable for 3 days. And for some reason, they're convinced that that's a good thing. You can also spend 3 days just getting punched in the face by me, and that would make you uncomfortable too. But it's not going to make you any stronger. It's not going to make you any better at anything. You're still going to be a fucking loser at the end of those 3 days, even though you spent 3 days in misery. It's worthless. It's completely worthless, and they need to break out of this goddamn mind control that these men have fallen under for this. And they really like to harp on that mastermind program where you get to have like a fucking Skype call with them once every quarter or whatever, as if somehow that's going to make you successful. A nice little cherry on top of the shit cake they're selling you that you're eating with a smile on your face. But anyway, the reason I'm talking about MDK Project again is because some clips of it are going viral, and I like to take every opportunity I can to insult this because I truly think that if you are someone that's running this scam or someone that has gone to this and are trying to defend it, you deserve to be made fun of every waking hour that you spend on this planet for this kind of clownery. This is ridiculously embarrassing cringe shit.
Stupid. Are you that stupid? Here's why we're stupid. Here's why. Are you touching me? Are you touching me? Are you touching me? Get the fuck off of me. Get the fuck off of me.
I'm not
you little
touching
bitch.
I'm not touching you.
Fucking bitch. All of you get in the fucking tubs. Get in the tubs. Every one of you. So what are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now?
Sir,
Every one of you get in the tubs. Get in the tubs. Get in the tubs. Shut up. There is no respect. Get in the tubs. You are going home. Oh, no, you're not. Sit down. You're not going to the fucking water. They're all going to the water. They're all going to the water. You're fucking done. You're fucking done.
I wasn't kidding about that parking lot statement. They set up these adorable, cute little ice baths in their warehouse parking lot. They got the Rob Dyrdek Fantasy Factory built here for the MDK project, but only if that fantasy is just yelling at a bunch of dudes that are really desperate for a change in their life and you're just exploiting that. So only if your fantasy is being just an evil, manipulative con artist. They actually posted this clip themselves, and there's really a lot to unpack here. So the big thing really feels like they love to power trip and just have this authority over these dudes here. And the second any one of them doesn't fall in line and conform to the hive mind groupthink, they're cast out. That is such a perfect encapsulation of this entire program. They just want you to fall in line and be their little sheep. Yet they're trying to preach the opposite. You're a sheep, and the only way to break out is by giving us 18 grand. We'll give you the tools to break out. But then the second you stop following my orders, you're fucking out of here and we're keeping your 18 grand. It's painfully obvious that it's just a different hive mind they want you to buy into. They want you suckling from their gynecomastia-riddled bosom here from all of the anabolic steroids they're injecting, taking their milk from their teat, no one else's, and you're paying for that privilege. Now, I don't know the whole context around what led up to this clip, but it seems like none of the clients in this session wanted to do this portion. So the instructor throws in the backpack, and the guy goes to, like, get his things, and then the instructor starts fighting him in this really stupid tug-of-war, and he's like, I'm not touching you! Stop touching me! I'm not touching you! Stop touching me! Stop touching me! I'm not touching you! So they have this, like, back and forth. And then one of the other guys is like, with all due respect, he's probably trying to make an argument for why it's fucking dumb for them to go into the ice bath. Maybe they should do something more productive with that time. And then he just keeps throwing up a big stink. Stop it! You're touching me! You're touching me! You're fucking touching me! Blowing a gasket. And he's like, you're out of here! You're out of here, bub! You're not going in the water! They're going in the water! They're gonna be alpha males when they get in that water. It's like a fucking baptism! So get out! You're not welcome! One other common theme that seems present throughout all of the MDK project clips is that the instructors themselves seem like the most sensitive and insecure out of everyone that attends their classes. And it's pretty evident because on their own YouTube channel, they even have videos of them just whining about the hate they get. They have this little fucking therapy session where the two goobers sit across from each other just trying to like suck each other off about like, no, we're not wrong. Everyone else is wrong. It's actually super embarrassing that you'd even make fun of us. Yeah, nothing says alpha male quite like someone breaking down and finally addressing the haters. Unbothered titans of testosterone here.
Look around, look at each other. Look to your left and to your right. More than 60% will not be here fucking Friday. I guarantee it. And I'll make sure of it. I'll make sure that you earn the right to be here every fucking second. Because I see in your fucking eyes that most of you don't fucking belong here. And I'll be damned, I'll take this fucking knife off my fucking waist and carve this fucking tattoo off my fucking hand before I let any of you fucking bitches show up here on Friday.
Your souls are mine. Calm down there, HGH Shang Tsung. My God, it just when you thought it couldn't get more cringe. So this is like this is how he motivationally speaks to the class. This is like his idea of what a strong leader is. Someone that's just whining and screaming and shouting and is just unhinged, a loose cannon. When he pulled that knife out, I thought he was going to go up and start, like, threatening them. I'll carve your fucking scalps off with this knife if you don't start getting in the ice baths and letting me spray you with a hose more often. That's a big thing they like to do, is spray them with a hose. I showed a ton of those clips last time. I won't bother again. That's, like, the main thing. That's basically, if you want to sign up for the MDK project, there is one client I think could benefit. Anyone that happens to be hunted down by hoses. Like, if you're constantly harassed by getting sprayed in the face by a hose, this might be the class to take, because you're going to be immune to it by the end of it, because that's like all you do here for 3 fucking days. But anyway, he's got his knife out, he's waving it around, he's slamming it like a toddler, having a temper tantrum over nothing here, then says he's going to carve off the thing on his skin, which I'm assuming is the MDK logo. They have their own little cute logo. I'll carve this off of my skin. It's like, oh no. Okay. Why would you do that? I guess. That's a weird threat to be making. It seems like you just kind of want to hurt yourself. Alright, it's a little alarming. I don't really want any part of that type deal. But this is also something he does for most of his classes. There's a few clips of him saying that exact same thing. He really likes to threaten that he's going to carve out his own skin.
60% you will not be here on Friday. I will make sure of it. You will earn the fucking right to be here on fucking Friday night. I will cut this fucking thing off my head before I let anyone you little make it to that dinner table that don't fucking deserve the right to be here. I'll fucking make sure of it. I'm waiting out the fucking business.
This one made me kind of sad, because look at the 2 gentlemen in the front row. They're no spring chickens. They have to be late 50s, early 60s, if not older. Why on God's green earth would you be paying $18,000, taking it out of your grandchildren's college fund, to spend it to be here getting sprayed with a hose and yelled at by a man who keeps threatening to cut his hand?
Get to the pit! Get to the fucking pit! Move! Move! You stupid!
This isn't even a popular clip from them or anything, but it's one that I saw that I think is a great example of this guy's mentality. He's actually like a child with a sugar rush. He's just slamming a chair against a dumpster. Move! Get to the pit! Get to the pit! Like, you could just tell them, what does slamming the chair against the dumpster do? You're just making noise for the sake of making noise. It's like a child with like 2 garbage can lids banging them together. What the fuck? This is your instructor. He can't control, like, his excitement from all the sugar in his body, I guess. It's so silly. But yeah, I won't keep going on. I've already made a video talking about the MDK project, but since a couple of those clips were popping off again on Twitter, I just had to take this opportunity to laugh at them. That's really about it. So yeah. Is he wearing a wig, or is that his real hair? I'd say just get in there and tell me what you think of the burger.
So yeah,
holy
so
shit!
$9 and something cents for the triple. You got soda, Papa? Can I have some? Thank you.
What the fuck is going on in this car?
Papa is Big Papa talking about. Can I have a little soda?
What the fuck is going on with the guy over here?
Is basically.
He's ruining the review.
Potatoes right here.
What, is it good?
Meat and potatoes. You understand? You know what? That's it. I'm not coming to the hood anymore, man. Yo, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to
What a fucking wild review this is.
A lot of weirdos around here. I know.
Yeah, they're the weirdos. Everyone outside of this car, not inside. That's not where the weirdos are.
This video is turning into the haunted video.
Give me some of that burger.
This is the worst fucking review of anything I've ever seen in my life.
If she kill you, I'll kill her.
Give me some of that burger.
Now I'm trying to eat my burger. Now I'm trying to eat my burger.
What is going on?
Now. Who the hell is calling me right now?
Unless you give me.
Is that a phone call, or did they just ignite a taser in there?
Unless you give me a burger.
In peace, and call the cops. I'm your carjacking ain't gonna work now, cause I'm trying to enjoy my Wendy's burger.
Is it so?
I'm not gonna put my hair.
So what's the review looking like?
Doesn't mean I'm not. Come on, guys. Now I gotta edit this damn video, which I wasn't planning to do.
Yeah, you did a great job of editing it.
Extra work on my butt now.
Yeah, real shame.
I'm only halfway through this damn burger.
Yeah, Review Bra's got some real competition here.
Hold on a second, lady. Can you please
nothing I'm saying. Can you listen? Can you give me a better phone?
No,
Oh, we have a guest reviewer coming in.
I can't do that.
Please, Papa, please.
No. Hello, whoever's out there, get his eyes over here. Let's get this lady out of here. No, I can't.
Oh, give her a bite of the bacon burger so we can get her input, please. An unbiased third-party judge has come in here and let's take the blessing. What does she think?
So what do you want me to do? I'm sorry for that, lady. Excuse me. Excuse me. No! No, get out of my face, Marcy. No, I say no, I can't.
Close the window. Close the window.
I can't. The car is off. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I've been carjacked.
Yeah. That was intense.
Old lady tried to carjack my car just now.
Is that what she tried to do? I think she just wanted a bite of that delectable pretzel bacon burger.
I got it messed up. I'm not gonna stop being. I'm doing what's right.
Agreed. Justice. You're a hero. Finish that burger.
All right.
He's taking tiny baby pussy ass bites on it. I like it. Savoring it.
Right. Yeah, I got a lot of editing on this damn video.
Yeah, your editing is second to none. Let me tell you what. This is the longest 13 minutes of my life.
It needs some.
Does it ever come back?
Fries, bro? No, thank you. Okay. That's because he got his own fries. You got your own fries?
Does he?
Inside the box?
What happened? Okay, I have to see more. That was a beautiful disaster. That was like a historic disaster of food review.
Yo, just get it off right. Hi guys.
He's embarrassed by this video.
I'm in the Jamaica
This one must be
Avenue
exceptional.
Hood, right? So I'm not far away from the avenue, and I decided to make a video. Oh shit! Look at all that prime rib action. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Gut.
So why is he embarrassed by this?
Better be not pricey. But pricey. Ooh, mama. Look at that, mama.
I'm glad he turned on the light in broad daylight.
All that meat. Look at all that meat. That delicious meat.
He gave himself a spontaneous haircut. Stopped by a GTA 5 barber.
Don't leave me now, baby. The people's be looking at me back and forth.
Why?
I don't care. I gotta eat my food, right?
Well, yeah. Why are they looking at you? You're just eating. Why is that weird?
I gotta eat out a sandwich, man. You don't eat all that.
What are these flashbacks? Or fast forwards, I guess. I don't know. It could be anything.
So, alright. So
it was him from the future calling to warn him to stop food reviews. It's a slippery slope.
I was driving to the
Next thing you know, you're eating Arby's prime rib cheesesteaks out of the dumpster and bringing it to the car.
I ordered a spicy one. Apparently, it's not the spicy one. This is the unspicy one.
Oh, what a shame. They scammed you. Go throw that shit on the floor in there.
I need more meat. So here in New York, well, everything is more expensive.
I'm happy.
Especially the meat and food.
At this point, I'm half expecting him to get like in a car accident here. Like somebody just swerves and takes him out. Anything can happen here.
Right here to the side. What I think about this meatless sandwich.
Yo, give me your verdict. What do you think? Hey, can you send me you from the past post haircut too? What he thinks?
2.
That's not terrible.
It's mostly bread. See, look at it.
Well, you also have like a refined palate though, like a celestial palate of the gods. Like maybe it'd be a 2 for you, but a 5 for me. You have to cater your scale to mortals and their taste buds. Alright, I have to see more. This is probably the best food reviewer I've ever seen. This is on another level. Eating eggplant taco from Tony's Taco? What the fuck is Tony's Taco? And then I like how his title is Eggplant plus Cow.
So I went to a place called
Just for anyone that happens to be searching for eggplant and cow. Making sure he gets in the algorithm.
Tony's Taco, $5 right there. That's some change. You know,
Looks good.
New York.
He just starts eating the plastic and the foil.
Just close this damn window. Lower the exposure as well. Now you can hear me better. All right, so yeah, my eggplant.
It doesn't help when the passenger side window's open though, bro. You have to close both windows. I can hear your friend has his window down. And the sunroof is open. The sunroof is also open. He closed one window out of 5.
It's a little hard.
This man is an actual disaster artist. I love it. Damn, he's really mean mugging hard right now.
Eat it. See, look, I'm just gonna eat this stuffed crust pizza. Wow. Thumbnail. Okay. Yo, I gotta eat this pizza out.
He's the most enthusiastic food reviewer of all time. This is what food reviews are all about. Passion.
Damn, look at that pizza.
It looks like the pizza's holding him hostage, forcing him to consume.
I haven't had pizza in a while.
He doesn't look happy about this at all.
But
let's see, what's his second most viewed? Eating 7-Eleven. He's the king of pizza, the patriot of pizza. All right, so this is his wheelhouse then.
The dog got all this pizza right now.
What was that noise? Does he have someone trapped in his trunk, or was that like a celebratory pizza noise? Bob's car is like a Bob's car is like a traveling psych ward. That is like exactly what it is. It's like as if One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest did food reviews. There has to be more. I mean, every food review kind of bangs, if I'm being honest. Like, I haven't seen a terrible video from Bob yet. Like, this man only makes bangers. But he's chasing his own glory with the Wendy's pretzel bacon pub burger, if I'm being honest.
I was looking forward to take this, man. Take it. Knock yourself out. I was gonna look for the Diet Sprite, but they ain't got Diet Sprite, so...
I think his best videos are when he has other people trapped in the car with him.
Okay.
I feel like he just opens the car door and whoever happens to sit in the passenger seat, he lets be part of his food review. It seems like they have no idea who each other are in every single, like, collaboration video he makes.
Oh, man.
I know it's April 1st, but I'm not fooling. The title is not a joke. I talked to Sneako. And I gotta be honest, I had butterflies in my tummy. I was more excited to talk to him than I would be to talk to Santa Claus. Now, I know this will be coming as a shock to a lot of you, a bit of a jump scare, so I hope you're sitting down so it doesn't knock you off your feet. Sneako and I have not been on the best of terms recently. We've tried our best to keep it a secret and handle it behind closed doors, but unfortunately, it's bled into the public eye, and you know what? By golly, I'll say it with my whole chest for all to hear. We just haven't liked each other. We haven't seen eye to eye on many things, so our internet beef has become this fine Wagyu steak. It's been this very tasty, juicy bit of drama between the two of us, and today it finally boiled over and we had a conversation. And I want to show you some clips from it. He actually asked me to record, so don't think that this was some kind of one-party consent thing where I pulled the wool over his eyes and pulled his fucking pants down to surprise him with a recording. He had actually asked me to, and I want to show you how this went, because it was actually a very interesting conversation we had. I want to tell you how we got there. It's because last night I noticed Sneako was raving about cuties on Twitter yet again, talking about how much he loves it and how he'll always defend it, but then said that I wouldn't debate him on it. And this little nugget of cringe had me scratching the hair on my chin, confused. I wouldn't debate you on it. I would actually love to hear your side of things on how you could possibly excuse the blatant sexualization of the child actresses in the film. Now, I'm not a debater. I actually am not a fan of debates in general. I prefer just general conversations as opposed to these like gotcha and leading questions and traps and shit. I think that's not very conducive to actual understanding of different sides of arguments. So I don't debate, But I was very willing to have this conversation with Sneako, and I reached out to talk to him, and he was more than willing to talk about it. So we did. We talked about cuties and even talked about all of our general grievances with each other. And this was a very different side of Sneako. I went into this expecting him to be his standard, unhinged, like very animated, cartoonish self that I see in all of his content on Twitter and Rumble, where he's doing these like temper tantrums and like throwing his ass in a circle and going wild, hog wild. But here, this was a very laid back, very calm and collected Sneako who was actually more than willing to concede on some of his points as well as see different sides of situations. And I didn't expect that. And I'm very appreciative of that pleasant surprise as well, because I went into this with pretty low expectations, but after finishing our talk, I'm actually pretty curious to see where Sneako goes next, because like I mentioned, there are some things that he just fully admitted, like maybe he was guilty of doing similar things that he criticized others for, and that he was going to be repurposing his message and changing things around to make it more conducive to positivity. So overall, the whole conversation went in a totally different direction than I expected. Of course, he's still very passionate about some things, and we still fought on quite a few things, and the reality is there's just a lot of things that I don't see eye to eye to him on with some of the things he talks about. But overall, I really walked away with a very different impression of Sneako from this. Now, I know I'm blue-balling you here, but one more thing that I think is important to mention, he has said that he's wanted to debate me over the last 2 weeks here. He even made this big hullabaloo on Twitter about how I ducked a debate with him on Aiden Ross' stream. Even though he had not replied to any of my DMs at that point, there was no debate scheduled between him and I. So that was just a blatant lie. I think he was just joking around about it and it missed the mark because people actually thought that I was avoiding him. But he's not wrong in the fact that I really didn't want to have a conversation with him over the last 2 weeks because all of it was extremely geared towards hurt feelings. At least that's how I interpreted a lot of his statements. It seemed to focus more on me saying, P.U., you stink, and him taking it as, he's canceling me. There's not a whole lot of productive conversation that can come from that with me just explaining over and over again that I'm just insulting you, and that's the simple brass tacks of it. But over the last 48 hours, it really does feel like he's had this come to Jesus moment where he's recognized that I was never canceling him. I was making fun of him. He even issued an apology about bringing up my girlfriend and stuff like that, and has recognized that he has been off the mark on a lot of things recently as well. He also, apologized for being a cuck, which was a wild thing. He talked about how cuckoldry was a mistake. So it looks like he was never okay with it, even though for a time he did say everyone should try it. It looks like he's changed his perspective on that and now looks back on it with a lot of regret, which isn't surprising since those insults were not some of his favorite to keep hearing. So that's not really a discussion we had. I think and have always said, whatever happens between consenting adults in the bedroom is fine. As long as no one's getting fucking hurt, there's no, victims, it's consenting adults, you're good to do whatever makes you happiest. The reason I always talked about the cuckoldry is, one, because fucking hilarious that a lot of his beliefs now go very much against his past of being open to watching his girl get fucked in front of him by multiple men on a couple occasions. And two, it was illustrating a bit of ridiculousness with him being the moral authority on healthy relationships when he himself was in a very confusing one that he wasn't proud of, yet still preaching that people should do it anyway. That was the whole point behind it. I wasn't trying to kink shame like a lot of people started accusing me of. If you want to be a cuckold, then be a proud one and be okay with it and comfortable in your own skin about it. So, it has seemed like he's been more receptive to real talk, and that's what we had. So let me go ahead and show you now. The first thing we talked about was cuties.
This discussion with you about cuties since I dropped that video back in 2020.
How time flies, man. Well, better late than never.
So, have you seen the movie?
Yeah, so you mentioned you saw my video, so you know I didn't finish the movie. I physically couldn't. I found it just to be completely repulsive.
Haven't you seen a lot of other movies that have repulsed you before? I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There was some very gross scenes in there, and like the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. Like, that's a very different kind of repulsed.
That's what we agree on. I don't agree that those scenes are good. I don't agree with the sexualization of children. I defend the movie because I defend the morality of the movie. And I think that most people that were disgusted have seen those clips or didn't watch the whole movie like you. So that movie was taken out of context quite a bit. People don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have going on social media and doing these dances. I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you could be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well. I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged at everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Well, see, but here's the thing. So let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things, like that scene where she takes a picture of her vagina, the scene where they're doing literal, like, toying around with cam sites, like, that's very different. Like, no one is disputing the message, right? It's
I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think that those scenes are good. That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made. And I also don't think that movie encouraged pedophiles to go and cite and look at these girls. I think that they're more likely to go on TikTok and find girls that they're attracted to. I don't think that this really attracted people to these girls.
Well, it's not like I'm here arguing that this movie created pedophiles, right? But what it did is it delivered a film that they would watch for totally different reasons than the message. Again, the message isn't something that I or pretty much anyone has an issue with. The message is, like you mentioned, the social media poisoning them, making them do the sexual things, which is a problem. But this movie contributes to it since it still used real children to sexualize them to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the pedophiles. They would go and search that out. This movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time, I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties. And that's why I uninstalled the app. That's why I refuse to have it on my phone, because it's directing you to those images.
Which is a problem. I'm not disagreeing that's a problem. But that doesn't make this film...
We agree, but we just disagree that I think the movie was important to point out a flaw. Personally, I never empathized with girls being directed to that site before I saw that movie. That really made me understand what it's like to be a girl and grow up in that age.
I think we're getting... Yes, we agree that it is disgusting, but you are excusing it because you believe it highlights a very real issue, which it does, but it contributes to that issue by using children. They didn't have to use kids. You recognize that, right? They could have used...
They didn't have to use kids. But I also look at the director and I look at the moral of the movie, and I don't think that it was anything unsafe, and I don't think that the director had any bad intentions making it. So maybe it shouldn't have been as sexualized, but I defend the morality of the movie, and I also defend the effect that it had on me. When I watched that made me have a new perspective.
But do you see why that's kind of... Jesus, sorry, that was my cat. Do you see why that's kind of concerning to hear, though? Because in the time that I watched that film, there were unreal amounts of sexual scenes. In fact, the majority of the movie was them doing like the dance routines where they're smacking each other's ass, zoomed in on them shaking their ass in the camera. There's that scene where a security guard's like, "What are you girls doing here?" And they're like, "We're dancers." He's like, "Prove it." So they start twerking for him, and he's like, "Oh, great, get in here." Like, that is a problem, no matter how you spin it. Again, the message is fine. There was never anything wrong with the message, and maybe the intention of the director was...
How would you tell the director to convey the message in a different way?
You would just not use children. You could deliver the same message and you don't use children. The problem is
I don't think it would be effective. I don't think it would be as effective. It's unfortunate that it's misinterpreted, but you couldn't be able to have that effect and show how provocative and how dangerous it is without using kids. Of course, the shots probably did not need to be that bad, but when I watched that, I was absolutely disgusted. And like I said, it changed my perspective. And what I'm surprised about is that you are against wokeness, because everything that your content is about, it doesn't seem like you've ever directed any energy towards how dangerous wokeness can be, which is exactly what that movie's about. It's saying how important Islamic values are in the face of wokeness. It's about a Western African family, Islamic. They go to France, a completely woke country that's now being burned alive, and women are running around topless. Wokeness has consumed France, and it's pointing out a proper solution to this problem, which is embracing Islamic values.
Who was the director of the film? Do you know?
Her name is Maminu Doucouré. Maminu Doucouré, I think that's her name. She's a Western African woman, and she moved to France. So I imagine that she had a very similar experience, and she was trying to portray what it was like growing up.
So the message of the movie is about social media, and almost exclusively. She directed the film based on seeing some children in a neighborhood doing sexual dances and wondering, how did it get to that point? This isn't okay. So the movie was supposed to be about how does a child get to that point, and it's about how social media is poisoning them, and they're constantly comparing themselves. They're seeing these things, so they're putting on makeup and they're doing sexual shit, and they never really understand why or the consequences of it. It's not a critique on wokeness, though. Of course, anything in the art field you can derive your own meaning from. I recognize that almost everything you encounter in life you tie back to either cancellation or wokeness, but in this film in particular, this is a movie I really feel conflicts hard with your ideology. Under no circumstances should children be sexualized, is where I stand. Do you disagree?
There's a lot of things in movies, like I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree with incest, but it's portrayed.
It's not real incest, though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are 11...
I agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the point of the movie but you can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like, there is a problem, which you recognize, with kids being sexualized, in specific on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself. But you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does. And it didn't need to, like you said. That is the problem.
Maybe they shouldn't have used child actors, but I agree with the point of the movie. But how do you think that the point could have been conveyed in a better way? You think should they have used 18-year-olds to play 11-year-olds?
That's exactly what most movies have done for a long time. A quick example is The Last of Us using Bella Ramsey to portray a 14, 15-year-old. Like, you can do that, and that's a lot more acceptable because there is no longer a victim. Like you had said, children can't consent. These kids could never fully consent to being sexualized in this film like this on the big screen.
I would argue that when they use 30-year-olds and 27-year-olds to play high schoolers, like in Euphoria and like in 13 Reasons Why, it actually sexualizes kids more because we start to mature high schoolers and we think of them in a different way. People in their 30s and their late 20s get addicted to Euphoria and they have ideas and they start romanticizing teenagers in a different way because they don't use actors in that way and they make them look more mature.
That's a completely separate conversation you can make arguments for, but that doesn't work here because it sexualizes already real children, right? So I think you're getting hung up on like the what ifs and like whataboutisms on other sides, but the core doesn't change. So let me give you an example. It is realistic to use kids for the message, right? Because it's about kids. Well, what if the child was naked doing the vagina pic? If they showed the kid's vagina, is that now too far? It's still realistic.
That's too far. So there's 2 ways the movie could have been changed to be more effective and that people would understand the message. 1, they could have used child actors and they should not have been sexualized in that way. Or 2, they could have been 18 plus and it could have been sexualized, but then it wouldn't have been as effective. One of the 2 should have changed. I agree.
Okay. So then, do you think there's like levels to sexualization of kids that is acceptable and then unacceptable?
No, it's never acceptable to sexualize children, but...
Then we agree, so then can we then say, since this film sexualized children, I can't really champion the film, however, the message is okay. Like, I like the message.
I agree completely. But the reason I defend that movie is because I think everybody just saw those scenes and looked past the message and looked past the good moral that the director had when making it.
That could very well be the case for some people, right? 100%.
I would say most people who hate the movie haven't seen it. Most of the people accusing me of being a pedophile for defending the movie haven't seen it and have no idea what it's about. They've just seen those scenes.
But they're also still not wrong for being upset about those scenes. Like, can you recognize that?
I think they should be more upset at the problem. I think people should direct that anger instead of calling me a pedophile on the internet. They should look at the system that turns these girls into sexual objects at a young age and be more angry at that. That is the real issue. That is the bigger problem at large.
They do, though. It's not mutually exclusive, like where it's one or the other.
Do they? Do you?
Do I what? Talk about the problem?
Do you direct that anger? I see you.
Now, from here, we started branching off into other conversational topics, but I do want to go ahead and give a little wrap-up here. After talking to him about it, it really feels like he sticks to his guns just out of pure stubbornness because he's defended it for so long. He's unwilling to forfeit on the point, even though he can clearly recognize that the sexualization of children is a bad thing. And since the movie sexualizes children, it is full stop a bad thing. He can't separate the message and applaud the message without applauding the whole film, which is a problem. He repeatedly calls it his favorite movie and how important it is, but he's only referring to the intentions with the message, and the message is fine, but the film itself is not fine. It wanted to speak out against social media, poisoning these children and having them do sexual things, and it's horrible. The film wanted to call that out and point a light at how horrible it is, but doing so, they used real 11 to 13-year-olds and actually sexualized them. Thus, it's a fucking horrible thing that they produced, and by my definition and many people's definition, is child porn. That shouldn't be defended by any means. Now, I wish Sneako would be able to just separate the message from the film, because the message is fine. That is something that you can applaud, but not the film itself.
Follow the narrative that's popular on social media, but I don't see you ever directed at the problem. Do you agree that wokeness is one of the biggest problems that corrupts kids nowadays?
Define wokeness.
Wokeness is the liberal ideology, is feelings over facts. I identify this way because I feel like it is, there's no gender, nothing matters, I do as I want, everything that's promoted on social media.
Do you realize half of what you just described is how you've lived your life for the last year? Like feelings over facts, for example. You champion bullying. You think bullying needs to come back. I have never canceled you. Can you recognize that? I have actually always spoke out against deplatforming, if you've ever noticed. I spoke out against it.
No, but you were also disingenuous. When I called out the soy boy collage, you were like, these people just hurt my feelings. Most of those people actively advocated
one
for my
person.
Cancellation.
Nick is not green is the
That's
only
not
person.
True. That's not true. Ethan Klein celebrated and clapped when I was banned and said, good, finally this misogynist is banned. What happens on the internet, I understand. It's good to have back and forth. Bullying is good because it makes you have to develop your character in a different way. That's not why I was upset. I was upset because a lot of these people were secretly happy or secretly hoping that I was going to get banned because they disagree with my ideology.
But then why am I on that list when I've only ever spoke out against deplatforming? That seems like I'm there because I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I thought it was funny because you do look like the rest of them.
I don't understand how, but we're not here to get into the nitty-gritty, I guess. Now, after talking to Sneako, it became clear that he really lives his life fearful of wokeness. He is constantly haunted by the woke boogeyman, like he's trapped in Luigi's mansion, but every ghost is woke. It's one of those things where every topic we started talking about always tied back to either cancellation or wokeness, which I think is pretty sad to be in that state of, I guess, unease, where he's always feeling as though woke is breathing down his neck. It's haunting his dreams like Freddy Krueger. But I'm going to get into that just a little bit more in a second. I do want to mention that collage where he's claiming it's not people that hurt his feelings, it's people that like advocated for his cancellation and shit, which again, I never did. I have only ever made fun of him and insulted him. Or made fun of one of his friends that he felt the need to pick up the White Knight's armor to defend the honor of. So I, under no circumstances, fit any of his definitions there, except for he thinks I look like the rest of the people there, which I have still not to this day seen a single living, breathing human being that has said there is similarity between anyone on that collage. Fucking 30 people on that collage, and there is no similarity amongst any of them. All types of different backgrounds, faces, hair, everything. Beliefs. It's not even fucking close. I don't know what he's seeing there. Maybe he's like face blind, so he sees everyone as like a default RuneScape character on Tutorial Island. I don't know. But anyway, back to the woke topic. I wanted him to define woke, and he gave me his definition of woke. To his credit, that was more than I would have expected, because last time I saw someone try to define woke, it was a fucking disaster. But he clearly does have at least some belief on what wokeness is and what it means to him. Now, he asked me if I think that's the biggest problem facing the youth today. And I didn't really get to get a clear answer in there because he kept switching kind of rapidly. My answer is no. But I do think the biggest problem that's plaguing the youth today is the fact that kids feel forced to choose sides so early in life, before their brain has even had a chance to develop. Now, whether you want to subscribe to one side of the political spectrum or the other, you are always being forced down one path in this level of tribalism where you always have to blindly support that side and hate everything and everyone on the other. I think that shit sucks fuck. I think that's a horrible way of living life, and it leads to a situation that we see a lot now where people aren't friends with someone that don't share every single thing in common. For example, I have friends that I disagree with on many things, but we're still friends at the end of the day because we do have commonality in like personality, and we have fun together. We don't need to agree on everything, and I wouldn't want that. I don't like echo chambers. And regardless of if you're on the woke side or the anti-woke side, you put yourself in an echo chamber no matter what. And both sides eat you alive if you so much as critique something about that side. It seems like it's constantly discouraged to think for yourself. You have to be fed your thoughts, whether that's being fed the thoughts that Sneako hates or being fed the thoughts that Sneako champions. It's always being fed your own idea, their ideas, and then you try and adopt them as your own, and any kind of deviation from that is frowned upon in the communities. And in fact, if you decide you don't want to go down either of those paths and you try and like take information from both sides and form your own perspective, you get insulted for being a centrist. What is the meme? Enlightened centrist? There is no winning. The only winning move is not to play. That is what I feel the biggest problem is for the youth, is forcing them to make these decisions where they have to play for one team or the other for their whole fucking life, and then regardless of which side you choose to go to, you still get eaten alive by members of the same community if you're somewhat out of line or thinking too hard for yourself. That's what I think the biggest problem is with growing up with social media and Twitter constantly plaguing people's minds, which in turn leads to everyone being miserable and mad at everything and everyone. And I also think it lends itself to making everyone more isolated and lonely, because then they lock themselves online, constantly fighting battles for their ideology on Twitter with fucking random bot accounts and actual nonsense every hour of every day. So that would be my answer to what is actually plaguing the youth.
Similar. Overall, and you could see it with the Fresh and Fit video that you still haven't corrected, where you called Fresh a virgin. A lot of it, and you see people that hate me, they're like, oh, this alpha male Sneako, and I've never once called myself that. I don't think I'm an alpha male. I advocate towards things that are conservative. I advocate towards Islamic values. That doesn't mean that I think I am an alpha male.
I've never called you an alpha male. You're talking to someone.
Though. You've called my friends that. You've called Fresh and Fit that, and you haven't.
They call them. You are really hung up on fighting for the honor of Fresh and Fit. What I did was exactly what you preach. I made fun of him. Calling him a virgin is a joke. Do I think he's actually a virgin? Probably not. And it's not even a good joke. Like, that's the laziest joke of all time, which is why it wasn't like the crux of it. I just made it as a throwaway statement in the middle of a rant about his ridiculous story. This is something that clearly weighs heavy on the mind of Sneako, where I insulted his friend, and my God, he has not let that go. This has become like his Vietnam, because it really seems to have taken a big toll on his psyche. He believes I owe a retraction and apology for making fun of him and calling out his story. And he says that I was wrong about all of it, even though, I'll play the clip in a moment, further into our conversation, he also admits he doesn't know if he actually fucked the 3 women that he claimed he did. Nobody knows. The story itself is outrageous. What they proved is he had DMs, like a conversation with the NBA player, but that doesn't corroborate the whole story. There is no apology or retraction necessary. It is still such a fucking crazy story he told that probably wouldn't even happen in the most obscure Brazzers porno ever.
Because you don't correct your mistakes. You were wrong
actu-
about Fresh and Fit. You were wrong about Andrew Tate. And
So-
you were wrong about the movie Cuties.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you tied it back to Cuties, but before we get back to that, how am I feel like I'm one of the very few people on the internet who corrects himself. Whenever I make a mistake, I do go and make a clarification. For example, I got something wrong with a content creator holding a stand-up competition that was absolute dog shit, and then someone came there and made fun of him, and I didn't know the full context. Once I got the full context, I went back and made a follow-up video to explain it in more depth with more clarity. I always do that. With Fresh and Fit, you really hung up on this idea that he fucked 3 women that night after meeting an NBA player at a bar, and they exchanged Instagram information, and it turns out they were Eskimo bros with the same girl's pussy. Like, it's an outrageous story. Now, whether or not it's true, you haven't proved it either. Were you there watching him fuck? Were you
He
cheering him on?
verified it. He showed the DMs with the basketball player. They did the whole podcast verifying the
the
story.
DMs
And you didn't correct it. Did you? Okay, so you didn't correct that. They did verify the story. You didn't correct it. Andrew
Did they
Tate
have the
was in
basketball
box.
player? Did they have the basketball player and the 3 girls he fucked come on and be like, "Oh my god, he absolutely plowed the shit out of me. It was the best sex of my life." Did he
Okay,
have?
that would be that would never happen. But he did show the DMs with the basketball player verifying the story and that he did go to the party. Whether or not you want to believe he was with 3 women, I wasn't there either. I guess we're never gonna know. But he did get the DMs from the basketball player.
To add on to this, if there's even small elements of that story that are somewhat true, I guarantee the whole thing is still embellished because the story he told is a work of fucking Tumblr fan fiction. It is not exactly how it played out under no universe, especially not for him. He is an extremely sensitive guy. He would probably have started crying after the first round of sex instead of going right to the next girl. Like, it is just not something that happened, and even if there is some elements of truth to the story, the whole thing is probably still not 100% accurate, and even still, the whole core of the video is the same. I was making fun of the guy. That would still stay entirely intact. Now, I'm getting carried away with Fresh and Fit here. The conversational topic here was about not correcting things that I've got wrong. And I've actually prided myself on being willing to accept when I'm wrong. I think that's one of the most important qualities a person can have in something that is very unfortunately absent from most people in the current day and age, where everyone has this complete reluctance and this like, ooh, yuckiness, I can't be wrong, I have to be perfect all the time attitude. I am more than willing to embrace and accept when I get things wrong, which is why I've made so many videos saying, I was wrong about this, got this wrong, this one was off, and adding more clarity to situations that I've covered when more information came out, or if something turned out to be fraudulent. I have done that for years, and I always have. In the case of Fresh and Fit, there is nothing to fucking correct. Now, I'm going a little out of order of our conversation because we kept bouncing back and forth between certain things, fucking pinballing around, but I'm trying to connect all the points together. So we're going to talk about the Andrew Tate thing in a moment. That's something we talked about for a little bit because Tate is very clearly someone that is a heavy influence in Sneako's life. But before then, I do want to focus on a couple other things we talked about, and that's him victimizing himself constantly. This is something I've called out, and I wanted to hear his perspective on it. A lot of the things you critique the woke for are ones that you actively partake in. Victimization, that's a big thing with the woke, right? Constantly playing the victim. Do you recognize how often you play the victim in terms of like, I'm being canceled, everyone's against me, you go on your Discord to talk more about it, even this morning talking and naming and shaming people that you think have slighted you as like a cancellation. You do the exact same things. Like, you are also an SJW.
That's not victimizing. That's actively pointing out that literally every streamer, the entire internet, all of YouTube reacted to your video. I drop a response where I even apologize for going out of character and getting emotional. And then people... It's a million views in 12 hours. Nobody watches my rebuttal. Some of them react to me and making me die in an animation, but nobody wants to see what I have to say. I've become a caricature on YouTube rather than somebody who has something to say. I've become a meme because I am banned. That's not victimizing. That's actively pointing out how strong censorship is and how people on mainstream platforms can run with the narrative when you're not there.
The way you just justified it is a way many other people that you call playing the victim would also be able to justify things. The point is, when you are constantly whining and talking about how you're being attacked, it is still being victimized. I tried to point a mirror at him to point out that a lot of the things he criticizes others for is things that he actively does himself, and the one I focused on was victimization, because the way he justifies, playing the victim is justification people have used in the past that he calls out. So I was just trying to illustrate that it's not only hypocritical, but also just kind of silly that he, with all of his beliefs, still plays the victim and whines so much on Twitter. But that point wasn't really landing. We just kept kind of going in a circle about that one, so I don't want to focus on it too much here.
It's disingenuous, and now we're having the debate, but you would rather DM and go and make this about drama. Oh, let me go and react and do more drama content rather than have a conversation.
But I never
and I'm
did
glad
that.
You're doing it now.
But you have to remember that I didn't start any of this. You reacted to me telling jokes about your friend, and then had your audience tell me, and that went on for like 2 weeks. And so eventually, I explained why I don't like you. And then when I did that, that was the only time I planned on talking about you. You went on stream with your gun to threaten me, and you kept it up for 3 months, adding me.
I didn't do that to threaten you. That was a joke about clips. You actually think I was threatening you?
Whether or
you're
not you
about
were
victimized, you're gonna think. Okay, you're gonna say victimized. And you're gonna say I'm actively trying to threaten you by saying a clips joke on a stream.
I don't think you were actually coming after my life. It doesn't change the fact that for 3 months you continued to carry it on. I wasn't reacting to you. I wasn't even talking about you. This was a quick point that I think he did see my side on. He likes to make the claim that I was farming him for views and AdSense money, which couldn't be further from the truth. I never wanted to talk about Sneako. I never had plans of doing it. He kept poking and prodding me until I did. And then, once I did, he wasn't happy that I was so mean in my response that for 3 months he did carry on this very one-sided beef until, once again, I decided to spit and play in the pig pen, and I made a tweet firing back at him after months of not even mentioning him, and then made a follow-up video. But it was never part of my agenda to do that. And I think after explaining it to him, he did see that he was really the instigator. And I am glad that he did have that, realization after our conversation, that he was willing to accept that. I think that is healthy, that he was open to seeing that, okay, maybe I was wrong and his intention wasn't drama AdSense farming.
What do you think that I've said that I don't believe in?
So we'll use our beef, for example. You think I'm weak for not taking you up on a boxing fight. But on the same side of that coin, you won't take Brandon Buckingham up on that boxing fight. The whole point was, I don't stand by my beliefs because I won't fight you for it. Well, with that perspective, why wouldn't you fight Brandon Buckingham when you feel so strongly about your beliefs and he says the same things I do? Wouldn't you want to prove
because
that you stand?
The first fight that I want to take would be against somebody, one, who has more clout than me, two, I disagree with ideologically. I don't disagree with him ideologically at all.
But he says the same things I say about you.
This person has been obsessed for a long time. He's suing me for emotional distress. Personally, I don't care about this person, and there's no benefit for me to take my first fight with this person.
So then
if
your
I
beliefs.
Fought somebody, I challenge.
So then
the reason I was banned on Twitter for challenging Hasanabi to a fight. One, because a lot of people want to see that. He's well known. He disagrees with me completely. There's a lot of tension for that fight. If I fought you, you have said a lot of things that are very negative about me. There's beef in the air. And you talk a lot about me, so things that you probably wouldn't say to my face. It would be an entertaining fight.
But that's not the point. The whole point is you think I am weak and you keep harping on this for not taking you up on the fight. But you won't take someone up on a fight that's saying the exact same things I am. So it seems like the beliefs, you don't stand by that strongly if you're not confident you can make a spectacle.
Charlie, we both know you wouldn't accept the fight.
Right, I've made that very clear.
We both know. Even when I challenge you, we both know. It's to point out that a lot of people talk a lot of talk online and they never have to face the consequences because they stay in their room gaming all day. That was to point it out. Men are tired of seeing this back and forth internet drama. They want to see people go and settle it. I've never said a word about this person that you're bringing up. I haven't said a word about him since last summer. I won't say his name publicly again. I'm being sued for emotional distress. I'm leaving that alone. I have no problem with this person. We have gone back and forth. We're going back and forth on Twitter. People want to see it. People are tired of these keyboard warriors going back and forth. That was to point out the fact that men should not feel so comfortable talking a lot of talk on Twitter that they would never say in person.
You made claims of Brandon Buckingham being like a rapist and shit. Wouldn't that be something that you'd want to fight about at that point?
That was not a claim that I made. That was not a claim that I made.
I can't remember the specifics of it, but you did toss out the word rapist when talking about Brandon Buckingham. I don't remember the context it was used in, but you did mention it, right? So why is all of a sudden that now beneath you? Like, you don't have any problems with him now after he's willing to fight. The point is, you're talking about, you say these things and you don't have consequences. Well, what about you? You said these things. He's trying to give you those consequences that you think are so important, and you won't take him up on it. There is a clear hypocrisy.
That was something. That was a different example. The guy was a previous fan. It's a giant misunderstanding. There's a lawsuit involved, so I can't talk about this too much, but that is not what I accuse him of. I do not think he is that word. I never said that about him, and that's a lie. He wants to do it because there's an obsession going on, but that's irrelevant.
Well, it's all tying back into the point I'm making, where the things that you preach against, you yourself embody. I'm not trying to use this as a gotcha moment, but I do think it's important to illustrate here that Sneako is still denying this claim, even though there's tons and tons of video evidence where he does say that Brandon Buckingham was threatening to rape someone. He says it multiple times, and that's what the lawsuit was about, but it doesn't prevent Sneako from fighting Brandon Buckingham if he was, open to it for defending the beliefs and stuff, which is the point I was trying to make.
I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Literally said that. And he said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend, bro.
This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend.
Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Saying you're gonna R-word my girlfriend? You said that? Yes. Word for word. I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
Okay, talking shit by threatening R-word.
Claiming that someone said they're going to rape someone is insinuating they are a rapist for making the threat. So this is just a point that I think he was way off the mark on, because he did make these accusations against Brandon Buckingham.
Your energy, $50 on a course from vetted millionaires, or watching a gaming streamer for 6 hours every night?
Well, he didn't use the course to get rich. He's getting rich from the course, the same way that the course that you're selling is not like your main way that you made money. You are making money from that course now, as opposed to what the course is teaching. But again, this is getting completely sidetracked.
That's just not true. That's not my main source of income. I enjoy doing it, and it's a great way to have a network. And you talk about all the lonely men that are out there. What are you doing to go and help these people? We understand that there's a problem with loneliness of men. People get in there, they ask me questions about how do I network better? How do I find people who are like-minded? You give them advice, and you can see them transform their life. I'm curious as to what you think is a better alternative, because you stream gaming for 6 hours. Is that a better solution to men who are lonely watching you play video games, or giving advice to men who don't know how to find a community of like-minded people who don't know how to make money online and want to live a lifestyle where, look, I'm in Japan. You're still in the same room that I've seen you in since high school.
I can go places. I choose not to. I'm happy here the same way you're happy traveling in Japan. Like, these are non-arguments that you're making. It's the same argument
I've never seen you outside of your room. And I don't know how many years I've seen you on YouTube. I've never seen you out of your room. I've seen you with dildos in your room, throwing it at each other and your friends. I've never seen you travel. I've never seen you network with other people. I've never seen you show your audience what's possible if they make money as well. I've seen you play video games since like 2016.
In one of the clips you showed of me, I am outside at Gasparilla with my girlfriend. What are you talking about? We got into a little bit more of a heated argument about this point. I do still take great issue with gurus charging for courses, much like Sneako does with the Creativity Kit, and it's something he actually pitched a lot during our conversation, so it seems something that he strongly believes in. I don't know if that's because of the monetary gain he experiences from it, or if he truly believes it is something that's changing lives, but he did pitch it multiple times because I pointed out that I don't like that kind of shit. It feels exploitative to people that are desperate and looking for anything, whether it's a sense of community or a sense of, here's how to get successful like me. When really the success is built upon the people that pay for it, not what you're preaching. At least the majority of the time that's the case. And then he made the false claim about, you don't showcase what's possible because you stay in your room a lot. Which I do stay in my room a lot, but there is so much content on my channel where I'm outside of my room. It's baffling that he'd even try and make that claim with a straight face. And even in the number one thing he showed for me, which is the picture of me and my girlfriend, we are literally outside at a party. So I don't understand why he keeps making that claim that I don't leave my room or I'm only in the house. But it is something that I fought him on, and he did clearly see he was incorrect on. So another thing he was willing to concede. But still maintaining that courses like $50 a month isn't a lot of money, especially for the value he believes people get out of it. And maybe I can only speak for everything I've ever seen, but I've never read or met someone who is successful because they bought a online guru's course. I only ever see or hear about the people who've lost so much more money than they ever had to spend because they're chasing this fucking hopium that's being peddled their way with these courses and guides. Now again, Sneako's might not be that. I haven't read it, I'm not 100% sure, but the vast majority of these guru courses are completely worthless scams. You're talking about things that are agreeable, and this is what I've said about Andrew Tate. He doesn't always say silly, dumb shit, but he does, and he couples it with good, real things, like you mentioned, porn addiction is a problem. Like, no one's gonna disagree with that, but everything that you're sprinkling in outside of it is totally fucking irrelevant to the rest of it, man. You going and flexing on your audience isn't showing them what's possible, it's showing what's possible when they're paying for your lifestyle. The advice you give, you thrive off them staying miserable, right? The second they get happy, the second they get money,
No,
the second
I definitely don't.
they will not
I
be
definitely
paying for your
don't.
course
If
anymore.
If my audience does not get value from my content, they're going to leave. The reality is that streamers and content creators like you, the audience always grows up. They watch a little of the gaming content, then they grow up. They're not learning anything, and so they go to another content creator. They go to somebody else who's popular or trendy. You need to add value to the audience, or else they are going to grow out of it.
And the
I know
value
the
from
pressure of that.
the value of most things is entertainment. What you used to do was humor interlaced with your stuff. Now it's just preaching to the choir of people that already subscribe to your hive mind. It's you're still doing the same thing.
That's what you see on Twitter because that's the only mainstream platform that I'm still allowed to be on. If you watch my stream,
I have
haven't
watched
streamed
your
in a couple
streams.
weeks. When I watch my stream for 4 hours, it's not preaching. A lot of it's humor. My motto is seek truth through funny.
Which
I
you've
look at
abandoned.
what's going on in the world.
It seems you have completely abandoned that. I have watched your streams. I have. A lot of it devolves into just talking again about the same things you always mention. Soy boys, bots, woke mind virus, and then dancing around. And then always trying to defend and find the other side of something controversial. It's the same formula over and over again because that's how you found to keep your audience hooked. It's no different than
That's
people
not true.
that...
I go on Omegle and I'm joking around for an hour or 2 hours. I bring on my viewers and we joke to each other. I bring on people, real life people, they sit next to me and we joke around. I have different podcasts. I have different guests.
The jokes
I just did a podcast with Ryan Dawson uncovering Epstein and uncovering the truth about 9/11, which I really recommend that you go see, to an alternative platform that's labeled as an alt-right conspiracy website and still maintain the same audience. You can't do that by repeating the same things every day. You have to add some value.
But you can. That's the number one grift right now. As long as you are contributing to an echo chamber, the people will not leave you. You form a reliance where they're constantly suckling your tit for validation that their point of view is the right one. And the more that you claim the victim, the more that solidifies and cements them that belief is the correct one because people are attacking
That's absolutely not
them.
true at all. I've been talking about the woke mind virus for a long time, and now my audience wants to get to know the truth, so I've been interviewing different people. I did a whole podcast uncovering Epstein and who's actually on the client list because that's one big conspiracy theory that people want to know more about. I did an entire podcast uncovering 9/11 and the Iraq War and what happened and why war is created by deception. I'm getting into more things because if you get repetitive, they're going to leave.
Admittedly, I do feel bad doing one thing that I hate when other people do, which is, like he mentions, box him into categories. Because it is very possible, outside of all the content I've watched from him, that he does other things. Now, I have seen a lot of him. I've watched quite a few streams now, out of curiosity, since his big meltdown with the whole dancing with the gun thing about our beef. So I went on there and I did watch some of his streams from that point forward, but they always went the same way. But I do think it was unfair of me to try and box it in and say he's always doing the same thing when it is entirely possible that it's just my exposure to it and what I've seen so far. So I do completely concede that it is possible he does more and talk about more than just what I see on Twitter and the streams that I've seen. But it is worth mentioning later into this discussion, he boxes me in and says all I do is sit in my room playing video games on stream for 7 hours a day. So he is still guilty of the same thing he's accusing others of, which is a point I like to make, but he doesn't fully realize when I say it to him, but hopefully, after our conversation, he does take a step back and recognize, okay, I am guilty of a lot of the things I'm accusing others of. But anyway, that was a point that was kind of branching off from the core topic at this moment of the discussion, which was courses. I have no respect for people that are selling courses on like, here's how you make money. The number one way to make money, guaranteed success. You're gonna, make it with this one. Give me this amount of money every month for my book. I always find that to be exploitative, shitty, scummy, and completely useless. Those kind of creators, those kind of people, they rely on desperation. So let's think about this logically. Why would someone who's selling courses on happiness and how not to be lonely, how to get laid, or how to make money, why would they actually want you to succeed? Because then they lose you as a customer. It is far more in their interest to keep you miserable to keep buying the product. And it is something a lot of them are guilty of doing. Now, I haven't seen Sneako's Creativity Kit, so I can't say for sure if he is also guilty of it as well. Maybe he does try and offer legitimate advice and actually help people. It is possible. But that's not the case for the vast majority of them, which is why I always call it out as this is scummy, or at the very least, unnecessary. We live in a time where you have access to all the information you could ever want. You just need to search it up. You don't need to be paying people that you view as successful to learn their secrets when those secrets they're revealing aren't what they used to get wealthy in the first place. It's selling you hope. When you are buying their product, you are filling their pockets. That is the product, the book. Not what's in it, it's the book. They're making their money off your purchase of the book. They're not making their money off of the advice they've given you. At least not the majority of the time. And that's what I was trying to talk about here.
What are your beliefs? What are they? I don't know them. Can you tell me what you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like I've made my beliefs very clear. I am very firmly on the side of there are certain things, and it's going to be different for everyone, that make people happy. And main thing I want is for people to be happy. I don't like that men are alone, which is why a lot of the advice I give is telling them to get out of their comfort zone and start with something like the gym. The gym is a very social environment. It's an environment where everyone's working towards similar goals. You immediately surround yourself with like-minded people, and maybe you make a connection at the gym. Maybe you can find a friend there, but even if you don't, you are out of your comfort zone in an environment where people are working for a similar goal. And that already changes your mindset as a person. You've given yourself a goal, you are acting on it, and now you're surrounded by people that are also in a similar boat. I think most importantly is I want people to be happy, and a lot of times they can't find that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with escapism, like watching someone play a game or even playing games yourself. Watching a sport, playing a sport yourself is also great. I play pickup basketball every Thursday. Getting out, talking, outside of a comfort zone, instead of sitting online making 20,000 tweets on the Sneako Twitter, I think is not productive. Replying to Sneako's Twitter, replying to my Twitter, none of it I think is productive. I've had Twitter since 2012. I've made 2,600 tweets, and half of those are just shit posts or a retweet. I think all of that, locking yourself inside as a recluse, living in this completely toxic landscape like Twitter, is the most detrimental thing for a person, and that extends to TikTok as well. I think TikTok has absolutely ruined people's brains in terms of what they can even stomach as an attention span. Having to have like Subway Surfer underneath a video of someone talking because you can't focus long enough, I think it's all a problem. So the things I talk about are usually geared towards either entertaining people for 8 minutes a day or whatever, or during a stream if they're already home from work and just need to unwind. I think all of that is fine. But I do always try and give some level of advice. My background, I don't know if you know, I'm a human science graduate with a concentration in exercise physiology. I believe very firmly in the mind-body connection in terms of strength building and muscle building. It's going to change your whole brain chemistry, and it will help improve the way you're looking at the world. So that's one of the big things I talk about, is even if you're 100% comfortable with your body, there is no reason not to at least try to make these kind of differences and change your perspective on things. Like, it doesn't even have to be a body issue. It helps your mind overall. I am always against people paying for advice from so-called gurus and professionals because you don't need it. The beauty of the internet is it is an unlimited repository of all of the human knowledge, just this compendium of every piece of information for every subject you could want. And you can access it for free. Under no circumstances do I ever advocate for someone paying up to $50 a month for advice they can freely find right now, even if it doesn't come with a built-in...
Gamers always have the argument, but then they never talk about how college is a waste of time and that people go into $50,000 to $100,000 in debt from people who aren't vetted millionaires. If you could pay $50 and talk to a vetted millionaire who has made money online in a way that they don't teach in school, $50 is a steal. People get really upset about this because you're paying somebody directly and you know who you're spending the money on. You don't get upset about college because you don't know the principal, you don't know the headmaster, you don't know the donors. They're nameless people behind a university. So the point of the network is collection of information concentrated in one place, and also the network of people that you can find. Right here, I'm in Japan traveling with somebody that I met from the Creativity Kit. That is something that is invaluable and that you will only find by paying $50, which is not a huge price.
That is a big price, but also, do you see what just happened there? You went in...
$50 is a huge price. That's the same price as your merch that you're using to advertise on this drama. Would you rather your audience pay $50 for a t-shirt from a gamer, or they meet somebody that they can go start a business with?
That the merch isn't $50 for a t-shirt, but regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there. I was talking...
it is.
Okay. It's still not, but with what just happened there is I was talking about something and you went into PR speak and salesman mode to talk about your course, and you attributed something to me that I actually talk against. I actually have spoken many times about why college just isn't right for everybody. It's not. It simply isn't. I think college provides an invaluable social experience where for the first time in your life you're on your own, so you learn how to fend for yourself, you learn how to interact with roommates, strangers, so you get social skills, but college is not going to be a great fit for everyone, especially when it comes to certain academia positions, especially like in some art fields. I actually talk a lot about that, but you keep lumping me in with this perception of a gamer and these beliefs that you don't know anything about me on, and yet you still put me in there.
Then you should probably make them more clear.
I do.
I've been personally watching your videos for years, and I had no idea about any of this.
So,
I've seen you gaming. I've seen you react to drama content. I didn't know that was your method to make people happy, which I think is a narrow way of answering that question about what you believe in and what your belief system is.
I was still
but that's
going.
fine. But I'm glad that you said that, and I think that you should reiterate that more in your video to add more value to your audience.
So you said you've watched for a long time. These aren't secrets. I made a video 6 years ago. I just double checked. I uploaded a video 6 years ago called "You're Getting Fucked by College Textbooks." The entire video is about how college textbooks in particular are a massive scam and a very predatory system that universities are using. I do talk about these things. You are just not seeing them and then still putting words in my mouth. My beliefs, I think, are very clear to the people that watch. They're not a secret. They're not hidden. I make them very obvious. It was after this brief discussion here that the entire landscape of our conversation changed, and it became very clear Sneako never knew anything about me to begin with. He keeps calling me a gamer. Gamer, using the hard G on me. Gamer. And I think that might be because that's the only content he ever watched, but I really don't think I've ever made a secret what my beliefs are. I talk about them on stream, I talk about them in videos, I've never been fearful of it. And yet Sneako either pretends he never saw them, or maybe he just legitimately never saw them. But after explaining to him, he really seemed to change his whole tone about me as a person. I'm not a psychiatrist here or an expert in the field, but if I had to wager a guess, I think Sneako put an image of me in his head and attributed a whole ton of characteristics to that scarecrow that he put in there that just isn't actually me in reality. And that's who he attacks so vehemently. Whereas I do know a lot about Sneako, because there is a big difference between us in terms of our belief. It's all the fuck he talks about. It's the only thing that ever leaves his mouth is always preaching about something or trying to make a big statement about their beliefs or their politics. Whereas that's not me. The main thing I focus on is just entertainment. My videos are made purely for fun. It's just because I thought it'd be entertaining. It's a silly topic. It's something fun. And that's it. There's never really anything too much deeper. Unless it's a topic I'm covering that I'm passionate about, or I have something more I want to add on to it about my own personal beliefs, then I do. I'm never afraid to. But it's not all I talk about, whereas for Sneako and a lot of people in his circle, their main content is talking about what they believe, whereas my main thing is just making entertaining shit. So maybe that's a core misunderstanding here, because he clearly didn't really know much about me. Whereas I do know a lot about him since he is so open with everything. He wears his fucking heart on his sleeve. And I just disagree with a lot of it. But a big difference is I don't hate people that I disagree with on things. In fact, there is nobody in the world, not even my best friends, that I agree with on every issue every time and see eye to eye on everything. I don't like that anyway. I wouldn't want to have someone I agree with on everything. I think it's important to have different perspectives and different opinions. It's how you grow and it's how you learn as well. So I don't get mad when people disagree with me or have different things that I don't agree with. That doesn't piss me off. But for Sneako, it clearly has, and he really didn't even know anything about me to begin with here until after our conversation. Now, I know I'm cutting up our conversation quite a bit here, but I'm just trying to focus on like the big chunk topics that we tackled. One of them that we did touch on quite a bit and got pretty passionate about is gaming, and like Sneako firmly believes that people that are gaming or watching sports are wasting their time. Completely valueless. Entertainment like that has no value whatsoever. And I kept trying to point out that there's nothing wrong with entertainment, like watching sports, watching movies, watching streams, playing games. All of that's fine in moderation. But Sneako only views it through one lens, which is excess, obsession, addiction, where all they do is watch sports, play games, do this and that. And then, of course, it is very detrimental, and it is bad for overall health. I'm not going to bother showing clips from that because that one just really went in circles. I think there's just a fundamental disagreement there where Sneako believes anything that's entertainment driven is just not worth it, and time could always be spent better doing anything else. But then he puts his content on a pedestal that's an exception to his rule where, no, this content that I make is the one that's valuable. Everything else is worthless. This is the value. This, 4 hours, 5 hours of Rumble streaming and, whatever's going on over there, that's a good use of time, and all the other streams like gaming and all that's terrible. So that got really muddy and messy, and there wasn't really any way we met somewhere and like had a perspective that made sense to each other, because his stream is just as much guilty of being a waste of time by his definition as my stream playing a game. It's still a form of entertainment and escapism, no matter how you spin it. I don't see how your message is somehow bolstered by spamming slurs, for example, like during that stream with the gun. I couldn't listen to you because you kept saying slurs. How is that necessarily helping make people happy or positive in any way, shape, or form? What does that do to contribute to your overall goal? Because it's not humor either, so it's not seeking truth through funny. It's literally just spamming slurs because you were mad at me.
It is. The reason that it's funny is because I'm on a platform that has free speech, and you're not bound by wokeness where you can't say certain words and you're labeled racist or homophobic or transphobic, where you can say things even if you don't mean them, because we're not trapped with words.
But why say something you don't? Why say something you don't mean though? What does that do? Wouldn't that go against your ideology where you're like faking it?
That's not a word. A word doesn't encourage. A word doesn't encompass a whole belief system. A word can be funny. The word faggot is funny. That was the funniest thing you said this whole debate.
How is that? I don't.
You're laughing now. See?
Well, it's because it's just it's an outrageous claim. It's like talking to a child. Well, no,
like my point. It's outrageous. It's funny.
Your defense of it.
The first time we laughed this whole time. First time we laughed this whole thing.
This is
because of one little word.
Yes, because it's such a silly defense of it. It's like a child who hears fuck for the first time and he's like, woohoo, daddy said fuck. Like, things started to go a little goofy mode here, a little wacko style. So the slurs is something I've mentioned. I couldn't watch him on stream because he just kept saying the F slur. And my point here was, why? It doesn't really accomplish anything for his goals or anything like that. He's just spamming slurs, which makes it sound like he's just mad at me and trying to choose the worst words he can think of. Now, looking back on it, I do regret not pushing a bit more on this point because there was a lot I wanted to say on it, but I just got so thrown off and blown away by his explanation of all of it that I totally forgot to expand. Because he really only says the F slur, the homophobic slur. And he says it doesn't encompass a whole belief system. Okay, well then why is it only that slur? I don't think I've ever heard him start spamming the N-word, hard R, or anything like that. And he's very open about how much he appreciates the Islamic faith. I've never heard him use any slurs against Muslims or anything like that. So if you feel so strongly that words don't necessarily indicate your actual beliefs, then why aren't you using more slurs? Why don't you drop more racist slurs during your stream? Why is the only one you use the F slur? If this is really how you feel about those words, then why aren't you using all of the other slurs? If they don't mean anything, and you feel so comfortable with Rumble allowing you to use the F slur so loosey-goosey, why is it only that one? Why not every slur? I'm just curious if there's like a tier list of slurs for you. I would have liked to ask more on that, but I guess I'll do it now in post. Which it seems like you can recognize.
Do you believe that Andrew and Tristan Tate are innocent?
That I don't know. They could be, and I've said that from the start.
You don't have a belief on that?
Well, because I don't have the evidence. They've been charged twice with the human trafficking, but none of the evidence is public.
You didn't look at all the victims and their allegations and how everything was exposed on WhatsApp, how they plan to make a Netflix movie out of this. All of that was online. I think.
But then,
see, if you cover current events, this is something you jump onto the pizza box, but you don't take the time to go and look at all the evidence that was debunked.
That's not true, though, because
why do you spend the narrative laughing at somebody falsely in prison, but you can't go and just look at a couple screenshots and see that as garbage? You're laughing at the pizza box putting 2 people in jail because of what you saw on Twitter. When I say the word faggot or I say a slur, it's just a funny word to say. There's no consequences for that. Nobody goes to jail falsely.
I have looked at the evidence from both sides. I always do. I don't just go to these tribes and just assume everything on my side is right and everything on that side is wrong. I take information from all angles in order to find where I personally sit on this perspective, on this situation. So, for the Tate brothers, being charged twice with human trafficking, while there is some shady shit from the victims, there is still real merit to some of the things that people were talking about, such as something you talked about as well, the taking of the passports from some of the women and getting there under the guise that they would be able to date them. Those are very odd, very peculiar things. So it's not like it's just, oh, all of that's wrong and we have to disregard all of it because this is here. There is, on both sides here, evidence that makes it a very complicated case, which is why it's gone on for so long, right? It's not one where I know the answer. They could be innocent, they could be guilty. I do think it's weird they've now been charged twice. There is some very odd things there because that's not exactly a light thing to come after someone for. And there is things that you have talked about.
Is it wrong that people can go to jail for 4 months without any evidence or charges?
And even outside of the Tates, I have said that in this country, where you can go to jail on suspicion of things without ever being charged. It's a problem. Yes, it is a problem.
Okay. I didn't see that video. I saw the video laughing about the pizza box putting him in jail. Did you make a video about that?
Yes, and I talked. Well, it's in that video where I say I don't know if he's guilty. I don't like if there's real victims here. Like I would never celebrate someone being a human trafficker because there's victims. I wouldn't celebrate him being a human trafficker. That means there are real victims there. Even though I disagree with like his Hustlers University and a lot of the dumb shit he says, I wouldn't want him to be a human trafficker. That means there are real victims being in terrible situations. I did say that, and I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. Nobody does right now, except for them and whatever's going on in Romania. The joking about a pizza box is things I make about anything that has craziness around it, like the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. There's so much silliness there that I talk about, but at the end of the day, I don't know who's innocent or guilty. I'm joking about the goofiness of things that have come up, right?
I gotta get going.
Now, he mentioned Andrew Tate, and this is another thing. Andrew Tate is very clearly an important figure in Sneako's life. And I made 2 videos covering Andrew Tate. One of them joking about Hustlers University and just a lot of the silly things that he's done, and the other when he got arrested. So, let's talk about that. I have always maintained that Andrew Tate is a very entertaining clown most of the time, but much like a lot of personalities online, especially ones that sell courses, he has to sprinkle in very agreeable things with some of his rants. So he has good things that he actually will say, especially in terms of like men and their loneliness, and how working out is extremely beneficial to helping with mentality and just general overall mood and well-being. So he does say agreeable things that I've always said he has done a decent job of with those certain topics. But on the whole, most of the things he says are just outrageous nonsense about like how he doesn't watch Star Wars and that's why he gets pussy and has expensive cars, or why books are stupid. Like, there's a lot of silliness there, and Hustlers University, I have always maintained, is completely exploitative of desperate men. So yes, I have made jokes about Andrew Tate. I am not their biggest fan. Now, when I did cover the arrest, I did mention the pizza box theory. At the time, that was reported by multiple outlets as a very real possibility that led to his arrest. So at the time I did report on it, I did say it seems, talking about like this being the speculation as to why they finally pursued him now. But yes, I do understand that that was heavily disputed after the fact, a couple days later. But I did talk about it and joke about the pizza box thing, which made Sneako in particular very upset, thinking that I was laughing at 2 men falsely imprisoned. Which I've never laughed about. I've laughed about the idea of Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate being thrown in jail because of pizza boxes. I have also laughed and made jokes about some of the tweets that Andrew has made while in jail, such as talking about practicing his dragon karate fist that would break through every known metal on Earth to fucking shatter tungsten or whatever. And yeah, I've joked about the tweet where he was talking about like ghosts that he's killed, making himself sound like the goddamn paranormal firing squad out there, keeping the halls of the prison safe from ghouls and spirits. And while I made jokes at the idea of a pizza box leading to prison time, it wasn't the actual core idea of two innocent men potentially being in jail that gave me a big hearty belly laugh or anything like that. It was the outrageous circumstances surrounding it. I don't know if they're guilty. As I said in the video, I don't know if they are. I do find it weird that they've been charged with the same thing twice with multiple raids now, but at the end of the day, if they're innocent, I don't want to see them in jail. The reasoning for keeping them in jail was like a potential flight risk, like leaving the country, so I guess that was the explanation for it. But I have talked in the past about being imprisoned with no charges as being something I don't fucking agree with, which isn't a controversial take. So all of these things that Sneako attributed to me were things that I didn't actually believe or, in my opinion, do. Talking about the pizza box thing the day that it happened wasn't outlandish. It wasn't until a couple days later where that was more debunked and heavily scrutinized. But even then, I still talked about it more of like a silly idea if this was the case. And the jokes I made about Andrew Tate were mainly about the response to Andrew Tate going to jail, like some of the unhinged tweets about how, well, if it's true, human trafficking's not really that big of a deal anyway, so it's still bullshit. It's not that big of a charge, which is still a crazy thing to say. The whole thing was never really about whether or not he truly was guilty or innocent, because I don't know. I still don't know. Nobody still knows because it's still an ongoing investigation. So we did talk about that. He did see where I was coming from, and I was appreciative that he was willing to hear my explanation for where I stand on all of that. And I do think that we came to understand each other's perspective on it. Getting towards the end of our conversation, we started talking once again about one of the things that I really tried to drive home and hope to have some kind of breakthrough on the way that he perceives jokes and insults, like, and trying to find what his line was. Because he calls a lot of things hit pieces, like when Willie Mack makes a video breaking down like a lot of Sneako's most baffling moments or like really big L's, Willie Mack will point them out and make jokes about it. That's not cancellation to me, but to Sneako it is, and I kept trying to get to the bottom of that, and we did have more discussion on it, but I don't think we ever really reached a ground where I like agreed with him on his definition of like what canceling is versus what joking is. So like Meat Canyon, he mentions he had no problem with it, he had a good sense of humor about it and found them to be enjoyable. Like, that's great. But then why doesn't that same thing extend to someone who also still makes jokes about it like Willie Mack did? When I really just feel like it's the same thing. There is deplatforming, advocating for deplatforming, and then there's just insulting someone. And I haven't seen a ton of people advocating for Sneako to be deplatformed, aside from a couple of very rare instances of that. The rest I see as people just dunking on him, the same way that he dunks on people he doesn't like. So we did just keep going in circles around that for like another 20 minutes, so I don't really think there's any reason to show too much of that. But I would like to get you to our closing statements, and then something crazy happened at the very end.
Look at the way that people who are telling the truth get painted as. They get painted as these incel, virgin, loser, racist, misogynist. They've tried to box you in instead of tell the truth about you, because I think that they don't like what you're talking about. But I would like for us to have another conversation in the future. I like that you have a good message about how people should be happy. I like that you're advocating for the gym and you're playing basketball and you're telling people to get out of their comfort zone. I think that those are all really good things. And I do think that you're funny. I can't deny about that. Like, it's a little monotone, but you're a funny guy.
I do appreciate the conversation. After our conversation, there really wasn't a ton of hostility left. I really feel like Sneako built me up very differently in his head to paint me as a villain in his own mind. And the reality is I just didn't match that description. Now, for me, I did know a lot about Sneako, but after talking to him, I feel like a large part of that is a persona that he's putting on. The way he conducted himself in this conversation, I was actually really surprised with. He was much more calm. Like, he is still very passionate, clearly, but he's not having a fucking conniption and a meltdown like I've seen him do so many times in the past. So I do feel like it was a productive conversation, and there are just things that I will always disagree with him on. I'm not seeing eye to eye with a lot of the things he talks about, and that's just the reality of it. And it's that way with a lot of people. Like I said, there's no one in the world I see eye to eye on with everything. But there are very big disagreements between us in terms of things that we feel and things that we believe. And after talking to him, it really seems like he himself got lost in his own sauce and he did talk about like trying to change his approach to things to deliver a more positive message. And that makes me pretty interested to see where he takes that. Like, if he truly does have a positive message he wants to spread, he did recognize that he hadn't been doing a super effective job of it as of the time of this conversation, and wanted to work on ways of rectifying that. I'm very curious to see how he goes about it, and if he truly was being genuine. So the conversation, I do think, was a pretty fascinating and important one to have. And one thing that happened that I still can't believe is real is during our conversation, people came up to him to talk to him, and me as well during this.
It comes from a place of cope and of jealousy because they see people who are living a lifestyle opposite of them, and instead of admitting that there's a different path or admitting that they could have a good point, they try to bring down their character. That's the common theme I see with these people. So the intentions that I see from these people in the collage, they're not pure, they're not good. It's jealousy and it's hate.
And again, that is still something they could say about you as well. That's just one of the things I was really...
That's fair, and that's why you made me realize that I need to... This whole hate brigade on Sneako in the recent weeks, I'm going to repurpose my message now. I'm not going to... What up, man? Yo, do you know Moist Critical? Hey, say what's up to him now. We're saying hi. Yeah.
Hey,
look.
I follow you on Twitter.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just traveling the world right now.
Cool, man. See Moist Canyon's video?
Yeah, we saw Meat. What did you think of the Meat Canyon video?
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
It was
Hey,
funny.
how's it going,
we laughed
man?
about it.
Cool.
Hey, Charlie. We squashed the beef.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I've been
actually
to talk to you more. It's funny.
I think that's a good way to end it on. Hope we could talk again in the future. I don't think we should have beef. And yeah, you did. I want to thank you for starting that whole Sneako hate brigade, because it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I am guilty of doing the same things that I am mad about. And I do attribute a lot of that to being canceled and a lot of resentment about that. But I just have to spread positivity now and not engage in the same type of behavior that I criticize. Yeah, you're right about that. So I'm just going to go and, I'm not going to go attack mode anymore. I don't think that there's any value to that. It's just going to come back to me.
Well, I actually really appreciate the conversation, man. It's nice to hear like a more human side of you outside of like, what I see on Twitter or Rumble. I actually do think this was a very valuable conversation, so I appreciate you I really appreciate you taking the time to have a bit of a call with me about it.
Yeah, thanks, man. And mags, not clips.
Yeah, from now on, bro, if you're going to be talking about guns, get the terminology right. You very much offended me with that one.